Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the trading floors of Lagos to the commodity hubs of Enugu, we say thank you for joining us and welcome to Aneke TV business segment, broadcasting live from Enugu. Markets opened this morning, carrying massive momentum as the Nigerian exchange looked to lock in yesterday's 5 trillion naira rally, while a relative stability holds for the naira at the official window. But the global landscape is shifting fast. A sudden overnight surge in Brent crude towards $76 following Middle East escalation is putting local energy costs back under microscope, even as retail desk battle stubborn food inflation across Lagos, Abuja, and Enugu. We'll break down the data, the dividend plays, and your portfolio strategy right now. Stay with us. And this is the business desk, where data meets destiny and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. The trading bell is ringing. Let's get down to business. Starting with Nigerian equities, where the Nigerian stock market closed on a positive momentum. Yes, kicking into the second trading section of the week with investor sentiment closing firmly in the green. The benchmark Nigeria Osha Index ASI advanced by 0.92%, gaining 2,149.44 points to settle at 236,327.67 points. Equity capitalization also mirrored this trajectory, gaining over 1.38 trillion naira to close at 151.65 trillion naira, supported by robust positive market breadth. And quickly, liquidity was heavily concentrated in high liquidity financial institutions, highlighting strong institutional block trading activity, where Zenith Bank PLC led the market by volume, moving 84.82 million units. Overall market activity saw a healthy turnover, with investors exchanging a total volume of 367.30 million shares, valued at 20.38 billion naira across 40,644 deals. A total of 48 equities advanced today, led predominantly by media, aviation, and hospitality counters, hitting the maximum daily permissible limit. That communication closed at 1 naira 99 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.44%. Captain, yes, in the positive rim as well, closed at 5 naira 55 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.90%. Ikeja Hotel yesterday closed in the positive as he made a positive adjustment of 9.90% to close at 47 naira 20 kobo. Abbey Bank yesterday closed in the positive rim as well, as it closed the trading book at 8 naira 90 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.88%. It turns out another stock that is equally in the pack of the top gainers yesterday made a bullish adjustment of 9.85% to close at 14 naira 50 kobo. 21 stocks declined, with localized sell-offs impacting the logistics and insurance segment, where Fortis Global Insurance led the pack of leggers by closing at 2 naira 61 kobo, making a dip of a negative 10% adjustment. Trans Express yesterday closed equally in the bearish rim as he made a negative adjustment of 10% to close the trading book at 2 naira 70 kobo. Len Africa, another stock that is in the dip, closed at 8 naira 95 kobo, making a dip of 9.60% negative adjustment. MC Nico's in the negative, closed at 6 naira 75 kobo, making a deep dive of 9.90% negative adjustment. Sovereigns closed 2 naira, yes, to close the table of the leggers at a negative 6.10% adjustment. And then looking quickly at the sectorial teams and key drivers here, where industrial leaders watching as the heavily propelled by heavyweights like Dangote Cement, which made around 5.40%. Leverage WAPCO yesterday equally in the positive, adjustments of a daily gain of about 4.83%. We are the, leaders here. And we saw liquidity concentrated in tiers like Zenith, which emerged as the volume and value leader, anchoring a steady banking index. That is seeing initial buyback after hitting corrective wave support. Another factor here is the broader market strength, where positive momentum was evenly distributed, with the insurance sector, raking in around 1.18 positive daily adjustments, and consumer goods making a 0.49%, closing the sector strictly in the green figures. And then speaking to the market outlook for today, we expect a strong support level to maintain today as bargain hunters continue to prioritize high-yield dividend-paying equities to position for Q3. And quickly moving to the Naira performance, yes, taking a look at the forex market, where the Nigerian Naira demonstrated a mixed performance against the United States dollars, maintaining strong baseline stability in the official window while expressing a minor pullback in the parallel market. The spread between the two primary markets remained marketably tight, hovering at a delta of just about 33 naira. At the official market, the naira was able to, make a stable minor appreciation, closing at 1,365 naira 29 kobo against the US dollar. And at the parallel market, it saw a slight depreciation as it closed at 1,400 naira. Now taking a look at the key market drivers. One is the official liquidity intervention, where the relative calm in the Nigerian foreign exchange market is highly, being heavily underpinned by the Central Bank of Nigeria's sustained liquidity. Another factor here, you see the management strategy, regular regulatory interventions and strict compliance policies on bureau de change operators have suppressed major speculative spikes in the formal sector. And then quickly moving to the street market, where the parallel demand pool, is a factor that determine the direction of the market. The slight dip to the 1,400 mark in the parallel market is largely attributed to localized demand. Retail buyers and small to medium enterprises requiring rapid, unconditional access to foreign exchange continue to clear their bills through informal channels, adding mild pressure to the retail rate. Another factor that played a major role is the systemic outlook, where going forward, local currency analysts maintain that the midterm stability of the Naira will depend heavily on three core metrics: consistent acceleration to the foreign reserves via crude oil export earnings and sustained foreign portfolio investment inflows, and the pace of CBN injections. Now quickly, here is our market outlook for today. We expect structural reforms, as one of the factors that will dictate the direction of the market today. The implementation of the 4th edition of the CBN Foreign Exchange Manual, effective June 1st, 2026, is a primary driver in the current push towards deeper market liquidity and enhanced transparency. Another factor we are looking today to direct the projection of the market is refinery impact. The full-scale operations of the Dangote Petroleum Refinery remain a critical factor as it continues to reduce the country's dependence on imported refined products, thereby easing the historic foreign demand pressure on the naira. Then another factor here is the monetary policy. With the monetary policy rate MPR at 26.50%, that's as of May 2026, the CBN maintains a tight grip on liquidity to curb volatility, expect Naira to maintain its current range of stability for the immediate term. Analysts are closely watching whether these gains, driven by liquidity management and refined domestic production, will translate into long-term currency strength, and if they remain sensitive to shifts in global capital inflows. And quickly moving to the global energy, where international benchmark Brent crude edged marginally higher today, arresting a 6-week downward trajectory that has heavily corrected prices since the peak seen earlier in the year. Looking at the Brent crude futures, it held yesterday's price at $72.84 per barrel, making a positive 0.85 adjustment. That's an indication of a daily change of 1.20%. This attributed due to my technical recovery. And then taking a look at the West Texas Intermediate, WTI, it held at $69.29 per barrel, indicating a daily positive gain of a 0.74% and a daily adjustment of 1.10%. And moving on to take a look at the key global market drivers as of yesterday, we had geopolitical risk premium fading. The dominant theme in the energy market is the structural unwinding of the risk premium tied to the earlier conflict between the U.S. and Iran. Following a fragile truce, shipping traffic through the critical Strait of Hormuz is steadily normalizing as stranded spar tankers resume loading and exiting the Persian Gulf. Global supply anxieties have drastically eased, keeping a firm lead on any major price rallies. Another factor here is the OPEC plus output strategy. Supply pressures are further reinforced by the decision of the OPEC and its allies, where they agree to push forward with its scheduled production increase, adding another 188,000 barrels per day to the global market starting in August. This marks the 5th consecutive monthly increase as the group continues to unwind voluntary production cuts, adding to the structural bearish outlook. Then we'll take a look at the underlying demand support. As of yesterday's modest 1.2% bump is largely viewed as a minor technical bounce, while a recent EIA report highlighted a 3.8 million barrel drawdown in U.S. commercial crude inventories, pushing stock price about 7% below the seasonal 5-year average. Macro traders remain primarily focused on the broader picture of supply recovery and tepid refinery demand signals from major Asian markets. And quickly, here is our market outlook. Expect heightened volatility for the remainder of the session. Why underlying midterm fundamentals still point to an expanding global supply cushion later this year. The immediate term is entirely driven by the geopolitical risk premium. If Brent consolidates above $76.30, it opens the door for a technical upward correction. Otherwise, it may return to its $70.50 or $72.80 base once the initial shock subsides. And turning now to the domestic agricultural and commodity markets, where staple food prices across Nigeria's major urban hubs remain elevated, driven primarily by an uptick in national food inflation, which reached 17.8% following the Q1 domestic fuel price shocks and high interstate transit logistic costs. However, sub-regional pricing disparities are heavily pronounced between the north-central transit lines and the southern coast and the southeast. Now quickly taking a look at the price of staple food prices across Abuja, Lagos, and Enugu, where local rice 50 kg bag of it in Abuja is sold for between 68,000 to 75,000 naira, and in Lagos it went for between 75,000 to 85,000 naira, whereas Enugu paid a premium for it at 76 to 88,000 naira. And then quickly taking a look at the white gari, yes, 1 kg of it, speaking to retail prices in Abuja, is sold between 550 naira to 650 naira. Lagos it went for between 800 and 900 naira. Enugu paying a premium on white gari, you know, is so surprising at 940 naira to 1,050 naira. And then quickly taking a look at the brown beans. Yes, 1 kg of it, speaking to retail prices, at Abuja is sold between 850 to 950 naira. And in Lagos, it went for between 1,700 to 1,800 naira. And in Enugu, it went for between 1,650 naira to 1,780 naira. Enugu got a slight bargain ahead of Lagos. And then taking a look at the yam tubers, the medium large yam tuber that you know in Abuja sold between 2,000 to 3,500 naira. And Lagos, it went for between 3,500 naira to 5,500 naira. And in Enugu, it sold between 3,000 to 5,000 naira. Yes, almost at par with Lagos. And then taking a look at tomatoes, both the small ball of it or the basket of it. Yes, when you talk about the small ball, in Enugu is sold for 800 naira and the basket of it for 28,000 naira. And in Lagos, the small ball of it sold for 1,200 naira, whereas the basket price went for 38,000 naira. And in Enugu, it sold for 1,100 naira, speaking to the small ball, and then the basket of it sold for 35,000 naira. And quickly, let's give you the key regional insights into the, you know, what shape the market, you know, and we are looking at the southeast, where you will look at the Gari and Bees paradox. You know, the southeast, and that's Enugu and the Southwest Lagos, continue to record the highest average prices for white gari and brown beans. You know, beans in particular cost nearly double in southern retail markets compared to Abuja due to persistent security premiums along the northern logistics corridors. And then quickly take a look at Abuja supply buffers. You know, Abuja benefits significantly from its proximity to the Middle Belt and Northern Farm Gates, keeping prices for perishable tomatoes, peppers, and grains consistently lower than the coastal hubs. And then quickly taking a look at Lagos import and volume pressure. You know, while my 12 in Lagos absorbs high wholesale volumes, keeping basket prices competitive, retail distribution inside Lagos suffer from high structural overheads, making single unit purchases expensive. And quickly, here is our market outlook for today. Expect price stickiness to continue through today's market section, while the relative stability of the naira around 1,370 naira has capped hyperinflation for imported elements like fertilizer and machinery. The large effect of high diesel and fuel prices on intra-country transportation means food prices are unlikely to drop significantly until the mid to late Q3 wet season harvest begin hitting the markets. And quickly running across to the international market, yes, turning our attention to the international financial capitals, you know, breaking down a highly volatile trading session across Wall Street. That's Europe and Asia. Global equity markets delivered a highly fragmented performance as of yesterday. A massive tech-driven sell-offs in Asia triggered a ripple effect across European floors, while Wall Street futures showed resilience, anchored by cooler regional inflation numbers. Then quickly taking a look at the United States S&P 500 futures, which, you know, yesterday was on a cautious consolidating phase at a 0.10%. And then you take a look at the NASDAQ 100 futures, you know, which stood at a positive 1%, you know, indicating a rebounding on AI infrastructure. And quickly moving on to Europe, where the United Kingdom FTSE 100, you know, closed at 10,695.0 points, indicating a positive 0.40%, you know, in energy-led gains. And then France CAC 40 closed at 8,507.95 points. And then quickly taking a look at Germany DAX, which yesterday was in the negative 0.50%, dragged down by industrial energy giants. It closed at 25,695.64 points. And then quickly moving to the Asian market, where South Korea Kospi closed at 7,656.31 points, making a negative, downward trajectory to close in 4.90% in the negative bearish rim, indicating a panic situation. And then Japan Nikkei 225 closed at 68,256.96 points, a negative trajectory as well of 2.10%, indicating a tech sell-off. And then Shanghai Composite, speaking to China market, where it closed at 3,990.24 points, equally dragged down by property sector, making a negative 1.30% daily adjustment. And in Hong Kong, Hang Seng closed at 23,996.98 points, making a marginal pullback as around 0.50%. And quickly moving on to take a look at the intercontinental market drivers here, where the Asian semiconductor shock, rather the market. The most dramatic story of the day developed in Seoul, where Kospi index plunged by nearly 5%, temporarily dragging down a 20-minute automatic trading halt. That's a circuit breaker. Strikingly, the sell-off came despite tech giant Samsung Electronics reporting a blockbuster 19-fold surge in quarterly operating profit to 89.4 trillion naira. That's around 58.4 billion US dollars. Foreign institutional investors aggressively moved to lock in profit, fueling deep anxiety over whether current artificial intelligence valuation have grown overextended. This triggered a parallel 2.1% drop in Japan's Nikkei 225, dragged down localized cheap heavyweights like Tokyo Electrons. And then quickly moving on to in Europe, where European market performance were split, where UK FTSE 100 just gained a 0.4%, insulated by strong oil and gas stocks, tracking Brent crude modest rally. And then quickly moving on to give you market advice for today before we call it a day on this segment. Yes, we won't leave this in without giving you a bit of market advice for today. Yes, especially speaking to our Nigerian investors. And then on equities, we are urging you to ride the momentum, but stay disciplined. Lock in profit on overextended industrial goods gainers. Reallocate capital to high dividend banking or consumer goods heavyweights. Yes, and then you look at the foreign exchange. We urge you to take advantage of the stable naira at 1,368 to 1,373 naira. Use this lower volatility window to fulfill essential USD corporate or import obligation before any global market shift creates friction. And on commodities and energy, factor in the sudden geopolitical Brent crude surge. Watch energy-linked equities closely, as extended friction will maintain upward pressure on local transport and production logistic costs. Then quickly on fixed income, with the MPR still highly restrictive at 26.50%, continue treating high-yield short-term treasury bills like T-bills and money market funds as your primary shield against ongoing domestic food inflation. And here is a quick reminder before we move on. While we give you the data, we don't give you the final directive. Always consult a certified financial advisor before making any investment decision. And these are your wraps on the market segment. Stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching the Aneke TV market segment to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history,
Hello, good morning and welcome to Aneke TV Sports. We bring you what's happening around the world of sports and how best it is to understand that the World Cup has taken shape. While we'll also talk about other sports, today our emphasis is solely on this World Cup and our analysis are going to be on the games yesterday and the other days, which has resulted to the round of 16 and also down to the quarterfinals, which countries like Argentina, Switzerland, and the rest of them have qualified. And also to bring you this and more, I am Good Hope Chuguma, the Sports Oracle.
All right, I remember your wonderful host worldwide saying, welcome to the show. This is another segment of Aneke Sports. We are here right live on Aneke TV. This is a lovely Wednesday morning, but
is this are you sure this is a lovely Wednesday morning? This is not a lovely Wednesday morning.
For we, that enjoy football so much, it might, for me, it's not that lovely morning.
It's not lovely.
Because I didn't sleep happy yesterday.
You slept?
I didn't sleep happy.
You were expecting Egypt?
Yes, not that I was, when you watch good football and the football is being fair, if you want fair play, even though you are going to win me, but let it be fair. Let it not be biased. Let it not be that the officiating got to favor you. So that was why I was not happy. Argentina won the match, but can we say for a fact that Argentina won that match? That is the question. This FIFA World Cup 2026, I can tell you that there has been a lot of questions, right from when imagine a president coming to overturn a red card, and then look at what we saw yesterday. Absolutely
let me just come in here because we're trying to be fair on our show here on Aneke TV. Yeah. However, when you see that game, a lot of complaints
are
coming up, and then Messi fans are celebrating.
Yes, of course, there are Messi fans. When it favors you will celebrate, but you know that this life is like a circle. To come back, it will still come to you. So that's why I'm not too worried. Yes, it has favored you today, or even previously it has favored you, but that yesterday one was so clear. It was so clear because I was watching the match and I was like, wow. I was now imagining, okay, this is my African brothers, Egypt. But I was not thinking if it was Nigeria that this thing was happening to Uncle, how will I be feeling? Because I was pained where a goal was scored. Egypt scored a second goal. That was
wonderful goal.
A goal that is a clear goal.
The same goal that Egypt scored was the same way. The same goal that
was what I was
Argentina
getting.
Scored.
There was a foul in the Egyptian half. That is at the beginning, close to the corner flag. so close to the corner flag, like where the feed is starting from Egyptian side. That was where the foul occurred. Now the ref saw the foul and said, play on. They played on, and eventually that process led to a goal. Now VAR has no right to intervene because it's clearly stated that this is not it was not a goal threatening something that the Argentina side were attacking, trying to score. No, it was just a foul that can be, overlooked, and the ref said, okay, fair play, go on and play, and Egypt scored the goal. Now VAR had to intervene. It was even said by the commentators that this was not within the VAR jurisdiction to intervene. What are you intervening for? This thing, it was not like a penalty shout that, okay, Argentines were complaining for penalty that is inside the box. No, it was far off where you are not supposed to intervene, and you intervene and cancel the game. So what are you now trying to say? That the ref decision does not matter. So is it not that any foul that occurs, you will intervene, and it was not even in your territory? Now, okay, similar issue then occurred for Egypt. This one now, there was no intervention. It's not like, okay, there was a foul, let VAR look at it, and at the end of this say it was not a foul, but at least it was being looked at, so that we would justify you intervening on the other. And now this one occurred inside the box 18, 2 foul for that matter, not even 1, 2. One of the players was fouled at this corner of the box, then Mohamed Salah was fouled at this, and you did not even intervene, despite Egyptians, the Egyptian players, even the coaches, the technical group, all coming to you that, look at what we are saying, we are complaining to you, let there be an intervention from the VAR so that we will know. Even though you now at the end of the day now say it's not a foul from the both of them, you say this one is not a foul, we will know that yes, VAR. Then this time around, VAR did not even intervene to show you the level and the extent of, will I say, how they are trying to favor the football, how they are trying to rig it to fit one particular person, to fit one particular. That's not football to me. You just have an agenda. You should have just told us that this World Cup, you are trying to push it to this person and say, okay, you are going to beat it, because it was clear yesterday. You saw the Egyptian player, even the coach was now giving that symbol. He was not doing that symbol often, even despite giving branded the yellow card, he was still doing it because it was too clear and painful. You mean Argentina? As in, how can you? Then they sent one of the, what's it called, Egyptian management, one of the technical guys, they sent him off. But that did not even, Salah was complaining, the coach was bitter, he was complaining. Only the ref now came up to try to explain. What are you explaining? All what they wanted yesterday, all what football lovers wanted yesterday was call for VAR intervention. Let them look at it. If after, the intervention, and you say there is no foul, we'll accept it. We'll move on. But at least we'll know that at least VAR intervened, and this was a possible penalty. But 2 foul in the box 18, then immediately Argentina went to score. But you decided no, that the VAR should not intervene, that the ref decision is final. But meanwhile, some moment ago, in fact, this one was not even similar. A lesser scenario occurred. This one was outside the box, but you intervened. VAR, the Argentina players, they protested, and you just immediately went to VAR and look at the thing, and you came out and said, okay, there was a foul in the build-up that occurred right close to the corner flag of the opponent, that where VAR was not supposed to intervene. So football, I can tell you, this FIFA World Cup has a lot of criticism, and it's not going to stop here. I told you already, when that Balogun red card was overturned, in fact, so many things are still going to occur in this competition, and I don't know how long it's going to continue. Even Egyptian players came out yesterday at the interview and said it's already rigged. All of them are already voicing this. They say the competition is already rigged, that there is no need for the rest people that are there. There is no need. This thing is visible, it's clear to everybody. Messi fans till tomorrow we can keep jubilating, but they'll still tell you that yes, they know that there was a foul.
One thing that, before we get into other sports, one thing that has been very clear to me, like I pointed out yesterday, was having Argentina play African teams.
Yeah, it's all African teams that they're playing.
And they played African teams. They have been playing African teams. And if somebody comes to examine that, what do you think? They say, oh, it's luck.
It's luck.
Or maybe it's this, or it's that. But playing African teams, you know one thing about playing African teams as Argentina?
Yeah.
I'm not sure you expect an African team to win Argentina.
Yeah, I'm not expecting, but look at yesterday's game. If not for the partiality, Egypt would have won that match.
I'm telling you from the point of analysis.
In football, we don't expect Egypt or Algeria to beat them, or
Algeria to beat Argentina.
But let's say that's just where they find themselves.
That's where they find them. So what is happening now should be that this whole game has been planned.
That's been planned, of course. The group stages were planned, where you have to face this person, where you get through.
It was really planned, and I will tell you the truth. If there could be some investigations into FIFA or into any...
Who is going to investigate FIFA?
That's the thing. So who is going to investigate?
Is it not FIFA that will still investigate themselves?
The funny thing is that when we look at football, when we look at sports, we are going to be fair.
Yes,
we should have an arbitrary court that stays on its own, that has no influence.
I don't know if there's any.
We should have an inec, of.
That's the problem. You know, all the decision lies within FIFA themselves. At the end of
the day, I'm saying this.
They are just going to protest as a country, and nothing is going to happen.
You know why I'm saying these things is CAF too should have theirs. Every of this football, continental football, they should have theirs. Look at it now. Because FIFA should come out, normally FIFA should come out and give us a press statement, a communique that should, let us know what happened. Which article supports overturning this, and which other article supports
overturning. The funny thing is that they might come out with something. Because at the end of the day, all these articles are not, you don't get to see them online. All of them. They will now go and bring one hidden one that you didn't know about. Maybe they have overnight created one article and tell you that look at it, it's there, because you don't have access to it. They are the ones that still have access to it. They will just let you know about some that you can always see, but some are always hidden. It's not everything that's outside.
Why this whole thing is going on is because Lionel Messi is there. Lionel Messi is in the Argentine squad. So that is why everything is happening now. Because when you are talking about the GOAT, it's just the GOAT debate.
The GOAT debate, but
yes,
now the other GOAT has gone on. For we footballers, I love Messi. At the end of the day, I love Messi. I enjoy him. In fact, I still enjoy him playing. But let football be fair. That's what I'm saying. If you are going to beat me, if you want to even beat me 6-0, beat me 6-0. But let it be fair. Let it not be that I have a complaint that I lodge. Once these decisions are made, it stands, and after the match, you basically cannot do anything. If you go to court and complain, the result cannot be overturned.
But it's actually shameful, I would say, with all due respect, that Argentina has to, do a comeback in their game against an African side, Egypt. Of course, Africa, talking about the Egyptians, the pharaohs of Egypt, they have improved over the years. You have the likes of Mohamed Salah, Mo Salah, and
Zico is there. Mamouche is there.
Mamouche is there, and having elite players, they are just in that team. But is it not shameful to say that they are coming from the back to win that game?
Yeah, we can say.
Because why I'm saying this, when you face teams that you expect to win, just like we can't say any team would win in football right now. Any team could. Someone can just come up and win. Of course, football, the information and the knowledge of football has, spread all over the nations that are playing football. Imagine Curaçao being in the World Cup. That's to tell you that, okay, this team, this country, they're in the World Cup, and they have learned something around this. Now, what I'm saying is, when people are going to bring their judgment or their evidence, talking about the GOAT debate, and the GOAT, crack
arguments,
the GOAT cracks and the rest of them, I will always ask them one question. Is it not a shame that a GOAT is in a team, and in 2026, the GOAT and the team has to lose first? So what makes it, and to lose to an African side, not to an European elite side? Of course, Egypt is an elite side in Africa.
Let me answer your question.
And Morocco too, because what I'm seeing is Argentina, Morocco, just in this final, or Argentina, France, and it could be a payback of what happened in 2022. That's what I'm seeing. It could be a replay of what happened. Now, let me just tell you, as the sports oracle, because I'm seeing by foresight. You will not believe this, but I see by foresight. This could be to reward a certain player in a team, not Messi now. But we could see what will happen in the finals. It will still be the same people who has been playing finals that will play finals. Because of the powers.
That's possible, because the way the competition is tilting right now. You could possibly say that this is an Argentina versus France final, the way it's tilting. But I want to answer that your question where you say, is it not shameful for Egypt, to let that 2-0 lead slide? Well, let's look at a scenario like this. Let's talk about football. In football, Argentina is better than Egypt. Any day, any time. Right now, in football, there is no way you will say Egypt are better than Argentina, from the attack to the midfield to the defense to the keeper. Argentina are better. So you are expecting that Argentina is going to win that match. So what Egypt has to do is going to be extraordinary to take a victory in a fair playground. Imagine they bring like our kind of age group now to play football against secondary school team. You understand? Or junior secondary school. Let me put that, junior secondary. Then we at our side is going to play them. The possibility of them winning is very slim, because in terms of agility we have that. In terms of pace, we have that. In terms of skills, they are going to have to do something extraordinary to win that match. Now, Egypt, did their best. They had a 2-0 lead. So, basically, what you are expecting from them is to defend that 2-0 lead. But me and you know that the Egyptian side are not even more of a defensive side. So, they were trying to defend that 2-0 lead. Yes, that was where I'm going to blame them for, trying to stay all back and defend if you are going to have a counter then. So, Argentina started playing football. Of course, they are going to always be dominant against an Egyptian side that they know in all ramifications they are better than. So they have the likes of Messi, they have the likes of, Romero is there, Lisandro Martinez is there. If you begin to mention their squad, you are going to see McAllister is there. So if you compare them one by one to the Egyptian player, these are like players that are higher in terms of every other thing. So they started defending. If that match, like I said, if that match was played on a fair ground, you will see that at least or at most that game will have ended up as a draw in that second half. But imagine that goal that was disallowed being allowed. That would be like a 3-0 cushion for Egypt. So imagine them now having to lose a 3-0 lead. So it will have been hard for Argentina to come out. That's why I say if the ball would have been fair. Egypt has already done the extraordinary thing that they were expected to do, getting a 2-0 lead despite their one or their other goal being ruled out. So when those things begin to happen, it's more like you are depressing these people already. You are already dampening their belief that they are going to get a win when the officiating is now going against them. Not only these two scenarios that I've painted already that was wrong with them, there are so many other fouls that were committed that the Argentine players were not even brandished a card. If you check the statistics of that match, you will see that there was no yellow card given to the Argentina player. It was not because there were a lot of more than 3 times that they could have even been given that. When you say, okay, let VR intervene and go and see if it's a possible red card, there was a tackle that they did to Mohamed Salah that was worth VR intervention to even see if it was worthy of a red card. But I can tell you that the ref just blew foul and there was no yellow card. There was a time they almost elbowed one of the Egyptian players. So the officiating was now against them. So now they were playing football, good football. They had to battle with the players that played their opponent already and battle with the officials. So the players basically were doing two things at a time, where they were just expected to play football and the officiating will go away. So they are battling the Argentina players that were already like a step ahead of them in terms of football. They now had to be battling the officiating, where you get foul, the foul is not being called up. But when the opponent, that's the Argentine side, gets the same foul, in fact, they will brandish you a yellow card and tell you, yes, this is a yellow card, so that in case you commit another foul. So now they were playing with so much intensity, they were playing with so much fear. You don't know what next is going to happen, if you are going to be sent off, or if a goal that is not supposed to be a goal is going to be allowed. So the odds were just against them yesterday, and there was nothing they could do. They just had to sit back and defend in fear. When you are defending and you are even scared that you should not even want to commit an unnecessary foul that will be given as a penalty. For me, there is nothing else Egyptian side could have done that they did not do yesterday. They did their best, and I'm proud of them. At the end of the day, it's now left for FIFA to go back to the drawing board and let football be football. If this country is going to win this, that's the beauty of football. We should not always be expecting to see this side going into the final. Like now, it's almost determined. Look at the France versus Morocco game. The referee that is going to, in fact, all the ref, I can tell you, if you check it now, all of them come from Argentina. The center referee, the 2 linesmen, everybody is from Argentina. Imagine that agenda. Now, can you put all the officiating squad from a particular country, in that country that you know that, in fact, is supposed to be against this French side. So you're already seeing some agenda in this FIFA, and I just hope that this does not repeat itself again, because this is not the World Cup we were expecting. These teams are delivering. I can tell you that the teams are playing good football, but the officiating is just something else. The decisions they are making, you reverted a red card. Where has it been heard in football? Since I started watching football, I've not seen that a red card was overturned. That is supposed to be a red card. The red card that we are overturned is that they will decrease the ban. Maybe you had 4-match ban, they will not decrease it to 2 because maybe the challenge was not worthy of a red card. But now, this time around, it was just overturned that the player had to feature.
Well,
I've not seen that before.
From this point of view, you have a solid point, and I must say, it's one of the things that we have been advocating for football to be football. The rules, let the rules
remain, despite
and let
anybody
people
that is playing.
let people assess these rules. Let football, agencies, let individuals assess this rule. People can judge whether you are being fair or not.
Yeah.
People can actually judge whether you're being fair or not, and that is very important. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to bring you more what's happening in the World Cup, the fixtures, and the quarterfinal games that is coming up very soon. Also, what's happening in the world of boxing and tennis. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. Now we take a look at what's happening in the world of tennis. Worldwide is going to bring us that update. And you know that tennis, the other day we told you that Serena Williams, she lost her, Wimbledon Open. And looking at that, currently she has, progressed to the next level. And right now it is something that we could not see. That's talking about Coco Gauff.
This is Coco Gauff.
Yes, Coco Gauff, who has progressed to the
semi-finalist at all 4
level in the Grand Slam. And it promises to be interesting watching her and where she's coming from. I must tell you that
this is the youngest woman
yes,
to reach all 4 Grand Slam semi-finals since 2007. This Coco Gauff, she's the youngest woman. She has been in Australian Open, she has been in Roland Garros, she has been in US Open. She has also been in this Wimbledon that they are currently the youngest woman since 2007. And of course, there's also somebody in the semi-final talking about Jannik Sinner. This man, he has done so much in the world of tennis. Sinner has now reached the 10th Grand Slam. That's the 10th Grand Slam semi-final. Of course, there are other, quarterfinals that are also coming on in the Australian Wimbledon. I'm going to quickly run through those names that you are going to see in the quarterfinal. You have Naomi Osaka versus Karolina Muchova. Then we have a Jess Pegula versus Coco Gauff. That it's for the women round there. Also, we have looking down there, you have a Mata Kostic versus Jasmine Polinik. And also the last match there, or the last tennis match there, is between Linda Noskova versus Elisa Mertens. These are all the tennis matches that we are expecting to see. And of course, there are 2 names that are making history in the world of tennis right now. We have Novak Djokovic versus Felix Auger-Aliassime at the Wimbledon quarterfinals. Who claims the semi-finals ticket? This is for the quarterfinals today, later today. That is in the world of tennis. We know this Novak Djokovic is like the Lionel Messi of tennis. This man has done so much in the world of tennis. He is the one with the longest Wimbledon quarterfinal.
Why do you say he's the Lionel Messi?
Yes,
tennis?
Right now in football, what do you want me to say? In fact, let's leave the agenda aside of this one, because this World Cup is trying to bring people to, let's unquote the word hates, people to hate Messi. But I'm not going to hate
not hating on Messi, but saying he's the Lionel Messi of world.
It's one of, when you talk about one of the greatest in tennis, right? That's Federer,
so
Djokovic.
Why didn't you say he's the Formula One?
Okay, is this Lewis Hamilton?
He's the Lewis Hamilton of.
I'm just trying to use football that.
Or he's the Kimi Antonelli, or he's even the Ferguson.
No, people will relate better when I use Messi. He's like the Messi of the tennis. He has won the longest Wimbledon quarter-final in history. I can tell you that Djokovic is the Lionel Messi of tennis. Mr. Goodo, let's leave it as the Lionel Messi.
Well, I'm leaving it. That's why I had to be silent, because I'm leaving it.
We have to leave. The guy is really doing well. And of course, in the world of boxing, there's still a lot of, like we brought to you the other day, there's a lot coming up in the world of boxing. But let's look at the fight between Rolly and Tofimo. This fight is coming up August 22. It's going to be streamed live on DAZN. They are saying you should put up or shut up. That is the theme of the fight. It's either you put up a good fight or you shut up. So when you lose this fight, you just have to keep quiet and allow your opponent enjoy the fight. This match or this fight is coming up August 22. Is for the World Boxing Association Welterweight World Championship. Oh, this is looking so hot, and it's between these two handsome fighters that are really ready to throw some punches. Mr. Goodo, I know you are
ready to.
No, of course I'm ready to watch the fight. I know you have been training, to throw some punches, and I can tell you that you have some good opponents waiting for you, just for you to climb the ladder and get to that.
Well, if they're waiting for me, they should contact me. I'm very ready to.
No, you're the one that is going to be doing the contact.
Okay, I should contact them because of fight.
Yes.
I'm of peace, bro. I'm
full
of peace.
You have to throw some. Peace. You are looking like someone that has the chest, the muscle, the biceps. Just
okay.
Exercise. Don't let all this. I'm telling you that you have this talent. I'm seeing it in you. Sometimes when you see something, you have to let the person.
Do you know what I'm seeing on you? I'm seeing judo.
that
I'm seeing them wrangling your neck.
No, okay, you are not wishing me well. That's what you're saying. You are not wishing me well.
Because actually, I'm seeing you doing, just boxing or even wrestling, athletics.
No, very soon. Since you have always been saying it, I will not mind this my stature. Maybe very soon I'll start.
Yeah, you'll start, taking it to the next level. It's very important, and that's what will happen. So we're expecting this fight just this coming days.
August 22.
August 22, and it's going to be an interesting one. Don't forget that our very own Anthony Joshua is going to the rings.
The landlord is still coming.
He is coming to these rings this July 25th. He's coming to the rings, and it will be just right there where it is. And I'm telling you that Anthony Joshua is ready, because if you see and watch, the press conference and then the meetups that he has had with his guys. I mean, the guy he's going to fix. It has become as though there was nothing else left in him except to beat this guy down. When both of them stood and they were looking at each other, it was like, what's really going on here? What are these guys doing? And at the end of the day, I could tell you that Anthony Joshua is ready for the next game of his life. Of course, he retired just right in January after he had a ghastly motor incident which claimed 2 of his associates. That was sad, and that has been the reason why he has been off the field, off the track, and off the rings. Right now, the landlord is back, and he's going to take his property. I don't know what you think about that.
No, of course, he's the landlord. He has to take his property. When maybe your landlord has traveled outside and is coming back, and the tenant is still claiming, you didn't know. Maybe you just saw the caretaker, and suddenly you see the landlord, and you say, okay, landlord, please don't be angry, take over. So of course, the landlord is coming back. We are going to see Anthony Joshua really soon. Towards the ending of this month, you're going to see Anthony Joshua right on your screen. Let's move back to football. But before we move back to the World Cup, let's give you the transfer update, where we are having Ilan Mesler to Arsenal. That is the Leeds player. Is going to be, we are going to see him this season play for Arsenal. It's almost a done deal. It's just a matter of signing the paper and, getting his medical done. And of course, we are going to see this guy play for Arsenal next season. Then, of course, we also have Callum Wilson, who is going to Brentford. Callum Wilson has been a name in the Premier League. He has played for so many clubs. He's following Jadon Anthony as a new signing for Brentford. We know that Anthony, of course, was also signed from Burnley to Brentford. Then, of course, we have the coach who is moving. That is the former Real Madrid coach, talking about Arbeloa. Arbeloa is now confirmed the new coach of the Fulham side. That is the man, that played for Real Madrid for so long and later became a coach. But his spell with Real Madrid, I can tell you, was so short, but of course he had to move on. He didn't let that set him back. Of course, Fulham have contacted him, and we are going to see him, being the head coach of the Fulham side. And of course, still talking about transfers, we are having Trevor Chalobah, that's the Chelsea defender, is being rumored. This is still rumored. Is being rumored to be wanted by Como. That is Como FC, the side where Serge Fabregas is also in charge. So these are the rumors and updates that we have for you talking about the transfer window. Let's look at how the quarterfinal have shaped when we're talking about the FIFA World Cup. The quarterfinal, what is looking like now. We are having France versus Morocco. This is almost like an African team, because if you look at the names in the French squad, you see more of people that are of African origin. Then by down there we have Spain versus Belgium. Then by the side we have Norway versus England, and of course Argentina versus Switzerland. Of course, don't forget Switzerland played their match yesterday against Colombia. I can tell you that match was very intensified, if I may use that word. It was a match that was filled with so much intensity.
It was very late when I opened my YouTube to just check what's happening, and I see that these guys, they were dealing with themselves. Of course, Colombia missed certain chances.
Colombia was better, throughout the match.
Yeah, Switzerland really showed class. Switzerland really showed
that
class.
Was if Egypt had defended just like Switzerland, because they absorbed the pressure. Colombia kept coming forward. Luis Diaz trying to look for a way in, but Switzerland just had to soak up the pressure. They wanted that penalty. That was what I was just saying from the Swiss. They just wanted to go into that penalty. They were having more confidence in taking penalties. And at the end of the day, they came out victorious in that penalty. And it was painful to also see Lucho, that's the man we call Luis Diaz. It was painful for me to yesterday was basically painful for me. I was seeing Lucho going home, because I was not seeing Mohamed Salah going home.
Not on a fair ground.
Yes, that was why it was painful for. If the match has been on of course I like the Argentina squad themselves, but since it was not, if it was fair play and you won 3-2, I would not even be pained. But it was so painful when these guys, they struggled. You could see the struggle, the passion. They did everything, but the officiating was not in their favor. So, what will I say? Am I going to say congratulations or so sorry for the Egyptian squad who have been eliminated from the FIFA World Cup? They went home, they fought. In fact, when they say they are the Egyptians, they fought their way through. But unluckily or unfortunately for them, they had to be, powers that were over their own kind of structure, had to play, and of course, now they had to be eliminated. So this is what the quarterfinal looks like: France versus Morocco, Spain versus Belgium, Norway versus England, and Argentina versus Switzerland. These matches, of course, don't forget the final is on 19th July. The final is almost close by. We are almost how many days to 19th of July? More, let's say 11 to 12 days, and we are going to see the final. And of course, as football analysts, what is your prediction for the final? Because this is more like something you can see the structure that FIFA is trying to build up. They are trying to build up back to 2022 final. That's what I'm seeing here. Because
I told you this, but before we go into this final, let's just maybe take a moment of break.
Okay.
So that we can understand, we can see, because when I start talking about this final, we can be here till no,
the final is taking shape. For me,
seriously, I'm telling you what.
In terms of football, now you can just say this is the final.
You will see what will happen, but let's take a short break. When we return, we will go right into that.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. Now we just take a look at that final that is coming. Worldwide had to, remind us again that it looks like these two are coming back together talking about Argentina and France, they are going to play the final. And he was asking me what I think about the final.
Yeah.
Well, for me, I would tell you the truth. Argentina and France is bound to happen, even though it may not be what you think. Because
it's looking scripted right now.
It's looking scripted,
like more
but you will see at the end of the day that no matter what Morocco plays, Morocco will not qualify.
I don't think Morocco will be able to,
win France. Now, no matter what Switzerland play
against this Argentina side,
they will not qualify.
where you are not just playing Argentina, you are playing Argentina, you are playing FIFA, you are playing the officials in that match. Those are the three people you are playing. You are going to be playing Argentina. While you are playing Argentina, you are also playing FIFA. FIFA itself, they are also, then the officials, maybe they are not even trying to, they will still want to favor. So at the end of the day, you just have to play these three people. That's what the Egypt tried to do yesterday, but of course, they could not. So it's basically what is being happening. It's basically the strips. Then if Argentina now progress from this stage, whoever wins from Norway versus England, they are going to meet. They are now going to see, this Norway and England, I'm hoping that England scales through because I know England are more influential in terms of football. So I want to now see that politics. So if you are going to beat England, you have to beat them on a fair ground. There's nothing like you are going to start bringing officiating that is going to favor. It will not happen against England. You cannot tell me that in terms of power or something, you are going to favor Argentina in terms of football. England will not let you do that. They can decide to walk away from the pitch. You are the one that will have to go and beg them to continue playing that. So that is really where we are going to see if or how they are now going to do the script or how you are now going to do the officiating to now favor. So that one will now leave it for football to say, okay, this side was better. But if you are now going to be hoping on let the officials favor you, I don't think it will work in that semi-final. But till then, let's see what's going to happen. And France, of course, have a big tax. I can tell you against Morocco, it's not the one that you say is a walkover.
You see that game. I told you something now. There's nothing Morocco will play that they will win.
Don't forget the officials are from Argentina.
That's what the officials are from. There's nothing Morocco will play that they will win France.
But when the officiating now is now going towards you, you see that something can happen.
How?
When maybe something that is not worth a penalty, you see that it's being called a penalty.
It will now be Morocco.
You see that when
so that it will be Morocco, Argentina.
That's the agenda now. Because tell me why you'll be fielding 5 referees from Argentina to officiate in a game between France and Morocco, where France are like arch enemy for Argentina. So now they are looking for a way.
You want to eliminate
them quickly, let them not even get to the final. That's throughout this tournament, there is no match that the officials have been from one country. Go and look at this. Go and check. Now you are bringing in a quarter-final. How can you say all the officials? You don't even say let one come from this other country, let one come from this other country. 5 of them, one center referee, linesman, 2 linesmen, the 4th referee, then the VR, including VR, all from what is going on. I don't know how FIFA did this thing, but this thing should not repeat itself again. This is not worthy to be called a FIFA World Cup. The officiating is just, the teams are playing football, but the officiating, we are not enjoying this officiating at all. Let the best people win. Then, if it's possible, we will see Cape Verde versus Colombia final. Let it be Cape Verde versus Colombia final. We will know, yes, these people played football and got to this stage. It's not always that you want to project Argentina versus France or the Spain versus England or the big names we know already. Let the other people that are playing football enjoy football so that if you beat them, they will know. Nobody will come outside that. They will be telling you congratulations. They will be wishing you well. Look at all Egyptian players coming outside to say that the match is being rigged, that the match is being favored to one person. That's not good for football. When you finish playing football and the opponents cannot even congratulate you. They were almost fighting at the tail end of that match. In fact, if not for trying to be professional, Mohamed Salah was trying to be calming the player. They almost got into a big brawl that would have resulted to maybe banning of one country or other sanctions. But it's not fair. Let football be played on a fair ground. If you win me, I accept that you are victorious. Congratulations, good luck on your next match. But this time around, you are not seeing teams telling somebody good luck. When France won Paraguay that day, it was almost a fight that they got into. When England won, what's it called, the Mexican side, you saw red card. So at the end of the day, there is almost a fight in the. So officiating, I don't know. FIFA should look into this and let this not occur.
FIFA should look into the officiating. First of all, they should look into their decision on the overturning that was
They already know they made a mistake.
That was sponsored by President Donald Trump. No, that's, you know, so the way you're laughing at it, looks as if it's a rumor.
Yeah, sponsored. No,
it's sponsored. Like, okay. If you check CNN, if you check BBC, if you check, just check, it's there. Like,
I know
it's an official information.
Image already for allowing that decision to stand, because you cannot explain to the public.
The thing is that this is an official information.
Yeah.
So it's not hidden anyway.
There's no more hidden.
Mr. President came out to say he's the one that had to, you know.
For me, it's a shame. It's a shame in football. It's a shame that someone has to call you now.
Listen, what is a shame in that is that there was even, I won't blame Mr. President.
No, he's protecting his own side.
I won't blame him. I won't blame America. I won't blame him. I would like to make you understand that if you were in their shoes, you may try to do something like that. No, because if you have power and you know what your power can get you, then you use your power. I'm talking about the good power.
The blame now is on Infantino at the end of the day.
The blame is on the blame is on Infantino.
Yeah.
But because they are playing the World Cup, and they are playing it on the American soil. That tells you and that shows you that he may not even do a lot.
No, you should protect the image of football at the end of the day. Whether playing it on a US
or the image of football.
This thing has spoiled your image. You cannot tell me you overturned the World Cup that is being watched by all the countries.
It did not spoil his image, because
it has spoiled FIFA image. Because people have already started protesting red card now.
Because it did not spoil his image. What it spoiled was football.
Of course,
spoiled the decision making.
When he leaves this, of course, he's not going to remain the president.
Let me tell you, Infantino is not going to be the president forever.
Yes, that's what I was about to say. When he leaves, the next person that is coming, you will not say that this is the person that spoiled football. We are always going to refer to that it was Infantino that spoiled football.
But I'm saying that football decision has been dealt with, and a lot of people are going to apply, and it is one of the
Imagine now when you get red card, you go and apply. When you get red card, you go and apply.
We're going to see what happens in the leagues, and as the tide turns around. This is where we are calling it a wrap on this edition of Aneke TV Sports. Thank you very much for watching. We'd like you to go to our YouTube and tell us what you think about this, and also to give us your honest review about the FIFA and the next World Cup big guy. This is where it is coming to an end, and until I come your way, same time, same station on Aneke TV. I am Good Hope Chukwuma, the Sports Oracle.
All right, I remember your humble host worldwide saying, have a lovely Wednesday. Bye-bye.
Like ours, each day is dark as the night. Since we have ended, I just pretend I have a reason to live. It's sad how the seasons change.
In every age of human organization, there exists a question older than modern management itself: what makes a system endure? Not merely to grow, not merely to succeed, but to remain strong, coherent, and alive under pressure. The answer, again and again, returns to one principle: teamwork. But not teamwork as slogan, teamwork as structure, teamwork as philosophy, teamwork as the hidden architecture of what we call a virile organization. To describe an organization as virile is to speak beyond growth metrics. It is to speak of resilience, the capacity to absorb shock without collapse, to innovate without disintegration, to expand without losing identity. A virile organization does not merely function, it endures intelligently. And within that endurance lies a paradox. No single mind, however brilliant, can sustain it alone. In Japan, the philosophy of continuous improvement finds expression in Toyota. Here, strength is not concentrated at the top. It is distributed across every worker who is empowered to halt production in the pursuit of quality. A system where even the smallest voice can protect the integrity of the whole. In the United States, Google operates through a different but related logic, cross-functional collaboration, where engineers, designers, and researchers converge not as isolated experts but an interconnected problem solvers. The philosophical implication is profound. Intelligence, when shared, becomes structural power. A virile organization is tested not in comfort but in disruption. At Amazon, small autonomous teams, often described as two pizza teams, operate like cells within a living organism. Each unit carries responsibility, yet none carries the entire burden of collapse. When crises arise, the system bends but does not break. This is not efficiency alone, it is distributed survival. At Apple, innovation is not chaotic eruption, it is disciplined convergence. Hardware, software, and design teams move like instruments in a single symphony. It is in such coordination creativity is not reduced, it is refined. Across emerging markets, Flutterwave demonstrates a similar principle. Its expansion across complex financial landscapes is sustained not by individual brilliance alone, but by coordinated teams navigating engineering, regulation, and partnerships as a unified system. Here, teamwork becomes something more subtle, the acts of controlled ambition. A virile organization is not held together by structure alone, but by belief. At Microsoft, a cultural shift towards collaboration redefined its internal logic. Competition was replaced with shared problem solving. Silos gave way to systems. And in that transformation, performance returned not as pressure, but as consequence of alignment. Even in smaller ecosystems, newsrooms, startups, and digital collectives in cities like Lagos and Port Harcourt, teamwork determines whether creativity becomes fragmented noise or coordinated impact. Culture, then, is not soft, it is infrastructure made invisible. Complex decisions demand more than intelligence, they demand perspectives. From global consulting systems to public health coordination frameworks, such as Nigeria's epidemic response structures, teamwork reduces error not by eliminating disagreement, but by organizing it. Here, disagreement becomes data and dialogue becomes precision. A virile organization is not defined by how loudly it rises, but how long it remains coherent under pressure. Teamwork in its highest form is not coordination, it is coexistence structured towards purpose. It transforms individuals into systems, systems into resilience, and resilience into continuity. And in that transformation lies a quiet truth. No organization becomes strong alone, it becomes stronger together.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals, they were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science,
A good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I'm Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines this morning, President Tinubu orders ICPC probe into alleged fake federal agency. Senate rejects rehabilitation of repentant Boko Haram fighters. On the foreign scene, U.S. launches airstrikes on more than 30 targets in Iran. On business, FAN cautions states against unviable airport projects. Now the news in details. Persistent heavy rainfall has triggered severe flooding across parts of Lagos State, submerging homes, disrupting transportation and forcing residents in several communities to contend with rising flood waters. The flooding follows an earlier flash flood alert issued by the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, warning that sustained rainfall during the first 10 days of July could result in flooding across 27 states of the Federation. NIMET attributed the situation to continuous rainfall recorded throughout June, which has left the soil heavily saturated and significantly reduced its capacity to absorb additional water. The agency has advised residents in flood-prone areas to remain vigilant, avoid unnecessary movement during heavy rainfall, and strictly observe safety advisories as the peak of the rainy season continues. The Senate has rejected calls for the rehabilitation and reintegration of repentant Boko Haram members, insisting that those responsible for acts of terrorism must be prosecuted in accordance with the law. The position emerged during deliberations on a motion concerning the increasing attacks on security personnel following the death of retired Major General Rabiu Abubakar, who died in captivity after being abducted by bandits in Katsina State. Contributing to the debate, Senator Adams Oshomole argued that rehabilitation programs should not take precedence over justice for victims of terrorism, while other lawmakers called for tougher measures against violent criminal groups. The Senate also adopted resolutions urging stronger intelligence gathering, improved interagency collaboration, and wider deployment of modern surveillance technology. Senate leader, Senator Petermbah Bamidele, proposed that a delegation brief President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the legislative's concern over the country's security situation. The Enugu State Police Command has impounded 195 vehicles during a statewide enforcement operation targeting violations of vehicle registration and number plate regulations. The exercise, led by the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Maman Bitrus Giwa, focused on vehicles without valid registration, those displaying only one number plates, and vehicles using covered, defaced, or unauthorized number plates. The command said all offenders would be prosecuted in line with existing laws, describing the operation as part of efforts to strengthen public safety and curb criminal activities involving unidentifiable vehicles. The commissioner warned that the enforcement exercise will continue across the state and cautioned police personnel against extortion or misconduct, stressing that any officer found compromising the operation would face disciplinary action. Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti has warned school administrators and teachers against extorting money from pupils and parents, saying offenders will face disciplinary action. The governor gave the warning during the inauguration of the Obos Central Smart School in Obakala, Umuahia South local government area, where he reaffirmed his administration's commitment to transparency and quality education. Dr. Oti also appealed to community leaders to protect public school infrastructure from vandalism, noting that the state government is investing in smart schools across all local government areas to improve learning outcomes. Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, who commissioned the project, commended the Abia State government for prioritizing education, describing investment in modern learning facilities as critical to national development. A woman has been arrested in Enugu over the alleged assault of a young child after reportedly severing one of the child's toes with a razor blade. The incident occurred in the coal camp area of Enugu, where members of the local neighborhood watch apprehended the suspect before handing her over for further investigation. Authorities have yet to disclose the motive behind the alleged attack, while details regarding the child's medical condition have not been officially released. Police investigations are ongoing to establish the full circumstances surrounding the incident and determine the appropriate charges against the suspect. President Bola Tinubu has directed the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, to investigate the activities of the alleged Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. According to the presidency, the organization has no legal backing, but was allocated about 1.3 billion naira in the 2026 Appropriation Act. The president has given the commission 30 days to determine how the agency gained official recognition. The investigation centers on Mr. Adeyemi Matthew, who allegedly presented himself as the council's Director General using forged appointment letters and other falsified official documents. Meanwhile, Senate spokesperson, Senator Yemi Adaramodu, said the National Assembly bears no responsibility for verifying executive appointments during budget consideration, maintaining that the matter falls within the executive arm and is already before the Federal High Court. The chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Mr. Ola Olukoyede, has handed over 1,452 recovered items to the Federal Ministry of Education for distribution to schools nationwide. The items include 501 bunk beds, 939 mattresses, and 12 wooden beds, with mattresses recovered during Operation Eagle Flush, a nationwide anti-cybercrime operation conducted in late 2024. Mr. Olukoyede said the operation resulted in the arrest of 792 suspects, including 193 foreign nationals, all of whom were prosecuted, convicted, and, where applicable, deported after serving their sentences. Receiving the items in Abuja, Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, commended the initiative, while the EFCC chairman said recovered assets would continue to be redirected towards projects that deliver direct benefits to Nigerians. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, has alleged that former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai breached the conditions attached to a court-approved medical visit while in the commission's custody. The commission also announced the arrest of his personal physician, Professor Bello Abubakar, over alleged false statements conducted with the medical visit. ICPC spokesperson, Mr. John Ode, said the medical appointment was approved in compliance with a court order, but alleged that photographs later surfaced on social media showing Mr. El-Rufai receiving visitors during the period approved solely for medical consultation. The commission maintained that it has treated all suspects in its custody professionally and in accordance with the law, adding that the matter remains before the Kaduna State High Court, where proceedings have been adjourned until July 15, 2026. You're watching news around the globe, coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube, at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. President Tinubu orders ICPC probe into alleged fake federal agency. Senate rejects rehabilitation of repentant Boko Haram fighters. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene. U.S. launches strikes on more than 80 targets in Iran. On business, FAN cautions states against unviable airport project. Do stay with us.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. The United States has launched a fresh round of military strikes against Iran after accusing Tehran of violating a ceasefire by attacking 3 commercial oil tankers transiting the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. Central Command says more than 80 military targets were hit, including air defense systems, command and control facilities, coastal radar installations, anti-ship missile sites, and dozens of Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps boats operating near the strategic waterway. The United States has also revoked a license that previously allowed limited Iranian oil exports, intensifying economic pressure on Tehran. Iranian authorities condemned the attacks as a violation of the ceasefire and warned that the country reserves the right to respond. The renewed hostilities have pushed global oil prices higher and heightened concerns over the security of international shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most important energy corridors. Leaders of North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO member states, have opened their summit in Ankara, Turkey, amid renewed tensions over defense spending, European security, and the future direction of the alliance. United States President Donald Trump renewed his call for European allies to assume greater responsibility for regional defense, while criticizing countries he said have failed to meet agreed military spending commitments. He also repeated his controversial position that Greenland should come under U.S. control, prompting an immediate rejection from Denmark. Danish President Mette Frederiksen reaffirmed that Greenland is not for sale and stressed that its future must be determined by the Greenlandic people. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte urged member states to remain united as the alliance addresses security challenges posed by Russia, instability in the Middle East, and emerging global threats. The 2-day summit is expected to focus on defense investments, military-industrial cooperation, continued support for Ukraine, and strengthening NATO's long-term deterrence capabilities across Europe. The conflict between the United States and Iran has intensified after Iran announced strikes targeting American military facilities in Bahrain and Kuwait in retaliation for recent U.S. attacks on Iranian positions. The latest escalation follows U.S. Central Command's confirmation that American forces struck more than 80 targets across southern Iran, including over 60 Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps speedboats, radar installations, missile sites, and other military assets. The strikes came after 3 commercial oil tankers were targeted in the strategic Strait of Hormuz. Iranian state media reported that the U.S. attacks hit Qasem Island, Bandar Abbas, and Sirik, leaving several people injured by shrapnel. While Tehran has denied responsibility for the tanker attacks, Iranian officials accused Washington of violating a ceasefire agreement reached last month. Meanwhile, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte defended the U.S. military action, describing it as necessary and accused Iran of breaching the ceasefire through attacks on commercial shipping. However, Iran's parliament speaker, Mohammad Baghai Ghalibaf, insisted that it was the United States that violated the Memorandum of Understanding signed between both countries, further raising tensions across the Gulf region. The Senate Committee on Regional Development has raised concerns over the spending pattern of the Northwest Development Commission after financial records show that a significant portion of its expenditure went to board allowances. During an oversight session at the National Assembly, lawmakers disclosed that out of about 1.19 billion naira spent by the Commission, 943 million naira was used for board-related expenses, representing nearly 79% of total expenditure. The committee questioned the absence of executive directors in the Commission and expressed concern over delays in staff recruitment and implementation of development projects across the Northwest region. Minister of State for Regional Development, Alhaji Ubar Amadu, attributed the challenges to the lack of a full management structure, while Governing Board Chairman, Professor Abdullahi Majai, defended the expenditure as legitimate. The committee later proceeded into a closed-door session for further deliberations. Tricycle operators in Anambra State have appealed to Governor Professor Chukwu Masaludo to intervene over what they described as persistent extortion, multiple taxation, and harassment by illegal revenue collectors. The appeal was made by the Anambra Keke Drivers Forum, whose chairman, Mr. Ifeanyi Okafor, alleged that operators are compelled to make daily payments ranging from 400 naira to 1,000 naira to suspected touts, in addition to approved government levies. The forum also claimed that reports made to the Anambra State Anti-Touting Agency have not yielded the desired response, raising concerns over the continued activities of illegal revenue collectors. The operators further appealed to the state government to review existing transport policies, reduce multiple charges, and allow them to establish an independent union to regulate their activities. The Managing Director of the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, Mrs. Olubunmi Kuku, has advised state government to undertake comprehensive feasibility studies before embarking on airport construction projects. Speaking at an aviation stakeholders forum, Mrs. Kuku said airport development requires substantial investments beyond terminal buildings, including aviation security, firefighting facilities, and other critical safety infrastructure needed to meet international standards. She noted that Nigeria recorded about 17.5 million air passengers in 2025, despite a population estimated at more than 220 million, indicating that air travel remains a relatively small segment of the country's transportation system. Mrs. Kuku urged state governments to stimulate economic activities such as agriculture, tourism, and manufacturing that would generate substantial sustainable passenger and cargo traffic, while also investing in road and rail infrastructure to improve regional connectivity. And on to sports. Argentina has booked a place in the quarterfinals of the FIFA World Cup after defeating Egypt 3-2 in an entertaining round of 16 encounter. Captain Lionel Messi endured an early setback after his first half penalty was saved by Egyptian goalkeeper Mustafa Shobair, following the opening goal scored by Yasser Ibrahim. According to football statistics provider Opta, the missed penalty made Messi the first player to miss 2 penalties during regulation time in a single FIFA World Cup tournament. Despite the disappointment, Messi recovered a score later in the match as Argentina completed a spirited comeback to keep their title ambitions alive. On entertainment news, Nollywood actor Jim Iyke has sparked widespread discussion after sharing his views on education and wealth creation during an appearance on Joy Akan's podcast. The actor argued that while education remains important, practical business knowledge, mentorship, and real-life experience have played a greater role in his personal financial success than formal academic qualifications. Jim I recounted meeting one of his former university lecturers during a recent flight, using the experience to illustrate his belief that financial success is not determined solely by educational attainment. He also noted that many of the world's successful entrepreneurs built their wealth outside conventional academic pathways, while acknowledging that education continues to provide valuable opportunities for personal and professional development. And now to end the news, the main point again. President Bola Tinubu has directed the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, to investigate the alleged inclusion of a fictitious federal agency, the Federal Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, in the 2026 Appropriation Act. The President has directed and given the Anti-Graft Agency 30 days to establish how the agency secured a budgetary allocation despite having no legal status. The Senate has rejected proposals to rehabilitate repentant Boko Haram members, maintaining that individuals involved in terrorism should be prosecuted in accordance with the law. The resolution followed deliberations on the country's security situation and renewed calls for stronger intelligence gathering and enhanced collaboration among security agencies. On the foreign scene, the United States has carried out airstrikes on more than 80 military targets in Iran, following attacks on commercial oil tankers in the Straits of Hormuz. And on the business scene, the Managing Director of the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, Mrs. Olubunmi Kuku, has advised state governments to conduct comprehensive economic and feasibility studies before embarking on airport projects. And that concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube, at Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a good morning.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
In the heart of southwestern Nigeria lies Osun State, a land where history, spirituality, and modern life converge. From ancient groves to growing cities, Osun tells a story deeply rooted in Yoruba civilization. Osun State, created in 1991, is home to Osogbo, its capital city, a fast-developing urban center surrounded by rolling hills, farmlands, and rivers that have sustained communities for generations. At the edge of Osogbo lies the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the last remaining sacred forests in Yoruba culture. Dedicated to Osun, the goddess of fertility, the grove is both a spiritual sanctuary and a living museum of tradition. For centuries, Osun has remained a stronghold of Yoruba identity, where festivals, art, and spirituality are woven into everyday life. The annual Osun-Osogbo festival draws thousands of pilgrims from across the world, celebrating faith, renewal, and cultural continuity. Beyond its sacred heritage, Osogbo is a growing city where tradition meets modern commerce. Markets bustle with traders selling textiles, food, and crafts, reflecting the entrepreneurial spirits of its people. Osun State is also a center of education, home to institutions such as Obafemi Awolowo University in nearby Ile-Ife and Osun State University, shaping the next generation of leaders. Young people here represent a bridge between tradition and innovation. In Ile-Ife, mythology and history intertwine, believed to be the spiritual birthplace of the Yoruba people. It remains one of Africa's most culturally significant ancient cities. Bronze works and archaeological discoveries here continue to attract global attention. Agriculture remains the backbone of Osun's economy. Cocoa, yam, cassava, and maize farming sustain rural communities across the state. In recent years, small-scale industries and digital entrepreneurship have begun reshaping its economic landscape. Like many Nigerian states, Osun continues to balance development with tradition, investing in infrastructure, education, and healthcare to improve the lives of its people. From sacred groves to modern cities, Osun State remains a living testament to Nigeria's cultural depth and evolving future. A place where heritage is not only remembered, but lived.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
beautiful morning to you this Wednesday morning, the 8th day of July 2026. Welcome to Sunrise. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai, saying good morning to you, our global audience, and to you, our wonderful viewers across the globe as well, wherever you are, at home, in your office or in transit. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, we understand that we are going right into the peak of the rainy season. The rain, it's becoming more frequent and regrettably more, devastating. It's destroying things. But then again, it's the season. I hope that people are taking cautions. If you are prone to cover up, these things are things that we can avoid and things we can control. And this morning we're starting off with our quote for today. Our quote this morning is from Mahatma Gandhi. The true test of a country's greatness is how it treats its most vulnerable. Now, whenever I read out this quote, sometimes it just hits home. It makes I see some of them, rather personal. And this morning, the quote this morning is quite apt. It's quite direct. It's quite, heavy on the lips. That the test of a true country, of a country's greatness, to determine the greatness of any country, any society, is in the way they treat the most vulnerable, is in the way they treat the less privileged, is the way they treat the least in the society. That's the true test of any country's greatness. That's the true test of productivity. That's the true test of capability. That's the true test of governance. If you are able to take care, not just to relegate, not just to acknowledge, to put them into consideration, to make sure that they are part of whatever decision you make, the most vulnerable in society. That's the true test Gandhi is reminding us this morning of a country's greatness. Yes,
this is quite apt coming from Mahatma Gandhi. And before I start talking about the wider society, it reflects in how we treat the people around us. So, Ochoma, how was the best day yesterday? You stole away to celebrate the birthday without waiting for us to join you in cutting the cake. So how did it go?
Nothing happened, actually. I mean, yes, the day started off well, but as every other day, it was just another Tuesday in the neighborhood. So,
all right.
I'm still hopeful. I'm still hopeful that Mr. Uche would probably get a present.
Is he a bet month? And then
eventually.
What a better present than the gift of word and prayers? And we've offered that in quantum. So, turning to the quote this morning, the true test of a country's greatness is how it treats its most vulnerables. And this credited to Mahatma Gandhi, the great man himself who cares, and sacrificed himself for the, independence that India enjoys today through non-violent methods. And here he's telling us about what makes a country great. And I will take this in two folds. One is from the perspective of Mahatma Gandhi. How do we treat the vulnerable amongst us? And who are the vulnerable? You look at the downtrodden in the society, the have-nots. When you do a classification of society, it's always divided amongst the elite. And then those are the lower rung of the doctor. And the point remains, how do we treat these people in our society? What do we provide for them? What do we do for them? We'll talk about the basic amenities. And it's quite fundamental that this is the conversation in Nigeria about how we care about our vulnerable. And in most cases, you look at what do we do in terms of education. Because when someone is mentally underdeveloped, the person is incapacitated, the person is among the vulnerable in the society, have we provided adequate platform to get people across Nigeria educated? Is education affordable? What are we doing in area of healthcare? How are we providing job for our youthful populace? A lot of issues. And here Mahatma Gandhi is calling our attention that how we cater for our people, how we care for Nigerians is what will distinguish us, above every other country. That's the mark of greatness. And I tell you, makes the United States of America so great is that it gives you hope and it cares for every citizen, such that you feel this hope, that is so tangible that you feel you can touch it. That's what makes America great, that is caring for all. There is a home for all its citizens, and they look for hope with love, cherish what the country has to offer. And then at the other side, we are talking about the people. It's so pathetic that when we are talking about how we're treating the vulnerable in our society, where and what fate bequeaths the children that we've left in captivity. What are we doing to bring them home? This is a typical example of what Mahatma Gandhi had in mind when he made this great speech, this great statement. And in lieu of this, there's another side to it, Ochamba. When we're talking about the vulnerable, keep looking at the lower rung of the ladder. We'll have to look up sometimes. Those are the hem of affairs, talk about suffering to make things work. They make a lot of sacrifice. So they are disadvantaged. And this is where I call on the Nigerian people that, yes, we need to show care and the greatness in our nation in using our ballot to send some of them to retirement so that they can take adequate rest. Yes, when we talk about the sickness or the crisis with ulcer, the stomach ulcer that you have, a lot of people are suffering from this condition, orchestrated by either abuse of drugs or starvation. And in this case, let's look at starvation. You have two individuals who are suffering from the same condition. One is suffering as a result of being malnourished through hunger, whereas the other person is suffering from overfeeding. And here we are calling those who are suffering, as a result of malnutrition and hunger, to help the one who is suffering as a result of overfeeding to get home and get some exercise and relax. Yes, that's equally true mark of greatness. If we can get our PVCs, and then when the time comes, we are able to look at these individuals at the helm of affairs, who have sacrificed enough for our society, who have not led us beyond where we were when we elected them, and rather have taken us back. We can show that greatness in coming to their rescue by sending them into retirement. Yes, that way we will show that we are a caring nation, and is a step forward to greatness.
Truly, it's a step forward to greatness. That's our quote this morning from Mahatma Gandhi. The true test of a country's greatness is how it treats its most vulnerable. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be reading out the weather update for the day. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, and want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Let's take a look at the weather across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Anambra State. The day in Anambra starts warm and calm, with morning temperatures between 24 and 26 degrees Celsius. As the day progresses, it could become hot and humid, reaching 31 and 32 degrees Celsius. Thick clouds may gather later in the afternoon, bringing thunderstorms and steady rainfall before evening. Nighttime will be cooler and fresh after the rain.
Good morning, Diko City, and welcome to Enugu. The day in Enugu may start likely cool calm and cloudy, making it one of the most comfortable mornings in the southeast. Morning temperatures range between 23 to 24 degrees Celsius, rising to about 29 to 30 degrees Celsius in the afternoon. We may expect showers and thunderstorms from late afternoon into the evening, with cool weather returning at night.
The day in Ebonyi State starts warm and bright with morning temperatures of 24 and 26 degrees Celsius. It will become hotter than most southeast states, peaking at 32 to 33 most likely during the afternoon. Expect heavy cloud buildup, gusty winds and thunderstorms later in the day before temperatures ease at night.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to the jiving city of Owerri. The day in Imo may likely begin mild and cloudy, with morning temperatures of 23 to 25 degrees Celsius. Afternoon conditions will likely be warm and humid, reaching 30 to 31 degrees Celsius. Rain showers and thunderstorms are likely later in the day, bringing cooler evening conditions around 23 to 24 degrees Celsius.
And lastly, in Abia State, the day opens warm with plenty of clouds, as temperatures stay between 23 and 25 degrees Celsius during the morning. Afternoon temperatures may climb to 30 to 31, followed by moderate rainfall and thunderstorms towards evening. The night will be cool and damp after the said rain.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, and do keep an umbrella handy. But remember, either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And that's your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us, please.
You're welcome back. All right, we're starting off. We're going straight into our newspaper headlines and analysis for today. And the stories we shall be looking at this morning are from The Punch, The Vanguard, The Daily Guide, and The Daily Sun, and of course, The Guardian newspaper.
And joining us this morning, as always, is Aneke TV's in-house analyst with deeper insight, Mr. Res Arum. Mr. Res, a pleasure to have you this morning.
Thank you for having me, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, starting off from the Punch headlines. The headline reads, Fake Agencies Scandal. Tinubu orders 30-day ICPC probe. Senate rejects blame. Tinubu orders 30-day ICPC probe. Senate rejects blame. President Bola Tinubu yesterday directed the ICPC, that's the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences, to conduct a thorough investigation into the activities of the fictitious Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council and all related matters, demanding a comprehensive report within 30 days. Now, this report is directed to investigate the forged appointment letters and official government documents allegedly used by Adeniyi Matthew, also to cover false claim of presidential appointment to seek or obtain official recognition and diplomatic support, including visa facilitation, as well as the opening of multiple bank accounts in the names of these purported government agencies using these forged documents. Whereas the Senate has denied and said, if it's not genuine, how come they were able to get these allocations that they've gotten?
It is even laughable somehow, much as a lot of complaint has come from various quarters in Nigeria about the claim and the counterclaim of a fake agency that has been built into the budget and given an office at the National Secretariat and all that. You see, it is, we're beginning to now look at a system that has decayed over time. Because how could, if it is fake, for instance, how could it happen all through that even the security agencies were unable to do the needful in identifying and doing a run on offices that are attached to the presidency. That means they're loose. If they had planned to even assassinate the president, it could have worked, because you can see that the intelligence around the presidency is loose. You can see that clearly. Okay, well, for the first time that that matter came up, the president has just made a categorical statement where he has ordered an investigation into the matter, and a thorough investigation into the matter. It is no longer the investigation that was done by police and the other agencies of government, which resulted in the arraignment of Matthew Adeni to court. How could Matthew Adeni be taken to court alone? These letters or many documents were forged. Now, let me even start from the Senate. At committee level, budgets from the executives are defended by agencies and parastatals. Ministries, agencies, and parastatals. They come there to defend their budgets, naturally. That's the way, that's the process. It's not about getting budget from executive and it is passed. No. You scrutinize it. And that's where these organizations will come. So the question remains, who defended the PFIPC's budget, where they eventually gave them water? And if you say that these things are not existing, yes, the chief of staff has been, has been called in. In fact, they said chief of staff knows about it, and the chief of staff is denying he doesn't know. He's denying he doesn't know. Ademi's witness died in a hotel, and they said fire broke out and killed him in a hotel. Now, Ademi is in hiding. He has been arraigned in the court, but he's into hiding, and according to him, he's not well. So what is the problem with Nigeria? Now, the ICPC has a whole lot of work on their hands to do. Civil servants were deployed from the federal service, that is the office of the head of agencies and parastatals, that is Public Service Commission. About many civil servants, I can't say exact number presently, but they were deployed into that office. He wanted to go to Canada, he went to the office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and they approved his trip to go to Canada on behalf of Nigeria. And of course, he must have been funded by Nigeria. So when you do all these fundings and all that, and then those people in government come back to tell us they don't even know anything about it. So who is pushing these things to work for him? If Ademi is all alone in this scenario, in this situation, who are the people pushing? Who are people who did? Who are those people wearing hoods? They were pushing most of these forged, so-called forged documents. And these are part of the questions one will ask. So the ICPC has a real big job on their hands to be able to, and I just pray that there won't be any compromises along the line, some people, okay, but they be implicated in the present. That is the only person we know he has openly implicated, has threatened to go to court on a 10 billion libel suit against Ademi. So it is, in fact, the story is not palatable. It is not a story that promotes the integrity of a country called Nigeria. It is a story that demeans Nigeria. It is a story that has brought Nigeria down from the sublime level to a ridiculous level. Because how can anybody even talk about a situation like that? They went to Senate, and Senate is now beginning to say, well, we have nothing to do with budgets, the federal government, I mean the ministries, agencies and so on, the Office of Budget will do it, and then they do a cover note and push it to the Senate, and then we pass. That is what spokespersons, persons that spoke on behalf of the Senate were saying. But they have not addressed the issue that these agencies and parastatals sit within committee level to defend those budgets. So you now ask, who is the head of the committee on budgeting? And what happened during the budgeting? How did you get in 1.3 billion into the budget? Of course, the issue about the opening of accounts, whether the presidency lied or otherwise, is still part of the investigation, because the Accountant General of the Office of the Accountant General of the Federal have all come out to say there was no account opened, yes, because they were unable to get through some of the things that has to be done before an account will be opened. So the agency has no account, real account opened anywhere, in the central bank or any of the other banks, wherever. So, and now you see there are, things that are not working. Initially they said the open account. Presently, it is all from the part of the government, the Office of the Accountant General, that no account was opened and all that. So until the FCC comes out with whatever reports or whatever findings, then Nigerians will begin to know. But certain persons have also accused the federal government that government is supposed to be accountable. There's supposed to be transparency. There's supposed to be intelligence. Before an appointment is even made, a background check is done on the individuals that have been so nominated for the appointment. You do a background check. But we have not seen any such thing by the security agency. And that's why I said, how could anything come into the presidency and be running around the presidency until we got to this point that even the intelligence unit of the presidency could not openly understand, or they chose not to open up, probably because there were certain influences around the corner that has tried to, cover what is happening. These are the two factors. It's either they know, because I wonder how they will not know. Are you saying that if Adeyemi and cohorts were planning to maybe assassinate the president, that they wouldn't know? That is, there will be such a loophole for such thing to happen within the presidency.
All right. Very well said.
Yes. Honestly, this story is beginning to sound like one of those stories you read off a novel or something you've seen off a film. Because tell me why two persons are caught up in a huddle and the one arm or the one superior authority is not looking into both parties. I mean, you decided to let the ICPC probe into Adeniyi's claims and all that is associated with the supposed fictitious agency, why aren't you considering the person that was alleged? I mean, there are two parties to a crime, whether it's true or not. Like I always say, there are three sides to a truth: your truth, my truth, and the actual truth. So if Adeniyi is insisting that, oh, look at what me and this man did do, and then you've decided to go this extent. Yesterday we read in the papers that his father was arrested, and then we've heard of the person that died in the hotel room. These are all people in his camp. I'm not saying you might want to invest so much attention seeing that he's a federal government appointee, but then again there ought to be some level of interrogation on his part, something to give credence to the neutrality and transparency of the dealings of the presidency, not coming out to wholly you're targeting all your investigation and you're probing into one party, forgetting the other party. And this said party is also this other party is now standing as a witness to the supposed case that he's been alleged of. So it's just sounding off like one story that is being told to people that do not understand how things play out. So if you want us to understand the full, let both parties be involved. Let us see that both parties are being probed to whatever extent it has to go.
All right, that's very well said. Mr. Reyes, we have to call a spade in this country. And in calling a spade, and if one understands how Nigeria functions, a spin on this story will not work. Yes, Mr. President may be seen to have done the right thing by, engaging the ICPC to probe within a timeline of 30 days. When we see things like this, we may begin to clap and say, yes, that's the way to go. But if you understand how Nigeria works, and I understand that many Nigerians, their perception of government agencies is not encouraging. When you do a survey, you would discover that the institutions of government, especially the ones saddled with, handling issues around crimes of financial nature, the ICPC, abuse of office, and EFCC, that the generality of Nigerians may not give them above 50%, trust level. And these are the agencies now that government is being saddled with uncovering the truth on this very issue. No, I, for one, would disagree. And I will say that categorically, without fear of equivocation. One would think that what government would do at this time, if the police attempt at hunting the said, man, Adeyemi, who is now ghost, and the head of this very fake agency, by arresting his father, that should be interpreted as intimidation, because they've not come out publicly to tell us that the father was complicit in his affairs of having this ghost agency. But that, be that as it may, Mr. Reyes, what every Nigerian, and if government want to be seen to be doing the right thing and coming, with clean hands and above board like Caesar's wife, what government should be doing, and I suppose that's where the direction Mr. President would go, being that this situation, is happening just to the closest proximity to his office and his person, to institute an inquiry, a public inquiry, headed by seasoned, reputable, perhaps retired justices across various boards, instigate a public commission of inquiry to look into this matter. Let it be publicly uncovered, so that Nigerians will follow the individuals who are involved in this. Telling ICPC will be seen as another act of cover-up from the government angle, because you've rightly stated there are two parties to this. And should these individuals plan, like you rightly alluded to harm the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, are you telling me that intelligence will not be able to uncover that? Why are we speaking in riddles and going round in circles when there are obvious facts? Is either it exists or it doesn't. We've talked about budgeting, and there are committees. For there to be a budget, there is an agency. These are primary mathematics. And if there is an agency, there has to be a head of that agency. So what are we being told? That a certain Adeyemi wakes up one morning, assumes the head of a ghost agency, and somehow it enters into the line items in budgeting presented before the National Assembly, in a National Assembly that has a committee that was with the oversight function to detect such anomalies. We were talking about budget padding. You remember quite well during budgeting. Yeah. It was an issue. And here, a phantom agency has money budgeted for it. And you rightly submitted. Who are the individuals that defended it? And in the Senate, he said nobody did. That they were just written to. Who appended his signature to that? These are the issues that needs to be, uncovered. And in saddling ICPC with this may not be enough. The government has to come with clean hands, like Caesar's wife, and be seen to be without dent on this very issue. Because right now, it doesn't just talk about ordinary corruption. It deals with the very sacred institution that this nation is founded upon, the sacred seat of authority in our nation. And any individual that has to be around or in close proximity to the president himself and the office of the president has to be one with clean hands. And if he has to come to equity, then he has to equally come with even cleaner hands. The police are lining the first accused person by this very individual as the prosecution witness. When has justice began to, be blindfolded with two eyes and then taking sides on issue? Because that's what it means. Without accusing any very individual, the police, if they are allowed to, should tell us on what ground they've investigated and found out that they've said 400 million has nothing to do with the first prosecution witness in this very matter. So there are a whole lot of issues. We cited a man that somehow death happened to him in a hotel room. This man has come out publicly to allege that he is not safe. Who is giving us assurance that if he appears and presents himself to ICPC, that he would not meet untimely fate, that an accident may not occur on his way to answer to the agency? So there are a whole lot of issues here. The Chief of Staff to Mr. President needs to come clean and tell us what is association. And you can't tell me that intelligence in this nation has gone so comatose that we won't be able to pick trails. We are talking about bank accounts. We are talking about having an office in the National Federal Secretariat. There are things that don't add up. And then, not conceding or accusing anyone. Then when you watch trajectory of appointments in this administration, like in previous administration, where we say that appointments take certain coloration, then there is an Adeyemi. It may not be far-fetched from the pattern. So we do not need to, hang this under the cover of ICPC or EFCC. There has to be a public inquiry in this matter. Let us know the very individuals who are involved, because this is a crime of the highest nature against the Nigerian state. Because it deals with the very, institution, the reputation of our president. It doesn't matter who is our president. Is the individual should be so cherished and so protected from any dent. And why is the accused at this instant still hiding when he has come out publicly to say that he has more documents, more evidence? And then, Mr. Ress, where does it happen in this nation that you have an individual having access to the secretary to the government of the federation, that he wants to go to Canada and represent who? In what capacity? And he was issued authentication to that effect. And here we are speaking grammar. No. It's high time we tell ourselves the truth as a nation and hide ourselves in shame in the manner we are handling this, because we need to come out publicly and tell the world that we are serious, that we are a nation that abhors corruption, that this administration, like it has given the order, would not hide any, respect any sacred cow, and then be forthright in saying that justice is done. And the people who are so disadvantaged, who are unjustly treated in this matter, are the Nigerian people, because these are common patrimony. Because we have people who are in schools but are unable to afford fees. We have lecturers who complain about low remuneration. We have individuals in Nigeria who cannot talk about 24-hour power supply. We have Nigerians who pay out of pocket for petroleum products, high cost of transportation, high cost of staple food prices, and we are talking about 400 million bribe. Then not to talk about the billion that was budgeted, and we are speaking grammar on it, Mr. S. No, it leaves much to be desired beyond the ICPC, because like you rightly submitted, there is a group of individuals who believe that ICPC handling this matter is an attempt to cover the issue and then bury it without much fanfare. No, this very issue has to be buried with fanfare. Adeyemi has to be listened to, and we have to guarantee his safety, and he has to speak in public, let us know, and then present the facts and evidence. At the end of the day, if he is guilty, let him face the law. But no individual should be sacred enough not to be touched if they are guilty in this very instance, and every head, every hand that is involved should be allowed to roll. That's the part that Mr. President should do on this matter.
Okay, that's all on that story. Move over to the next. The next story is from the Guardian newspaper, and the headline reads, on insecurity, halt rehabilitations, try Boko Haram members. Senate tells federal government, halt rehabilitations and try Boko Haram members. Now, this is the Senate has urged the federal government to halt the policy of rehabilitation and reintegration of former Boko Haram members into society, and to ensure that these perpetrators are instead arrested and made to face the full wrath of the law. That these are people that have not repented. These are people that have attacked, abducted, and killed several people, including the most recent death of retired General Rabi. So they're saying instead of reintegrating and reintegration and rehabilitation, they should be tried, arrested, and tried according to all the full extent of the Nigerian law.
I think this position is a position that many Nigerians had earlier submitted before the federal government of Nigeria. It is a position commentators, analysts, and what have you, even international commentators, have kicked against. A situation where the federal government and some state governments collaborate to talk about repentant Boko Haram members, to rehabilitate, to de-radicalize, and then put them back to the society. And sometimes the military on their own kicked against even giving them an opportunity to serve in the military or the security, in the security department of government. They've kicked against it. They tell you who is repented. How are you sure they are repented? Who are the experts that have been able to look at these individuals from a psychological perspective, that they have been de-radicalized, or that they have fully changed their ways of life. How do you come about that? It's just a jamboree where government spend money, do some sports. I call it sports. That's where they do some sports, spend money, amidst fanfare, cook a lot of food, beautiful food for them, and all that. And after doing that, they come back to begin to reintegrate them to the society. And we have seen situations where even those that were said to have been reintegrated into our society were caught in the act of terrorism again. People who had been, rehabilitated and, of course, reintegrated were caught in the act of terrorism. It happened in Katsina. There were people that were seen to have been freed by government and said that they are no longer part of any terrorist act, were caught actually doing the same thing again, which means that the idea about rehabilitation and reintegration is just, it cannot hold. It's a waste of time. Therefore, government should prepare themselves to make their correctional center good enough to have anybody that is convicted of any crime to be able to answer for such crime, answering full weight of the law. Whatever the law says, I know that some people are even sentenced to death. I know some people are given life sentences. His government is afraid of funding the correctional centers in Nigeria. Then let them now say that Nigeria has failed. But that is the only way you can stop the maladies that are happening in a country. If people are caught and are sentenced, what you do is, based on the provisions of the law, you do the needful. We do know that there are some rots in the correctional centers, and we do know there is lack of effective funding of the system too. But government must have to live up to its responsibilities.
Very well said, Mr. Harris. I have been asking similar questions. What is our policy direction when it comes to fighting insecurity, dealing with terrorism in Nigeria? And you have this, what many people call scattercato approach to fighting insurgency and terrorism. In one hand, government is said to be trying to prosecute terrorists. On the other hand, you see them, wearing, sewing a shebi for them, cooking hearty jollof rice, and then saying that you are rehabilitating them into the society. Yes, we understand that there are programs at the radicalization and rehabilitation programs. But first, such individuals are prosecuted. You see them serving terms, and like you rightfully submitted, the prison walls, yards, and rooms should be made more comfortable for the radicalization and then perhaps rehabilitation of such individuals. And you have countries like Saudi Arabia where they run such programs anchored deeply on religious centers, that you see them having the psychological support, the education, and the vocational training needed, to reintegrate such people into society after they've done their time, pass through rigorous, process, and are certified to be purely de-radicalized. And what is the process that these very individuals that would try to even, that will show a shebi for, and sometimes we hear that they want to be reintegrated into, not just into the society, but recruited into our fighting force. That's quite, unheard of anywhere in the world, where you begin to pamper, individuals that have raised arms against the state. It's quite unheard of that I will fight side by side, with a man who has killed my colleague combatants. It doesn't happen. anywhere. How do you want them to, to fight together from the same unit? It doesn't happen. And you rightfully submitted, Mr. Reyes. Yes, it has happened. Where individuals who were so, radicalized and reintegrated went back, into the thick forest and then continue to wage war against the Nigerian state. It's high time that we begin to align our policies. And then any individual who, goes against such policies should be known to be against the Nigerian state. We need to have a common approach. Nowhere in Maiduguri, people are being rehabilitated. In Katsina, people are returning back to the forest, and the Nigerian government is trying to prosecute. No, there has to be a unified approach to fighting insurgency, rehabilitation, prosecution, like Adams Oshomole did submit at the floor of the Senate, should be the watchword. You prosecute. Then when the person is certified to be repentant, having done his time, then the society will begin to work out a plan for reintegration into the society. You don't just get someone who had the fear, of their command being overrun, submits himself and pretends to be repentant, and then gets more intel and returns. No, he's unheard of anyway, and we can't support such. We need to speak against it, and the government needs to take proper cue in handling this situation.
Okay, now we'll get back to the rest of the papers and stories for the morning, but we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice, and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Now on to the next story on the Daily Sun. This is on Orire school children. Credible intelligence aids tracking and arrest of abductors' associates. Akpabio laments continued captivity of pupils, says insecurity threatening investments and food security. The pressure is mounting on the abductors of these school children and teachers in Orire as a major breakthrough, or following a major breakthrough by security agencies which have reportedly identified and traced these kidnappers' associates. Said that barely 2 weeks after the security forces tightened the noose around the abductors by blocking their escape routes and surrounding their hideouts at the National Park Forest, these associates have been traced, and this will help to the rescue of these children and their teachers.
How are we sure
that the intelligence is accurate?
That this report is very accurate. How are we sure that they have been blocked and all the places have, but they still get supply of food, water? Or do they manufacture their own? Or do they have a farm inside the forest? So when you tell people, there are certain things, information you should give, and then you'll be able to discern. If they have been blocked fully, by now they would have begged to release and possibly, surrender. Because in the course of blocking all these things, there'll be no food, no water supply, and even the abductees would have started dying because of lack of supply of the necessaries they need, necessaries. So nobody should be able to report that they have been completely blocked in any way. That is a very serious issue. Then when you talk about the associates they could have gotten information to the abode of their associates. They could have gotten information to wherever their associates are. Yes, by way of tracking, by way of following what conversations they do, because they use communication that is powered in Nigeria. Whether it is even powered by satellite, it is within the Nigerian space. So they could have gotten that. But how did you know that getting the associates, that they are now, trembling, they are now apprehensive, they are now set to, did they communicate to you they want to actually leave the abducted children? They have not. So, you see, these are stories that were meant to actually sell, but if you look right into it, you find out that the author of this story may not have spoken to even the security agencies that are keeping silent on some of their plans to get the abductees released. So I'm still wondering how this kind of report could find its way, and then it's so sensationalized that it makes people to continue to have hope that these abducted children will be released soon. Yes, if they are going to be released, if they are going to be released as soon as that, the Nigerian security agencies would have achieved that a long time. It is easier said than done. You find out that it has been difficult. We have not been told, the level of input, the level of things that these security agencies are doing. We do not know. And when they come to tell us things that will make us be hopeful, they are only telling Nigerians what will make them to be hopeful, that the government is working. It is not easy. The agencies that are in charge of discerning the circumstances and the whereabouts of these abducted children have not been able to even get close. If they have gotten close, by now the children would have been released. Because when you say you've blocked everywhere, blocked and blocked and blocked, and you come to tell us you're blocked, if you block an enemy, remember during the war, the civil war, that is the Biafra-Nigeria civil war, of course, blockade was a major tool for that war. A lot of children, a lot of people died. Over 2 million persons died because of lack of food, no supply. Then because the places from where these things will be supplied were blocked. So if you block these people, you cannot survive without water for more than 3 days. Sure. But you can survive without food for as many days as possible. So if they are blocked all these things they said, by now they will just hands off and surrender their arms.
They said they're already becoming uncomfortable.
How do they know they're uncomfortable?
Mr. Rez,
yes.
You summed it quite well. When government is selling a horse to the people to pacify Nigerians, this is the kind of information that you bring out piecemeal. You rightfully, retorted quite well. Who got the confirmation that they are uncomfortable? And if the government knows that they are uncomfortable, why have they not, moved in to bring these people home? So when you look at this whole situation, obviously we do not have a handle, because these children they've been in captivity for over a month now. And here we are talking about, that the troops, that the Chief of Army Staff is confirming that troops are making significant progress in their engagement towards, rescuing the children. And I tell you that equally is a word. That yes, there's no results, because if they are making significant progress, by now the children should be home with their families. The people should be home with their families and relatives wherever they are. So instead of coming out to tell us that they've gone close and they've surrounded them, they are uncomfortable, no. The question I continue to ask, what is making it impossible for what worked in Kebbi not to work in the case of Oyo State? These are the stories we should be hearing, that so and so made the non-kinetic approach that led to the release of the kidnapped people in Kebbi State not work in the situation in Oyo State. And when you see all this story, you see that government actually does not have a handle on this situation, quite unfortunately. Instead of coming out to the pages of paper to tell us how they've tracked and then gotten their collaborators, their informations you don't feed the public with. Before you know, you've closed the end and you've done the job, and then you start celebrating and giving us how it was done, rather than feeding, some information to the public. We'll continue to insist that these children needs to be brought home. If government say they are working and they have a handle on this situation, then these children should not, be allowed to become adults in captivity. They should be home as soon as possible. Let it not turn to another Chibok Girls
situation. Okay, and on the last story for today, this is from the news. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission has alleged that former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai breached the conditions attached to a court-approved medical visit while in the commission's custody. This says that the medical appointment was approved by compliance with the court order, but alleged that photographs later surfaced on social media showing El-Rufai receiving visitors during this period. Hence, his personal physician, Professor Bello Abubakar, was arrested, and his case has been adjourned to July 15th.
Trouble is brewing everywhere. It's like even the ICPC is taking the El-Rufai issue very personal. Maybe some individuals within ICPC believe it's becoming very individualistic, that must get him nailed. You see, he was applying to meet his private doctor, personal doctor. They refused him that until the court granted it. Even when the court granted it, they took him to the hospital, the National Hospital. He went there. The ICPC said they do not want to invade his privacy. Fine, they stayed out. At the end of the day, because they saw a picture on the social media, they decided to arrest the doctor. Maybe the doctor may have opened up another door somewhere for his family members to see him. And this were just why they began to now cry foul. What has that got to do with El-Rufai being tried? Has El-Rufai run away from there? Has he run away from there? Why is he in custody? He's in custody for him not to run away. That's just the primary thing. After all, the court deemed him innocent until convicted by the court. The law deems him innocent until convicted by a court. So why are they making a mountain out of a molehill? Things that should not be a matter is now on the pages of newspaper. They saw a picture on social media, and the ICPC is complaining. I wonder, this ICPC are expecting to uncover the ghost organization that's coming with an irrelevant issue. These things are nothing. The primary thing is for El-Rufai to be in custody and be tried based on the provisions of the law. And that they have done. But going to see the health officers to take care of his health, they should not, stop him from doing that. It is against his civil fundamental right. The Constitution guarantees that he should be taken care of while in custody. And they have not given him some kind of bail. And of course, they have applied for that matter, for the judge to recuse from the matter, for that matter to be transferred to another judge, and all that. So, well, I expect that agencies of government should be able to do based on their mandate and not move beyond their mandate to do other things that are not, generally, connected with what they should insist on.
That's quite up there. Even me too, I wonder. Because I'm wondering too, yes, in this very matter, because these are the same body that should uncover the ghost agency in this very regard. However, the only thing I have to add to that is that those who are in government today should remember that one day they too should be out. El-Rufai was in government yesterday. He was one of the highly revered individuals in the last administration, and today, here he is. So those of us who wield authority today should be cautious of how we wield it, because tomorrow we may be at the receiving end of it.
Okay, we'll be going straight into our sports segment for the morning show, but we'll take a short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Yeah, you're welcome back. This is The Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now, straight up is a sports analysis and review for this morning.
And joining us is the sports oracle himself, the man who eats, breathes, sits, eats sports and football, Mr. Goodhope. Pleasure to have you here.
Pleasure to have you. Good morning.
So, what's happening in the world of soccer regarding World Cup?
Yes, like I said yesterday, it has been a drama upon drama. And so far, we are still having the debate of the GOATs. Why yesterday, Argentina had to trash Egypt by just a late winner, 3-2 goal thriller. And also, we had Colombia versus Switzerland, who, Switzerland had to take Colombia away by a penalty shootout. So yesterday was a lot of drama, just talking about that. And we are seeing that the World Cup is coming together. It's really coming together, and I must say that it has been an euphoria of joy, moment of tears and laughter for teams and other people. And I must say that same yesterday some people will solidify their argument of the GOAT, while Argentina has moved into the next phase. Cristiano Ronaldo and the Portuguese, they have moved out of the next phase, and there has been a lot of banter around that. So, Mr. Rex, you've seen the World Cup and how Morocco is going to face France just by Friday. I don't know what you think about that.
Was it yesterday? When was it we did the last talk on this? I gave a prediction. I said it's a go-go for Egypt and
Argentina.
Yes, I said so. Yeah. And that prediction went through. Yeah. And today I'm going to do another prediction on Morocco, France. It's still a go-go with a slim, with a slim victory that will come to Africa.
Okay, now this is something.
You ask other.
No, why I won't ask? Why I won't ask?
You ask us.
No, I have something from the future, because when we talk about this, looking at Morocco and France and seeing what is going to happen on Friday, is it not going to make a statement about solidifying the fact that Morocco is actually the champion of Africa, even while Senegal had to win that award? Mr. Tuche, what do you think?
Come again.
I said
the champions of
Africa.
Because the last conversation was left between Senegal and
Morocco. Now we're having Morocco. If Morocco eventually wins, just like Mr. Reyes has said, don't you think that Morocco moving to the next round of play would make them the champions of Africa, even without
it doesn't negate the fact that Senegal is an elite team. The African issue is still a debate that will have to be settled away from the football field, and it doesn't have anything to do with the World Cup. It's a different situation, and yes, both teams are elite. What happened in AFCON has happened, you know, and then we can't give it other meanings. Senegal, unfortunately, have gone home, just like Cristiano Ronaldo. Portugal is home. Brazil is no longer in the World Cup. These are unheard of, you know. But speaking to Morocco, Morocco is equally an elite team as well. I'm not saying that Morocco is better than Senegal, but I'm saying with regard to the World Cup at this point in time, that Morocco is an elite team. And I expect Morocco to beat France. Yes, well, I am siding Morocco to beat France, just like Mr. Reyes did predict. I am seeing a Morocco victory against France, and that would, you know, destroy the bookmakers on Friday.
Okay, looking at this match yesterday, Argentina versus Egypt, there's said to be a controversial, you know, conversation in the refereeing, in the officiating of the match, seeing that there was a goal, the second goal that Egypt had to score, that was flagged offside. Now, seeing that game, the Egyptian coach has to come out to say that he's not going to watch the rest of the World Cup, that they were actually robbed, something like that. Now, we're seeing a scenario where at the end of the tournament, or at the final of the tournament, we could have Argentina versus France. Don't you think that's what we're seeing?
You see, this is a controlled narrative that you're giving. Why didn't you say we're going to see Argentina, Morocco?
No, I'm saying it because we have seen them before. We have seen these two sides meeting.
It's permissible that it will happen.
And also, there's also a controversy that is in this World Cup talking about this game that is coming up on Friday. That's Morocco versus France. All the officiating, you know, all the officials that will officiate them, they are from Argentina. From the ref to the VAR, all of them, they are from Argentina.
No, let's set the record straight. When it comes to officiating, and if you're credited to officiating the World Cup, you must have had a trajectory. You know, give it to these guys. They are mostly one of the empires in sports.
The world.
And it's so obvious that whatever they do is well documented.
Sure.
They have, you know, it's no longer when the referee and the last man were, you know, the last man standing in football.
Yes.
Now you have the VAR, and these things can be backtracked, and it can destroy your career.
The Egypt coach was crying yesterday.
Let's not continue to bring this Nigerian mentality.
It's not Nigerian mentality. This is not a Nigerian mentality. This is.
Let me come in here. You see, whenever you have situations where there are human supervisions, no matter how well you try to do it in terms of efficiency, sometimes there may be little errors. And these errors are human errors. These errors may not be capable of marring the situation. You find out that most often, the moment the referee says it's a goal, it's held on, and that solves it. Especially in football. These laws of football are such laws that they keep holding on to, except when reviewed by a very superior, organ of the footballing system, that they can now say, we are doing away with this. It doesn't work. So the issue of the referee was biased, or referee not biased. Yes, these are human beings. They are not angels. Yes. These people are not. These people are not God sent.
But the goal Argentina scored was exactly the same foul.
I agree with you to the extent that there are margin of error because they are human beings. But beyond those margin of error, Good Hope was telling us about referees being Argentines. He didn't tell us the people who are the back room, who have machines now that help us eliminate that human error. Those margins of errors are so slim now in football. When you are talking about referee, remember that there is a VAR, and you've not mentioned the nationals who are behind those computers. Well, they are not Argentines as well. You understand?
Okay, now what we're seeing here, because when you say it's a controlled narrative for what's happening in the World Cup, I could tell you that from the hindsight, you've seen teams succeeding. You've seen good officiating in the World Cup. You've seen teams play and they win their game. But what we're talking about is looking at Egypt and Argentina yesterday. You could see certain things that were not right, especially from the officiating. These are sentiment. These are sentiment because you're watching from a certain. I am not watching from a certain bias. You wanted an expected outcome. Let me ask you one question. How many goals we have scored, both the error and the real imaginary real goals? How many goals? Yeah, from Egypt. Egypt scored their goals.
How many goals? Both the counted and
discounted were 3.
How many goals? Wasn't it 3?
It was just 3.
It was 3. How many goals did Argentina score? 3. Now, would you tell me that those goals Argentina scored in those period were, in the Nigerian palace, Mago?
Well,
they were clear goals.
See.
Look
at what we are watching is not qualifiers.
Yes,
what we are watching World Cup finals. This is where the finest of teams across the globe come to compete. It's called World Cup finals for a reason. And when you see those things you cite as error, like Mr. Red said, there are human error. Margins of errors are so slim, but it's also eliminated that they are so slim that you can no longer begin to give coloration to
they don't invalidate.
It's when you are losing that you start
nobody does that. I'm not even
let me tell you. Yesterday,
I'm just telling you what the match.
What people are saying. I want to tell you what people are saying.
Can't we take the opinion of other people?
I want to tell you what people are saying. Let me tell you what people are saying. Yesterday there were 2 factions that were watching the match. The Messi faction and the Ronaldo faction. So the people that saw error and held on to error were those who wanted Messi to go home like Ronaldo.
Exactly.
Where was it? Let me tell you.
Why did you identify this?
The question you're not raising and what I expected you to ask me, why that whole thing was going on. I was telling people that Good Hope is waiting to just roast me this morning. But I had confidence in a certain individual, the present god of soccer. The present god of soccer.
You're making it supporting Messi. Listen, when we talk about this, let's take away the support. Let's take away
he did magic yesterday. He did just a miracle that guy did.
Messi fan.
Look at the phone.
And I said it yesterday too. That he is going to do the same thing he is known for. And he did that.
Let me tell you one thing.
Messi is that edge.
Let me tell you one thing. Cristiano Ronaldo is a fine footballer.
I'm not even talking about Peterobi.
No, wait.
Can we talk about the next game?
The best of them all. But the mistake is that he is in an era where Messi is alive, well, and
it's not only Messi that will eventually clinch to that football god, whatever.
At this instance, in a generation, every generation has one individual. Why Pele was being mentioned, it doesn't negate the fact that there were other football greats at that time. But there has to be one individual. There was a Pele, there was a Maradona, and today there is a Messi.
Yeah, well, let's talk about the game, talking about Colombia and Switzerland, seeing what happened just in the games. I don't know if any of you saw the match, but it was a wonderful football and sporting event, seeing the chances Colombia missed, and also Switzerland has come from just the back to prove a point that they are not just here to make history alone, they are here to also show the world what they can do. And I'm telling you for a fact, it has never been this good for Switzerland. It has never been this wonderful for them.
Truly, yes.
It has never been
penalty kicks are just where you understand,
it's
the
wonderful,
quality
but you understand that yesterday the euphoria of Messi's magic.
Didn't allow us with
Unfortunately, good hope. This way I will be drawing the curtain on this edition of
okay, all right, it's fine.
We're out of time.
It's fine.
All right, thank you so much for sitting with us to the end of the show. To become your way again, same time tomorrow. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Have a lovely day.
Yeah, and to you, good hope. The sports oracle himself.
Thank you.
You were well prepared. And to Mr. Res, thank you for those in-depth analysis and deeper insights.
Thank you for having me on this program, and for you, viewer, continue to watch us on Aneke TV.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we'll say thank you for watching and keep watching to come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm about it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. This is what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know, but like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top, but the top, I can't ever take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. You know the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah. Can't lose flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing. Yeah, y'all be lame things. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing. I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road. Gotta go home. Yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep on. Yeah. Came through flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You are. Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we bring to you heartbeat of issues, policies, politics, personalities shaping our nation. And today, we'll take a special interest in Nigeria moves to scrap 6334 for 12 years basic education. Today, we turn our attention to a decision that could reshape the future of learning in Nigeria. The move to scrap the long-standing 6334 education system and replace it with a 12-year basic education model. This is more than a policy adjustment. It is a statement about where Nigeria wants its children, its schools, and its workforce to be in the years ahead. For decades, Nigerian education sector has been defined by shifting policies, changing curricula, reform promises, and recurring debates over access, quality, and relevance. From the introduction of universal basic education to repeated calls for curriculum reform, technical skills, and improved learning outcomes, the system has remained in search of a structure that truly matches the realities of the Nigerian child. Yet, despite this policy, the country still wrestles with overcrowded classrooms, inadequate funding, poor infrastructure, exam pressure, and out-of-school children, and a growing disconnect between education and employability. So the question is no longer whether reform is needed. The question is whether this latest proposal marks a genuine breakthrough or simply another chapter in Nigeria's long history of educational research. What does a 12-year basic education model really mean for access, quality, cost, and implementation? Will it expand opportunity for Nigerian children or merely stretch the system without fixing its foundation? And in a country where policy often moves faster than delivery, can this reform survive the test of practice? These are the questions we must confront today as we examine Nigerians' move to scrap 6334 for 12-year basic education, a conversation that goes beyond structure and straight to the future of the nation itself. Joining us to unpack this critical issue is Professor J. Chidozie Chukwuokolo, Professor of Philosophy and Philosophy of Development, Ebonyi State University, Abakaliki. Prof, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
My pleasure always.
Yes.
And viewers, I thank you for this wonderful opportunity to interact further.
Yeah, we're so excited to have you, Prof. Let's just dig straight into this. And I'll be asking, you know, since this news broke about the intent to reform the system, and what we're asking, in your view, from where you start, before we even get right into this conversation, you will be classified as part of people who have seen it through, being that you experienced a different system from the 6334 system. Let's get your insights, you know, or the trajectory, what it's been, before I ask you the problem you think Nigeria is trying to solve with this new reset.
Well, I were part of those who started 6334 in 1986, I think 1986, Nigeria moved to 6334 system from 654 that time. And what that meant was that people had the opportunity of doing 6 years primary school. But before that, even, we had during the colonial era, where people did infant 1, infant 2, then they'll get to standard 1, standard 2 to 6. That time, I think they had 8 years then to finish primary school. Then if you don't do so well, you do PTC, Preliminary Teachers College. From there, you move on.
Sorry, Prof. Let me cut in a bit, but without you losing your line of thought, you said something. If you didn't do well, you go to do teachers training. So the teachers in Nigeria, ab initio, has been for people who didn't measure up in the educational system.
No, it's not like that. It's like you will need, it is because you didn't measure. Those who measured up went straight away to teach after standard 6.
Oh, they went, okay.
Straight away.
They went
so
straight
that's
away
why
to
you
teach.
will, yes, that's why you see somebody who finished standard 6 is teaching immediately those days.
Does that speak to the quality of
that's
education?
That's the quality I'm talking about. Okay. Because if you're a flyer, high flyer, you get to, you start teaching. Again, even when you enter the university, those who were lecturing, who were retained for lecturing, were very high flyers. If you made a first class and very high upper 2-1, you are recruited automatically. So you can see that those days people first system wasn't doing well. So they went in. So the first people who did the 6334 graduated in 1988. And by that time, I did my junior work, the way they called it. And today, I heard again that they are scrapping the 6334 and that they will do basic, you will do up till, I think you will graduate 12 years before anything. Let me just say that Nigeria, I don't know, but we're always in constant search for...
In constant search?
In constant search of betterment. Have we practiced the ones who are doing very well? That's the question. The reform we are doing, for whose interests? If we can answer these basic questions, have we done the ones we are scrapping? Have we done them well? And the ones we are trying to scrap, are they for whose interests? When we answer those questions, then we'll be able to know the value. But what is very important to me is that I think that what we should do strategically is for us to understand what will work for us. Not because it is working for others, we will start moving on them. When they started talking of STEM, S-T-E-M, I found out that there was a basic aspect that they were missing in that kind of thing. When you overemphasize science, the values that control the output of science will be compromised.
Pardon? The values that control the output of science will be compromised.
Yes. So, this is the basic thing I think we have been following. And to some reasonable point, so very high extent, a lot of research grants are no longer given to humanities now. But if you do not control science, science might get out of control and will land into the troubles we are in globally, where what people continue to do is to find out, keep acquiring certain levels of arms, where they will be looking at what they are doing from that point of, let me say, your science does not have value, it's value neutral. And what it means is that if I have my saw to keep hacking this thing, I don't care what it is. So if I don't acquire the humanistic tendencies, everything I do will be to succeed in that trajectory I've set myself. Look at what is going on. Most so-called superpowers are interested in acquiring nuclear powers. And they do not even understand the implications. So we must come to a point where we will understand that there needs to be a balance in terms of the values we acquire and promote. So it is very important that those values we acquire and promote, we look at them very well.
So it is for us to continue to, question the values across board.
Exactly. That's the point I'm making.
When you were speaking, you raised another pertinent question. that we don't often interrogate. More often, we've listened to scholars argue that the colonial education that was bequeathed to us was such that empowered the individual to be able to read and write and not to question critically, issues. And it has to do that more often, they say we were left with the humanities and no input on sciences.
Well, that's why I'm talking of balance. I don't think we didn't have input on sciences. What was in my mind very critical at that time was the environment was a little bit critical for survival. That was why here, when we had the issue of cholera, we had, I think, our brother Njokobi, who sat at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and did his this day. I was able to be encouraged to bring out his research and got the vaccine for it. At the same time, we had our brother, Professor Kenneth Onwokadike, who got to the acme of his profession in being a very high flyer in history, and the world knew him. What are we being known today for? So I think that, to a large extent, people felt that we were left to humanities alone. But the point I think we should also raise up here is that within the level of what we're doing, people were given the environment to excel in whatever they have chosen. Now, over those years, supposing we are not allowed to do this, is it why we will not maintain a balance between humanities and science? And we are talking of science more than humanities. If that's what we are doing, we can see that the result is very dangerous all over the world. Because if your science is not, if your science is too much, you will lose values of what the humans are, and you can keep doing experimentation. There was something that came out in 2002 in the US where they were looking for vaccines for Parkinson's disease. And okay, they were using human beings who did have that disease as guinea pigs for the experimentation. What were they doing? They would be removing the fluid, spinal fluid of people. People who are not dead, though, to get people who don't even have that disease in the first instance to get vaccines, yes, or cures for those who are suffering from it. A balanced knowledge educational system will not go for such a thing. It will never go for it. So you can see my own point. My point is we must maintain a balance in the values. Yes,
there has to be a balance in the values. All right.
So that people will understand. If I am a medical doctor, for instance, I will also know that what I am doing in medicine should be to serve humans. If I'm an engineer, I should also know that what I am doing in my engineering, once it gets out of hand, that it will not be able to help to solve humanistic problems, then I have failed. But if one gets on the pendulum higher than the other, the society must certainly have problems.
Right.
And how do we regulate it? That is the point of the educational system we should choose.
That's the point of the educational system we should choose. Yes, striking a balance.
So
that's where you place it.
Exactly. What is this, the philosophy of education that we should choose? Right. If we get the ones that are too idealistic, no. If we get the ones that are too pragmatic, no. But the one that balances the two. And then we get the best out of our situation.
All right, Prof, I will reverse that question back to you. You're a professional. You are in the educational system. And how do we now get this balance from the intent to move away from this 6334 and, bring about a new system? From where you sit, what do you think, is the problem that we are trying to solve. Because you've raised critical issues, and one of such I will equally probe. You talked about the environment that allowed people to excel in this very instance.
I have asked the question initially, that to whose interests are all these changes? Who are those people who are making these changes? You know, the politicians, I'm sorry to say it, most of the politicians are not interested in education in Nigeria. They are not even interested in legacy of service.
But they are the one engineering the change.
That's the point I'm making. So when they are not interested in all those things, what do you think their change will amount to? It is unfortunate that what we are seeing now from top to bottom is that a lot of them who are the principal actors are not educated. How many times have you seen when people do this kind of things, they will have time to interact with experts in that area? Most of the things that are happening in Nigeria are changeable, correctable. But do those people who are interested, who are in charge, do they first of all have the knack for doing the correct things? In this regard, doing the correct things means assembling those who are experts to interrogate what we really need without interference from government. Because most times when government sets its committees, what you will find out is that the government already has a mindset, and they'll just bring people to rubber stamp that mindset. But if they organize people and give them some time, look, we have these challenges in Nigeria. What are these challenges? Environmental challenges of making our education work. I was, in 2019, I had a reason to interact with some of my senior colleagues. And I was asking them, all these projects and researches we do, that the tomes of it are in the university, of what use are them? Nigeria doesn't make use of researches. That's why when you see somebody from here, he travels out, the environment there is interested in what you can invent and use it to solve societal problems. Education that cannot solve societal problems, I don't think it is important. Let me expatiate further. I wanted to go for, before this Ukraine-Russian war, I had applied for a sabbatical in the Russian Academy of Science in Moscow. And I wrote they said, oh, you have to go, look at what we pay, but we want you to be more comfortable by giving us a research proposal why you think what you'll be able to serve within this 1 year, you will stay with us. And I did something. They said, okay, we're sending it to the people that might need it. So they have sent it to the people. What was the essence? If my proposal was good enough, the people will just say, okay, we will, what we are doing is we will sponsor it. That might stay there will not impact too much on the financial strength of the academy. But because here, nobody is interested in what we are doing. R&D, that's research and development, has no serious values here. People think through whatever way they want and do whatever thing they feel. Nobody comes to invest. Tell me any of the companies you know in Nigeria, or even government agencies and parastatals that invest in research and development. None. I don't know of any anyway. Let me not say none, but I don't know of any. But this is not how it should be. How it should be is that if you are doing a master's program, for instance, you will see some of these companies will come. Let's say if it were an automobile engineering company, they will say, this place, because of bad roads in Nigeria, we tend to apply too much brakes when we are driving. We want brake systems that will be stronger. Somebody might say, okay, I think the only thing that can help us do this thing is to use the husk of the palm kernel to do, because it is strong. It will eat your hake. Then you will apply it in the brake system. And you will see that it will be different from this one, because it is answering to an environmental existential challenge. And they will bring out money for it. But it is unfortunate that here you rarely get research grants. Why will they give you? I don't blame them. Why will they give you when they don't need it? Who will keep bringing out that money? That is the challenge we're having. So, but if we organize ourselves in such a way that we will help, you will see they will be telling us we have electoral challenges, inec is not doing well and all this. And they are not interested in telling people. Don't you see, when Humphrey Nwosu came as a professor of political science, he gave a reasoned approach of getting out of the quagmire, and people stood behind. And Nigerians feel up to today. Some of us who were not started voting that time, I think, but at least I was old enough. I think I should have started voting, because I finished secondary school that time in 1993. I was old enough, and I came out, and people stood behind others. Even though I'm not saying it is perfect, but Nigerians attest to the fact that that election conducted by Humphrey Nwosu is
still the freest
election that Nigeria has ever had. So, if you have challenges, you get the system in such a way that people will use research and development to work on getting the best out of the situation. The educational system works. It's not about changing. It's about creating conducive atmosphere for it. Have you ever asked yourself, why is it that most of our people, when they leave Nigeria, I know one man, an Igbo man, that has over 900 patents in the
900
US.
patents?
In the US. But if the man had been here, they would have killed that ingenuity in him, as Nigeria will always kill the ingenuity of others. So that's my problem. It's not about these changes only, but it's about getting the environment ripe enough so that people will say, look at Elon Musk. I think they say he's the richest person on earth. He's the only person who has entered into a trillionaire. Now, sometimes, like Bill Gates and all these other people, they couldn't finish secondary school. But the system was not laying emphasis too much on the certificates acquired, but on the practicality of the use of what is in your head, the ingenuity. And unless we create such atmosphere, it's not about changing off all these systems. It's about creating such atmosphere and environment. We can never get it right.
Right. All right, Doc. You know, I've listened to you quite intently, and I'm stuck between reality and what is. And my question would be, in reality, what and where do we place the children that have to undergo this change? And you've taken me through history. I understand that there was a time when it worked. If your living standard says you are already made teacher, you know, capable of imparting knowledge to others. So what becomes of the children that are meant to undergo this sudden change? And what do we expect? Against the background that the system equally has teachers whom I suppose are not equally, you know, trained for this sudden change as well.
That's why I had asked you that question. All these changes, for whose interests? I don't mean to come here.
Doc, what is where lies the interest of the children now? The question.
That's I understand you. That's what I'm trying to.
Whose interest?
That's what I'm trying to
answer. There is an interest
I'm
looking for.
Yes. That's why I said these things are there of whose interest. Whose interest do they want to serve? Let's say, for instance, now, in Enugu here, we have a change suddenly like that when Governor Mbah came. And Ambassador is building smart schools. And we are seeing a lot of those structures. Now, I know of a lot of teachers in primary school. You say you are giving smart schools. Do they know the how to be smart in that sense? A lot of them don't have computer knowledge. And a lot of them are over 60. Remember that federal government extended the retirement age of primary school teachers because a lot of young people are no longer recruiting into primary school teaching. So they now say that anybody will teach up to 70 years. And a lot of these people who are teaching in primary schools now are up to 70. A lot are over 50. And they are not computer literate. Making them, you started this program without taking a longer time to transition from analog to digital. You see, whose interest are you serving? How can those teachers, I know some of the schools I visit now, especially private schools, in their computer training, they bring people who come there to impact because a lot of the teachers are incapable of impacting on this. So they bring teachers, those days they will be doing it, the teachers will come, who are teaching the pupils computer, will come from elsewhere. They are not in the payroll in that sense, but they come as ad hoc people and come to teach them. So of whose interests are you serving when you are doing such somersault? That's why I come again to say that the interests they are creating or they are pretending to serve in changing all these things, causing all these policy somersaults here and there, we don't know whose interest, whether it is for, because I know that if you want to make the system smart, there are people who will benefit immediately in terms of funding, because people will be given the contract to buy all these things. Are they the primary interests? If they are not, who has that interest? Is interest for the children? I doubt, because, okay, it's good for the children to learn computer and all these things at early age. It's very good. But how have you been able to inculcate it into the curriculum and curriculum development? Who are the people who develop the curriculum? Because except you get those experts and they sit down over the years to articulate and know what we want, that is environmental friendly, all these things you are talking about will not work.
All this will not work.
Will not work. I remember that somewhere in Benin, I've attended a conference in Benin Republic, and sometimes I also found out there was a time in my community village here in Mak, some people were coming from Benin, Ghana, to come and do, they finished secondary school, and as they're coming out of secondary school, they have skills they have acquired. And those skills they have acquired, some of them are tiling, some are POP, some are electrification, and they have put all those things. You'll be so surprised that when you see them, when they come, you wouldn't know that it's only this thing they have finished. And they do it very, very well. That's what they have acquired as they're finishing. Some are interested because it depends on the area of aptitude. Some are carpenters, and they were doing those things in our place, doing them better than the ordinary people. So a lot of our people, when they want to build their houses, they will go and get them from Lagos and other places, and they will do and go. So such educational system had the interests of the pupils or students at heart. But until we see what these people are trying to do, it might be difficult for us to answer to whose interests these things are. That's my own challenge.
On that note, we'll take a short break. And when we return, we'll continue probing into this shift. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and we'll be looking at the shifts in our educational system. The Nigeria moves to scrap 6334 for 12-year basic education, and helping us with deeper insights on this has been Professor J. Chidozie Chukwuokolo, who is a professor of philosophy and philosophy of development in Ebonyi State University, Abakaliki. Prof, it's been a pleasure so far.
Thank you.
Yeah, following the trajectory of our conversation, I now am bothered to ask, because you've taken me through history, and I'm asking, what has actually changed, between the educational environment that we had and where we are and where we are heading? Because you've raised another pertinent question: to whose interest is this shift about? Because a lot of issues are chopped up. But before we delve into that, let me ask, what has really changed?
Irresponsibility.
Irresponsibility.
What has, from responsibility to irresponsibility.
On whose part now?
Government.
On
There
the
is no doubt about this. Let me tell you. I was in Abuja last week, and we were discussing a little conference, and somebody told me, somebody who was here in the 60s, 70s, he was like, as an undergraduate at the University of Nigeria and Nsukka, he had a lot of white people who were coming here to school. He had a lot of Cameroonians, a lot of other African people, even lecturers. In fact, last week, Al Anatosi, an artist, a professor of fine arts, a Ghanaian, was celebrated because he was here over 40 years at the University of Nigeria and was teaching, and had anchored a Ghanaian, and had anchored certain aspects of fine arts that he introduced. And people came out massively. He became 80 years. And so Associate Professor Greg Mbajog edited a book in his honor. And that book was unveiled by Igwe Achabe Abogide last week. And it was amazing. Such were those environments when people, all kinds of people, wanted to come to other countries to teach. But today, most universities in our country would prefer people from their states, people from their region to be there. And so university has become transition from universal, which is university, to particular now, because people now want those who are in their environment. Meritocracy has been killed for favoritism. So it is the government that gradually had continued to kill the things out of irresponsibility. That's the way I look at it. So, because what has changed is that these people are no longer interested in sponsoring education properly. You will see, as it is now, I am a professor on step 7. Now, you will find out, like Peterobi will say, that if I keep saving my money for the number of years I will be in the university, I won't be able to build a house. Why do you think...
Is it that bad?
is worse. You can't even buy a new car if you save all your salaries from that time till now. Why I'm saying this is that you can see that those things are capable of touching the productivity of those in the university system. But if at least those days people were trained, you go attend conferences. In 2023, the Humboldt in Germany invited me and some other people to Germany. They paid, all expense paid. I have had some occasions where you will want to attend a conference and there may not be money for sponsorship, and you will even have some papers that are accepted for a publication, and they want publication charge, what they call APC. You will tell them you can't. There was a time they told me that I would pay $200. I said that's almost my salary, and I cannot use it. I have other bills to pay. They say, your university is supposed to pay. What would I tell them? I didn't want to say anything. I have had a course in, I think 3 years ago or so, to publish in one journal in the US. And for them to finish the process of publishing, they had asked a question: who sponsored this research? And I wrote, none is self-sponsored in that. They will send that thing back to me until the person who was writing down asked, we don't want to get into trouble. How can people sponsor you and you did this research, you don't want to acknowledge them? I said, nobody sponsored me. It was, and that thing delayed for like 6 weeks from the date of publication. And they were always sending that thing every week. I didn't even understand that that was the reason, because they never believed one could do such research without sponsorship or grant for it. And they will always acknowledge the grantees, the grantor. Sorry, so what I'm trying to say is, that's how we came from a little bit of something manageable to what we are in now. So, and that's why ASU has always been, and people who don't understand will always say ASU is making trouble. They don't want students to graduate. But if the university system, sometimes you will enter the lecture halls, especially if you are like some of us who used to teach general studies. You will come to a hall where you will need microphone, you won't have it. Not because the university doesn't want, but there's no funding to get those things.
There's no funding
to get it. So in Nigeria, universities are not adequately funded. And the researchers in the universities are not happy doing their work. And I wonder, a lot of people may think that it is not easy. If people had known what was going on, they may not choose to come to lecture, because it's of no effect, the impacts. That's why you see a lot of people have died even this year from my own environment, and a lot of universities because of inability to be able to take care of their medical needs. So, the bottom line is policy somersault, lack of proper funding, adequate funding of the Nigerian educational system.
All right. With what you highlighted, it strictly, underlines the situation of the average Nigerian teacher, not just the lecturer at the higher institution. But let me ask a bit. We are talking about a system, especially when we're looking at the basic education system, and you're the apex of educational system in Nigeria. Let me ask, how has the quality of the students, let me know use the word children, that you've had to, take through across the years, have you seen a degeneration in the quality that we are getting from below to through the university system?
Well, it's unfortunate because for me, what I have seen is that sometimes you get all these magic centers in WIEC.
Magic centers in WIEC.
They have dealt with the educational system. Sometimes you get a student who had A1 throughout. Their papers have said they are. And then they will come. You can't give what you don't have. You'll be so shocked at the level of what you will get. But what will you do? You continue to do what you are paid for.
So how do you cope with such?
What will you do if you have a passion for teaching like I do? You keep trying and ensuring that at least you have over 60%.
Over 60%
of people who understand you, and you go that day. So that's the truth. Otherwise, very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate it is. But as it has to do with policy formulation, I have this notion that Nigeria has never lacked in policy formulation. But what can we learn from the failures of the past moving forward?
Apart from the values that enthrone those who lead us.
The values that enthrone those who lead us?
Yes, because if you have poor value orientation, but something that you will see that when they come, it doesn't concern them. There's this adage, if you climb the Iroko tree, get all the firewoods there, because you can't climb the Iroko tree all the time. Those who have this type of orientation will certainly not offer you anything. But if you have the value that, look, all these things you're acquiring, you will live them. I used to tell people that we can't live this world alive. No matter how you try, we can't live here alive. So if you understand we are not living this place alive, and understand also that the ultimate for eternal life is the legacy of service you have left. That's what will make people keep remembering you. Look at the man in history, Jesus Christ. He lived only 33 years, used only 3 years to walk, but you see, he has attained eternal life. Because there's nothing you will do on earth you will remember him. Look at the man, Karl Marx. He was so poor, a pauper, to the extent that Koshoka killed one of his children. But you can't be studying society without him, and a lot of other people like that. So if you have legacy of service in terms of what you have bequeathed on humanity, then you can get to some point. But until we have such leaders who think that way, who don't think that, look, whether you vote for me or you don't vote for me, I must be your president, it is my turn, and whether I'm doing well or I'm not doing well, it doesn't concern me. Then, what else do you want? They can't give you what they don't have. So we have to learn to start interrogating the values we are thrown in the society. Children see us, children see adults, and they rig elections. And then that child goes to, or those children go to school, and you don't want them to do malpractice to pass. What we are seeing, what we are showing as example, they think they will not see that and do. Children do more of what they see than what you tell them. They learn more from it. So this is basically what I call transvaluations of our values. We must change those values towards what we want. So everything revolves around bad leadership. If we have better leaders, these things will not happen. Policies, who make those policies? Are there experts in those areas? You just come and bring round pegs on square holes. How will they work? So these things are very important for the lifespan of our society.
All right. Very explicit, Prof. But before I just let you go, Prof, how do we then strike a balance between science and humanity, just in a nutshell?
Well, we create such institutions of experts who are passionate about doing it, and they will design programs. Look at what NEC tried to do before. Before, when we were using BMAS, before you graduate from the university, there are certain basic courses you will do in humanities. You must do logic, you must do philosophy, you must do history. The essence of those things were to humanize you, to make you human. So even if you are a science, you will understand these basic areas. And once you do them, you will start thinking that look at what the way society is supposed to be. But when you don't have such things, the risk will be there. So I think it is better we institutionalize, we create institutions that bring out what our children are supposed to know and how they are supposed to know them, and create a balance. And then the society will get better.
Thank you very much, Prof. But one quick one, just in a nutshell, just less than a minute. There's this policy shifts regarding NYSC from the practice of the over 53 years to a new policy direction where Nigerian youth corpers are meant to spend about 6 weeks in the camp, now learning what we call trade. What's your opinion on that?
The problem we always have here is implementation.
Implementation.
So if it will be properly implemented, what is wrong about it? I will even advocate for 2 months of the 1 year to be learning those skills, if 2 months will be enough. Because why I'm saying this is that if every person who has graduated learns or acquires any useful skill of that person's aptitude, then what else? A lot of the children I know now are telling you, look, I don't want to do all Oyibo because white-collar job, you can't feed yourself, which is true. So they think of what to do to be able to get off the system. So that is what I think we should do. It's not about policy creation, it's about implementation. How do you implement them?
All right, thank you, Prof. And that's the much we can take today on The Insight. And if you've been watching us, we've been discussing with Professor J. Chidozie Chukwokolo, who is a professor of philosophy and philosophy of education, Ebonyi State, philosophy of development, Ebonyi State University. Prof, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for inviting me. I appreciate it.
And to you, our wonderful viewers, let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag, The Insight, all on our social media handles at Aneke TV. Till we come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria finds itself at a pivotal moment. A nation of nearly 220 million people, rich in human potential, natural resources, and cultural diversity. Nigeria is simultaneously confronted with an array of security challenges that have deep historical roots and contemporary complexity. From the harsh insurgency that has persisted in the northeast for over a decade to the sprawling banditry networks across the northwest, from recurrent heather-farmer clashes in the Middle Belt to rampant kidnap for ransom syndicates and urban criminality, insecurity today manifests not as isolated events, but as an interlinked ecosystem of violence and instability. These phenomena do more than threaten lives. They fracture social trust, impede economic growth, depress investment, and erode the foundational legitimacy of the state. In environments marked by distrust and fragmentation, dialogue emerges not as an optional luxury but a strategic imperative, a mechanism for understanding grievances, bridging divides, and constructing mutually accepted pathways toward peace and progress. Indeed, scholars of conflict resolution affirm that sustainable security is seldom achieved by force alone. It demands conversation, negotiation, and inclusive engagement across societal fault lines. Nigeria's own post-conflict history offers instructive precedent. Following the devastating civil war of the late 1960s, the approach known as "no victor, no vanquished" was more than a slogan. It was a commitment to national reconciliation. Government leaders, community representatives, and civil society actors engaged in dialogue that helped diffuse lingering bitterness and chart a course toward reintegration and rebuilding. Similarly, global practice reinforces the centrality of dialogue. In conflict zones from Northern Ireland to South Africa, negotiated engagement between hardline actors and governments ultimately outlasted militarized approaches. These examples illustrate a foundational principle. Dialogue humanizes the other and transforms entrenched antagonisms into space for shared problem solving. In the Nigerian context, dialogue must operate at multiple levels: local, state, and national, each tailored to the specificity of its environment. At the grassroots, structures like traditional council forums, community peace committees, and youth roundtables serve as critical platforms where grievances can be heard and understood. For example, in parts of Plateau and Kaduna states, facilitated dialogues between herders and farmers have reduced violent confrontations over land and grazing access by identifying consensus on resource management and corporate forms of engagement. These forums
Security operation disrupts logistics network linked to abductors of Oyo pupils and teachers. Senate advances bill to establish Federal University of Applied Sciences Teaching Hospital in Manchok. Oil prices surge after U.S. President Donald Trump declares Iran ceasefire over. Details of the news. Enugu State has recorded significant progress in its malaria elimination campaign, with the state's malaria prevalence declining from about 24% to 9.9%, surpassing its target of reducing the disease burden. The achievement was attributed to sustained government intervention, expanded access to healthcare services, and support from development partners. The Commissioner for Health, Professor George Ugu, disclosed this during the Malaria Elimination Program Advocacy, Communication and Social Mobilization quarterly media chat in Enugu. represented by the Health Secretary of Enugu East Local Government Area, Dr. Ifeyinwa Ugwueze. The commissioner called on media practitioners to intensify public awareness of the state's free malaria testing and treatment services, as well as its subsidized health insurance program. Professor George Ugu said effective public communication remains critical to encouraging early diagnosis, prompt treatment, and wider community participation in malaria prevention. He noted that the program is being implemented through a partnership involving the Enugu State Malaria Elimination Program, the National Malaria Elimination Program, and development partners, including the Islamic Development Bank and the Global Fund. The Enugu State Disability Commission has called for stronger protection of the rights of persons with disabilities, urging public and private institutions to eliminate barriers that limit their access to essential services. The pioneer executive secretary of the commission, Mr. Sunday, made the appeal in Enugu while outlining the commission's activities. He urged banks, hospitals, schools, transport operators, and public institutions to provide disability-friendly facilities, including ramps and other accessible infrastructure to promote equal opportunities for persons living with disabilities. Mr. Ebo said the Commission has continued to receive and address complaints relating to discrimination in employment, public services, and other sectors, adding that awareness campaigns are being intensified to encourage compliance with disability rights, legislation, and promote an inclusive society. He reaffirmed the Commission's commitment to working with government agencies, civil society organizations, and members of the public to eliminate discrimination against persons with disabilities, urging residents to report cases of abuse or exclusion for appropriate action. Residents of Ntihuzo Amairi community in Obingwa local government area of Abia State have appealed to the state government to rehabilitate the community's abandoned comprehensive health center, describing its deteriorating condition as a threat to healthcare delivery in the area. The health facility, built through communal efforts by the 10 villages in the community and commissioned in 1983, has reportedly fallen into disrepair after years of neglect. Several buildings, including staff quarters and doctors' accommodation, have been overtaken by weeds, while parts of the facility have become unusable. Community members said the health center previously served as the primary healthcare facility for Ntihuzo, Amairi, and neighboring communities, particularly providing maternal and child healthcare services. They expressed concern that the deteriorating infrastructure forced health workers to leave the facility, leaving residents with limited access to medical care. Efforts to obtain official reactions from the council chairman of Obingwa local government area, Mr. Maxwell Wadike, and the traditional ruler of the community were unsuccessful at the time of filing this report. Residents are urging the authorities to restore the facility to improve access to quality health care in the area. Security agencies say intelligence-led operations are continuing to secure the release of 39 pupils and 7 teachers abducted from schools in Orire local government area of Oyo State, following fresh breakthroughs in the investigation. Authorities say efforts are focused on ensuring the safe return of the victims while dismantling the networks supporting the kidnappers. Military and security sources indicate that operatives have identified and disrupted parts of the logistics network linked to the kidnappers, increasing pressure on the criminal group. The security agencies have, however, withheld operational details to avoid jeopardizing ongoing rescue efforts. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, has reaffirmed the armed forces' commitment to securing the release of the abducted pupils and teachers, stressing that intelligence gathering and interagency collaboration remains central to the operation. The Delta State Police Command has demoted an inspector and a corporal after they were found guilty of extortion and other disciplinary offenses following a viral video showing them police station in Asaba. The command's public relations officer, Mr. Bright Edafe, said the officers, Inspector Augustine Jeremiah and Corporal Miracle Ehirim, both attached to C Division Asaba, were found guilty after an orderly room trial. The Commissioner of Police, Mr. Yemi Oyeniyi, approved the disciplinary measures in line with the Police Act 2020. Inspector Jeremiah was reduced in rank to sergeant, while Corporal Ehirim was demoted to constable. The command said the sanctions underscore the Nigerian police force commitment to professionalism, discipline, and accountability. The Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Montomori Olatokunbo Kekere Ikun, has urged newly appointed judges of lower courts to uphold the highest standards of integrity and judicial ethics in discharge of their responsibilities. Speaking at the induction calls for newly appointed judicial officers in Abuja, the Chief Justice, represented by the Administrator of the National Judicial Institute, Justice Babatunde Adejumo, cautioned judges against accepting gifts or engaging in conduct capable of undermining public confidence in the judiciary. Justice Kekere Kun advised the judicial officers to remain impartial, exercise restraint in the use of contempt powers, and ensure that justice is administered fairly, transparently, and in accordance with the rule of law. She described the lower courts as the foundation of Nigeria's justice system, stressing that integrity, competence, and professionalism among judicial officers are essential to strengthen public trust in the administration of justice. The federal government has postponed the 4th evacuation flight schedule to bring stranded Nigerians home from South Africa after a technical fault was detected on the aircraft assigned for the operation. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs said the Air Peace aircraft was grounded in Johannesburg after engineers discovered cracks on the cockpit windscreen during routine safety checks. The ministry says that the decision to delay the flight was taken in the interest of passenger safety. The ministry's spokesperson, Mr. Kimiebi Ebiemfa, apologized to the affected passengers for the inconvenience and assured them that arrangements had been concluded to deploy a replacement aircraft to complete the evacuation exercise. You are watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Joint security operation traces logistics networks linked to abductors of Oyo pupils and teachers. Coming up shortly, Senate passes teaching hospital establishment bill for second reading. Oil prices rise after U.S. President Donald Trump declares Iran ceasefire over. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
Obodo ọbụla nwere akụkọ, aka mgbe ọbụla nwere ihe butere ya. Nsogbu ọbụla kwesịrị inwe ogbugbo site n'ọchịchị ruo mmepe obodo, site na nchekwa ruo na mmụta, site n'omenala ruo na akụnụba. A na-ewepụta okwu ndị ahụ na-emetụta anyị ma leba ha anya. Ọ bụ ohere n'okwu gị dịka a na-ajụ ajụjụ ma na-enweta ọsịsa ajụjụ ndị ahụ. Ọ bụ ihe mmemme a na-ele anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị ya na ọdịnihu a chọrọ iwulite. Sonyere Joshua Ozioko n'Otobo dịka ọ ga-akpọta ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu, ndị ma ha ekwe na-akụ nakwa ọha na eze ka ha tinye ọnụ n'okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị niile.
Osun State Governor Senator Ademola Adeleke has directed security agencies to strengthen surveillance around mining communities following intelligence reports of criminal elements attempting to infiltrate parts of the state. The governor, represented by his special advisor on security matters, Mr. Samuel Ojo, disclosed this during a security stakeholders meeting in Oshobo. He said the government had received intelligence indicating attempts by suspected criminal groups to establish operations around mining locations, particularly within the Ife-Ijesa axis. Governor Adeleke directed the immediate establishment of community-based security structures involving traditional rulers, local vigilantes, mining operators, the Nigerian Police Force, the Armed Forces, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, and Amotikun Corps to enhance intelligence gathering and strengthen security coordination. The Nigerian Navy says it has dismantled 3 illegal crude oil refining sites and recovered more than 205,000 liters of stolen crude oil and illegal refined petroleum products during an operation in Rivers State. The Director of Naval Information, Captain Abiodun Folorunsho, said the operation was carried out by personnel of the Nigerian Navy ship Soro under Operation Delta Sanity 2 along the Ebuama-Obologo area of Ahoda West local government area. According to Captain Folorunsho, the operation led to the destruction of illegal refining facilities, including 6 refining ovens, 3 reservoirs, and 4 storage pits. He said approximately 38,500 liters of stolen crude oil and over 167,000 liters of illegally refined automotive gas oil, commonly known as diesel, were recovered during the raid. United States President Donald Trump has declared that the ceasefire between the United States and Iran is effectively over following a fresh exchange of military strikes between both countries. Speaking on the sidelines of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization Summit in Ankara, Turkey, President Trump accused Iran of repeatedly violating the terms of the ceasefire agreement. President Trump said the United States could no longer continue negotiations with Tehran, describing further engagement as unproductive. He also accused Iranian leaders of misrepresenting the terms of the Memorandum of Understanding signed in June to halt hostilities. His comments came after U.S. forces launched strikes on military targets in Iran in response to attacks on commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, while Iran retaliated with strikes targeting U.S. military facilities in Bahrain and Kuwait. The latest escalation has heightened concerns over regional stability and the future of diplomatic efforts to prevent a wider conflict in the Middle East, as world leaders continue consultations at the NATO summit. Meanwhile, global oil prices rose sharply after renewed hostilities between the United States and Iran reignited concerns over supplies from the Middle East following the collapse of a fragile ceasefire. International benchmark Brent crude climbed by more than 5% to about $78 per barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude also recorded gains of more than 5% after President Donald Trump declared the ceasefire with Iran was over. The market reaction followed U.S. strikes on Iranian military targets after attacks on commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz and Washington's decision to restore sanctions on Iranian oil exports, raising fresh concerns over energy supplies through one of the world's busiest shipping routes. Now in sports, Morocco is now Africa's only remaining representative at the 2026 FIFA World Cup after defending champions Argentina came from behind to defeat Egypt 3-2 in the round of 16 encounter. Egypt surrendered a 2-goal advantage despite first-half goals from Yasser Ibrahim and Mustafa Ziko. Argentina responded through Lionel Messi, Cristian Romero and Enzo Fernandez to secure a place in the quarterfinals. Morocco had earlier booked 8th place in the last 8 with a 3-0 victory over co-hosts Canada, becoming the continent's sole remaining hope in the competition. The Atlas Lions will now face France in the quarterfinals as they seek to extend Africa's campaign in the expanded 2026 FIFA World Cup. Now in entertainment, Nigerian actress and comedian Wori Pikin has responded to an online critic who made derogatory remarks about her children after she shared a family video on social media. The video, posted as part of a trending TikTok challenge, attracted thousands of positive reactions before one user criticized the appearance of her children. The comment prompted the actress to publicly defend her family. Wori Pikin dismissed the criticism, maintaining that online bullying directed at children is unacceptable and should not be encouraged on social media. The exchange has renewed conversations about responsible social media conduct and the need to protect children from online harassment, with several public figures continuing to call for greater civility in digital interactions. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. Joint security agencies led by Department of State Services, DSS, have traced and disrupted the logistics network linked to the terrorist group holding 39 pupils and 7 teachers abducted from schools in a rural local government area of Oyo State, as security forces intensify efforts to secure the safe release of the hostages. The Senate has passed for second reading a bill seeking to establish the Federal University of Applied Sciences Teaching Hospital in Manchok, Karo local government area of Kaduna State. Sponsored by Senator Sunday Mashal Katong, the proposed legislation is intended to strengthen tertiary healthcare delivery, medical training, and specialist services in the region. On the foreign scene, global oil prices climbed sharply after United States President Donald Trump declared the ceasefire between the United States and Iran effectively over, following renewed military exchanges between the two countries, raising fresh concerns over stability in the Middle East and global energy supplies. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-710 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi Masogwa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Good day, viewers, and welcome to Aneke TV, where we bring you real voices from the streets. Today, we are focusing on the current situation in Nigeria, looking at how it affects everyday life, from economy and cost of living to security, transportation, and basic needs. We went out to hear directly from Nigerians about their experiences and opinions about the present state of the country. Let's hear what they have to say.
The situation currently in Nigeria is very demeaning and appalling, in the sense that as youth of this country, we sometimes wish that we are not born in this country. And me, as a person, a young graduate, graduating from school, now trying to start up life and facing the situation so hard, thinking of how to, cope along with the high cost of living, things in the stuffs in the market, high cost of transportation, a little distance from your place to another, you'll be paying a huge amount of money because of hike in fuel price and all of that. So it's actually draining us as youth, especially when we are unemployed, having nothing to do, and we are the little you're able to get from one menial job or the other, you are spending it as if like you are plugging the money from tree every day. So, but we thank God that at least we are surviving it. People who have been before us survived it, and we believe that Nigeria will soon become a better place to live. But at the same time, we as youths, we won't relent. We keep pushing and try to make things out of the little things we are doing to make things better in the country. So it's when you have something doing, you can actually, think of better things to.
Nigeria has been betting up in the country, is beginning to increase the consciousness of the people to get to the threshold it needs to get to for us to be able to take matters into our hands as the people and move to the next level. I feel like the future of Nigeria is very, very bright. I feel that because I know that normally as in Igbo parlance, they say chukwujeku, which basically means dialectically, there are contradictions. Everything that you see is progressive and is moving us towards where we need to be going. Even the hardship that you have are for a reason. So I feel like in Nigeria right now, no matter how hard things are, is a step forward, because dialectics is not always a straight path. Sometimes it goes up, it goes down. So I feel like even though things are hard, is moving us forward to the threshold we need to get to before we can change our condition.
The current situation in Nigeria now is very, very bad. It's very, very bad. Like for instance now, for transport, like from here to Ababa, before is 200, but now it's 500. Do you see the difference? So for instance, like I'm into printing, the cost of the material that we are buying before is not what we are getting it now. So the whole thing is changed, everything changed, and everything is very, very bad. And when it comes to electricity, before light used to, but now there is no light. The way I'm seeing this country now, I don't think there is hope. Do you understand? I don't think there is hope. The whole thing now is kind of, the thing is like, kind of, we are just getting it as if it's our culture. So it's mastering us. So that's it.
Everything is hard. Like that's the main point.
In every aspect, monetary, lights, like everything, from my house to my workplace, the transport fare, feeding, Jesus Christ, my salary doesn't last up to 2 weeks.
Honestly, it's a terrible situation. I don't even know where to start because the thing affected the entire economy. I don't know. For instance, now, for the past 3 to 4 days, we've not gotten light. And you know, light is the major thing. Fuel also is the high increase. So the thing is affected in all, and once something like this started happening, it's affecting the entire economy. It's only God that can tell, because from the way I'm seeing it, I think it's like the thing is getting worse on a daily basis. You know, it's getting worse. I'm not seeing unless by the intervention of God Almighty. For now, I don't think there's any hope for us now.
From the responses gathered, it is clear that Nigerians are facing a range of challenges in their daily lives, especially in areas of economy, transportation, and access to basic necessities. Despite these difficulties, many still express hope for improvement and a better future for the country. I am Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, beautiful people of Nigeria. Good afternoon, Denugu. How you guys doing? It is a beautiful Wednesday afternoon. You know what I do on Wednesdays? I give a shout out to all the ladies out there. I'm giving a wonderful shout out to my ladies out there. I hope you guys are doing amazing and doing all good. And you know, today is Women Crush Wednesday, where we appreciate the women out there. We question them and, you know, give them the accolades that deserve it of them, because a woman without, you know, a woman who brings forth people into the world, we won't be having people around us today. So, but that's not all. You know, I have a lot of things for you. You know, amazing gist, growth, what is going on in the entertainment industry today. I'm gonna be giving you, you know, gossip, you know, telling you what's popping. Lately there has just been a controversy that has popped up, and this controversy has made people question the fact: does celebrities enjoy having, you know, divorce or, you know, break out in their marriage, or, you know, forced to settle? Because this thing actually made me realize that, yeah, most of the celebrity marriage, the highest, it can just, you know, last for like 6 years, 7 years, and you see they all end up. And I've been asking myself, what is the reason behind this always constant breakup? One thing has left my heart, you know, open up to is just that I think a lot of things they have seen it all. I'll use the word they have seen it all. So some things, when it happens, like normal human being will just be like, normal people around the world, the society today will be like, okay, let's find our way to this. But for them, they always feel like this is an escape route. And this is just, you know, not flying forth from Uche Bodo, who happens to, you know, allegedly there has been rumor that she has left the marriage, and a lot of things have just need to be addressed, where people are just accusing the husband. And she said something. She said, for person, you know, for person to tire for marriage now, not taboo, because now woman must it always be a man to must tire. So she actually called her husband a princess. A person that goes for this country, she actually called her husband a princess, and she said she's actually tired of this whole back and forth, and, you know, that she's tired of the princess that he married and she's not doing again. And this is marital crisis which have soared between Uche Bodo and Bob Maris, who happens to be her husband. But allegedly, there has been saying that Bob Maris is younger than Uche Bodo, and this is just the reason why they couldn't align. But, you know, some people also came out with the opinion that, I thought she has enhanced her body with the current, you know, show of BBL, and that the love is supposed to be more stronger. What happened? Why is he at the edge of this thing? So what someone say, man go stain your wife. Actually, men will stain your wife, so don't allow them stain your wife. The only thing you can do for yourself is just to live that life, live it to the fullest, and make sure that it is. But I think this whole thing actually arose so many controversies that surrounding marital crisis among celebrities, and this thing has been an issue of debate, and people are just bringing out the opinion that it's just like the celebrities out there should just don't marry. They should just, you know, remain single. Is better off than, you know, getting into marriage today and tomorrow they are all out and looking for another person to jump in with. But also, like, this isn't stop here. Somebody like Competitive Blessing said, never think marrying a man you are clearly feeding will last. No matter how much you tend to cover it up, you no go ever end well. If you can jump the one you way lazy, still you dirty smelling pride join. Your own don't finish. This is the mid of Nkechi Blessing, Uche Bodo, Anita Joseph. This is just the kind of lifestyle that I'm living. As the best of the same feather flock together. I don't know. I don't know if I should be laughing about this. Sorry, I'm not supposed to be laughing, but I'm not supposed to be crying. Am I supposed to be crying? No, hell no. But these people, I don't know what they see marriage at, because today you see them with this man, tomorrow another person, tomorrow this person. And they continuously change different men, and, you know, having kids for different people, and still end up not married, or will I say end up still being single. I don't know if he's married or not, but it's just something that I feel like these celebrities should just count their word. And there has just been this remarking thing that people have just been saying, that Temi Otodola is just making it whole hard for her husband. She said, I'm married to Mr. Easy because I couldn't marry a celebrity crush. The celebrity crush she's talking about is Michael B. Jordan. Ever since I was a teenager, my celebrity crush has always been Michael B. Jordan. And it is not just looks, but I feel like Jordan has a great personality. I love him so much. But as time went on, I realized I never get to be with him and decided to settle for Mr. Easy. But I still do anything to meet Mr. Jordan now. Even the daughter of a billionaire couldn't get her celebrity crush, so settle for Emmanuel before it's too late. So if you have somebody like Okuchuku, Wisdom, Emmanuel in your area, and I've been begging you, please marry me, marry them all. Marry them all. If you can't marry Ronaldo, you can marry Jordan B and all this big talk celebrity. Marry them all. They'll go understand you. Marriage now understanding these days. To married person way marriage goes last for long now by connection these days. If you don't have Wi-Fi to connect, just turn on your hotspot. That's one thing I don't know at the time. But anyway, people are still married. You are talking about marriage. Today you see 7 people, on Saturday you see 7 people getting married, 100 people, millions of people getting married all over the world. It doesn't stop there. That you don't like it or you're afraid of it doesn't mean that others don't want to settle down and procreate. It's just that what will be, will be. What will be, will be. It depends on how it will be. But I know definitely that what will be, will definitely be. Moving over to my next conversation is about the recent thing Bobrisky posted. She said, any man coming close to me should also be ready to show me his HIV status. Bobrisky says after she's going for her HIV status test, so she's trying to tell us that every 6 months I still go for HIV test. Though even though I haven't been with anyone in years, God knows that I know I don't taking chances, and any medication, prevention, peace of mind will always be me, win me. We get problem for this country. Everybody carry their own problem. If you don't get your problem, another person get problem. Her own problem is don't carry HIV, to her side. Before you have to do anything with her, you just have to show her your HIV status. But I'm wondering, after if the man might have forged, what if the man forged his status just to make sure that you get infected with this infection? Is abstinence not the best solution for all this? Well, I don't know, man or a woman. Anyway, anyone, Bobrisky is Bobrisky, just talk about this on Monday, but I just want to talk about it. In a picture frame, I want to ask you, my live audience, that in a picture frame where you have Asake, Brema, Adekunle Gold, and Brenna Boy for best performer, and you are asked to choose one, either Asake, Brema, Adekunle Gold, Brenna Boy, who would it be for you and why? Please go right straight to our comment section live on Aneke TV on all our socials to comment. Who would it be? What's the best format you can choose out of this? Go straight to our comment section on all our social, on Facebook, Aneke TV, on Instagram, Aneke TV, on TikTok, Aneke TV, and X, Aneke TV, everywhere you go, even on YouTube, Aneke TV. Just go straight there and drop your comment. If you pick Asake, Rema, or Adekunle Gold, or Brenna Boy, for me, in this selection, I think I'll go with Rema. Rema is this kind of artist that I think I understand and align with the way he sings and the way I just have to want Rema. But one person that is supposed to be my top one that is not here is Davido, but he's not here anyway. So I have to make you deal with the one I have here. So with the list I have here, I think I'm gonna be picking Rema. Yes, I will pick Rema on this note, on this category, as my best performer. If I'm given an opportunity to select one person, Rema will do the do for me. Yeah, Rema will do the do for me. So someone said on X, Abi said, I once lied to a man that I was pregnant just to see his reaction. This man no even ask question. I just saw an alert and asked, waiting be this. He said, I already know. The next afternoon he called again and asked how far. Tell him that there's complication and he will send a bigger sum. Someone just replied, just tell him that there's a complication that he should send a bigger sum. And I collected more. Cash out, updates. updates, they don't drop. So if you are doing 1 or 2 with your guy, you don't carry belle. Just if you're a good person, if now rich, you can't tell us say you don't carry belle. You don't be for you. But if he's a good person, I mean, if he's a cool, calm guy, very sweet, very loving and giving, because there are men that are not loving and giving. No, but if you have one odogu parara that is loving and giving, you know, that's the bilam, and at a point, now waiting they tell make I tell you, no be me they talk calm. At the point, just say, you don't understand yourself. Say like the baby don't fly, they go where it come from. But it's not our portion anyway. But anyway, I think pregnancy is something you shouldn't lie about. It's something of joy. You don't know the kind of excitement you have put in him. Because I have a friend that actually used pregnancy to get the man to do the needful. You know, the man has just put a ring on her fingers and turned her to the lady of the ring, not the lord of the ring, the lady of the ring. For like 7 years, they have been dating. I mean, I don't think this relationship don't pass dating. No. Or now marriage when they do like this, you know. At a point, she just said to the guy, "I am pregnant and I'm not doing anything with this baby, but I'll give birth to." So, the way the man no one do for long, the man just they do everything sharper. At the end of the road, the girl just told the man that she just had to frame 1 or 2. And so she get them smart to marry him. But anyway, she has 2 beautiful kids now with him. So now expo they give you. Don't say, but when the expo casts don't come to me, I will definitely deny you. If you come to me, I will tell you that I did not send you. But did I? I know. So I just only gisted you what's just going on. And before we go on the next gist, I will go on a short break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to the best entertainment show live on Aneke TV. Before we go into a short break, I was talking about this how you're gonna get strategies of getting him to do the do. The do is now either money, either your wedding, your child. But not say I told you that is now gossip. We're just gossiping. What we do here. We just gossip. So now you take them personal. Now take them personal. The choice is yours. My own is to pass the information. Just thank me later. I know you're thanking me. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. So let's go to our next gist, and it's about Odumodu Black reacts to Black Bones. He said, "I stand on it. You are a sexual abuser." Rapper Odumodu Black reacts to Black Bones 2 billion defamation lawsuit against him. This has just been a battle. These are big fish in the industry. Muslim Black trying to tell him, "I stand on it. This is not defamation. You are a sexual abuser. You did it. Just because you gave 100 blogs to post your 10th petition to me does not mean I will change my stance. If I was wrong, why have you have 9 other petitions to me have failed? You are guilty." And then he said, make a post and with him account, share him out like 2 billion. Or more, when 2 big birds are fighting, who go suffer them? But anyway, you're an abuser or you're an abusee. One thing I always say, do everything you're doing with conscience, knowing that the person next to you might be your God, might be the angel sent to you. So when you abuse or do anything that will warrant, things that will offend our maker, just desist from it. It's something that shouldn't be done and shouldn't be, be seen anywhere, because nobody deserves to go through any pain, nobody deserves to be treated wrongly, nobody deserves any kind of maltreatment. So someone said on X, bro, someone bought a brand new iPad today, and the first thing she did was to download Netflix, sign in her account. I was so happy and angry for them at the same time. Yeah, well, the first thing she downloaded is Netflix. So everybody has his own choice of preference. For her, it is movie. That the sole purpose why she bought that iPad is for, you know, watching movie. Maybe at some point, some people are just saying that TV is in the house, when people's house will now be like for fancy. But for me, I feel like it's just everybody's choice, personal preference. You just have to choose A or B, or you just have to do the both. One thing must just suffice, and most things, her preference is just to watch Netflix, and that's her preference. So she should stick with it. If it's paying you, what I mean you, I'm talking about you, you know. And one thing amazing, I forgot to say, I'm gonna give a big shout out to our new weeks out there. You know, this week is the week of getting them into the NBL, Nigeria Bar Association, and NBA, and giving them a new identity, new shape. Very big congratulations to our new weeks out there. You guys are super amazing. Welcome to the field where we need to explore together and do the amazing thing. I must say, I bagged my most expensive wig. She bought it, the most expensive wig for one ceremony. And then they buy, and then they will place others for this just one ceremony. If you oppress me, I go close my eyes. If that day, if I wear attachments, I used to be saying now, not be original, but anyway. Someone says, since you are finally a lawyer, my mother would like you to be my mother-in-law. So let's talk about Baba Ijesha. He said they cannot say whatever they like. Is he pays a visit to MC Olumo. Even when people were crucifying him, that he came out, he had to just go and marry a celebrity, get her pregnant, to give birth for her. A lot of things have been said. But anyway, like I always say, like everybody has his own choice. So either you take A or you take B. Anyone is a choice. And then let's talk about what's happening. The online personality way. You said you cannot sell anything to Nigeria if you add a bit of classism. Tell them it is not for the poor people. Everything. So much things in this country is sellable. Just for me, my friend always say, is how you package whatever you are bringing to the table. That's the way people will see it. Nigerians like something packaged, because one day my friend was just telling me there's a medicine she buys, the malaria drug. So there are two packages. One was packaged with a seal, the other was not packaged with a seal. She was saying that this one is fake, but later I think the company came to clarify that the two were done by them. This one was old one, this one is new packaging and all these things. But one thing I know is, one thing is, the rich keeps mingling with the rich, and the poor keeps mingling with the poor. And it's a bit odd, seeing a very wealthy man stick, allowing his child to stick with a poor person. They say that the destiny is so afar. I don't know, both of them don't give the match. But it's not about giving the match. It's about, did you actually attain the purpose? I think if I create a product today and it's for sale, maybe it's for everyone, but the whole thing is just to make it rich if you want to buy, but I will make it rich and affordable for everybody to purchase and make good use of it. And it's not something that I shouldn't. So this marital crisis between Uchoboda and this thing has just been, so everywhere you go in the internet is just about them. And let's see, some people are talking about, let's diversize into this football thing. People have just been cheering Argentina recently on their win against Egypt. It's a massive one for Messi fan. And Ronaldo fans are just beating themselves up. Spain taught them a lesson to the goal score of 1-0. But, some people saying, see how proud all fans, Messi fans are. He won't even shame his people like what they say. And my friend, a friend of mine tore his Ronaldo JC, burnt it, you know, he had to make you do use of it. It was like, how would Ronaldo make him a mocking, make people mock him, make people, you know, laugh at him. He's so angry with him. And I'm like, are you a football fanatic? Like, why the anger? Why much hatred? These are people, big men, you know, in their house, in their space, enjoying life, enjoying whatever that comes to the table. But you're here beating yourself. Who? Really? Okay. It's okay. Well, I don't know, but I know these few days I've watched the World Cup and see what is going on. I think the most especially, you know, fantastic match I have watched is this Norway match against Brazil. That was the highlight for me. But anyway, I'm not gonna talk, so a person will know holler my head. But anyway, a lot of this is coming up. My next one is just like a story. You know, someone said on X, he tweeted a very short one. He said, I was paired with a man for a game. Yes, someone spent the entire time rooting for his wife, who was the one opposing team. Of course, she won. It turned out my brilliance was no match for marital loyalty. You don't know this peace of mind at home. My marriage is more important than winning a random game. Well, it's true. You're my husband tomorrow now. Like, you're my husband tomorrow and I'm in a game and you're not supporting me. If you come back, you got my knee down. I will raise your hand and open your mouth. Even if I don't kneel down. But I think, you know, pairing two couples as opposing party, one person must surrender now. If you don't do it, why would there be peace at home? There will not be peace now. Everyone, there will be always, you know, So you have to support your spouse. I think I didn't see anything wrong with what they did, because these are people that understand and love themselves. You know, they say love is blind. Have you ever loved someone? Love is actually blind for some people, not for me. I see my two eyes, a gallant, you know, blind. I'm seeing everything. I'm seeing it's not blind for me. It's not something that I just miss my footstep. It's just something that redirects my footstep. And I'm sure that this love is not blind and is not getting me blind at any time, any point in time. You know all these things I've been talking. I've not told you that also. Bobby Maris tweeted. You know, he tweeted something on Instagram. He said, "Delivered." You know, I don't know what God delivered him from. Is it from the hands of Uche Obodo, or is it from the hands of the people of Nigeria? Or is it from the hands of his village people? Or in the hands of who? Who did actually God deliver him from? Because all these, the marital wasbos, that has been, you know, disturbing us on the internet. But anyway, like I always say, everybody in a way, yeah, if your own is straight, deal with it. If it's crooked, deal with it. Life is too short for us to keep on bantering, you know, trying to make ourselves. And then I'll talk about my last gist for today, and it's going for Jim Ike. They said there's something truth about to school now. There's something truth is to school now scam. How many teachers are doing well? I met a professor recently. We both knew he was doing better, but school, for me, school is not scam. You know what school have done for me is much greater and impactful. I think I can't take away the accolades, the respect and the honor it has added, and the value system is something that some people, you know, people don't see. There is something that money cannot buy. If you don't have the prominency, the value, and this thing in it embedded in you, how will you move to that stage where you dreamt all this thing? Because there's some, you know, sometimes where your money cannot put you in the place of calibers. It's just what you have up there, and you know, even if you try to pay, it only takes when you have substance, and those men of substance are people who have played vital roles. So education is very impactful. So whoever that has given you that slogan, school not scam, school no be scam, me personally, Gift Obodo is telling you that school is not a scam. It can only, you know, get better, in as much as the structure of the society, it might not be favorable at the moment, but there is hope that one day, sometime, things will change, but you know, for a good, you know, outlook, for a good purpose, everything will change. But one thing I always say, wherever you are, do what you like. Whatever you do it well. Love yourself, be at peace. And thank you guys for doing this to me. Wherever you're watching me, listening to me, I love you, and I'm shouting a massive support and shout out. You know what we do here? We always give you that gist and groove. I go by the name Gift Obodo. We do this tomorrow, same time, same station. We love you. Bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Yeah, you're welcome to another edition of our program, Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, southeast of Nigeria. Today we have yet another topic that is making rounds in Nigeria, a topic that has set the Nigerian government on their toes, a topic that has opened up the very many rots in our system, a topic that has come to define corruption as being endemic or systemic in the Nigerian nation. And we are talking about the ghost organization, that's the fake agency, the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, and budget approval. That is the topic of our discourse today. And we have a retired public affairs commentator who is a very known face on this program, who has been lending voice to very many topics, not just in Aneke TV, but in very many other public commentary spaces. We have a former vice president of Nigerian Union of Journalists, Comrade Ken Ofoma. You're welcome.
Thank you for having me once again.
The issue of Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council has been an issue of discourse, necessitating the presidency or the president ordering for any investigation around the issue, which they're called a ghost agency, that has gone into to get an allocation of 1.3 million in the national budget in 2026 budgetary act. And one begins to think about a situation where an agency not created by government will have to go into the government circle, get an office in the National Assembly, and do lots of things, you know, including getting approvals to represent Nigeria in Canada. Yet, one begins to say that the government does not know. Well, it has come to the notice that even the security agencies around the presidential villa or presidential office, the president's office, do not even know, or they know and are concealing knowledge. Otherwise, if it had been that the corporate, the so-called corporate, the one corporate they're saying is intending to harm the president, are they going to say they do not know, or they will not be able to find out? They will not have an intelligence to unravel that some danger is there. The National Assembly also denied complicity into the circumstances. But we are going to find out from our guest today whether the National Assembly is complicit or not. whether the presidency, whether the accused person is working alone or had other people working in concert with him. The investigations are yet to show, but here we have to discuss the topic and find ways to join and ask government to unravel the circumstances that surrounds the fake agency that came to now assume legitimacy. Comrade Ofoma.
Yes.
We have a fake agency, the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. The presidency has denied knowledge of this agency. The agency Director General, Adeniyi Matthew Adeniyi, has also said that Femi Gbajabiamila, the Chief of Staff to the President, is aware of what he was doing. He said the presidency gave him an appointment letter, that he is not fake. That today, people are calling him fake are those who are demonizing him only. And today, the government have denied, including the Chief of Staff to the President, who is now threatening a 10 billion naira libel suit. So could Adeniyi Matthew be acting alone? How could that happen? And the presidency is denying they do not know anything about him. Yet, the Federal Civil Service had to put in several staff into his office at the National Secretariat who were working until these problems came. And then he also claimed to have given about 400 million, and also claimed that he's been asked to give out about 48% or 40% of the 1.3 billion allocated to the fake agency. How true could that be?
Well, this is one of the biggest, or if not the biggest, scandal of involving government operations in Nigeria. If it is not the biggest, it may be one of the biggest. And it is still on, and the world and Nigerians are watching. Actually, from Trust Nigerians, they have been digging in, both media people and other interested parties, or non-media people, but Nigerians who are curious about this development. How the presidency can label it fake. And yet, like you railed out, the same fake agency, the Director General, Adeyemi Matthew, has been operating in the open, hosting meetings, getting his organization or agency space in the appropriation budget of 2026, getting a space, office space in the Federal Secretariat, having 314 staff, hosting ambassadors and diplomats, attending international conferences, hosted by EFCC chairman, who even gave him an award, attending courtesy visit to Deputy Speaker, Ukezekal, and what have you. Now, the agency called Presidential Economic Advisory Council, PEAC, didn't come from the blues. It exists. It's not fake. That agency was created by, or the council, not even agency. That council was created by former President Buhari, Presidential Economic Advisory Council, headed by Professor Salami. People like Professor Ludo and other people, Bismarck Rewane, and what have you. We are all members of that committee. But when Buhari left and the current president took over, meanwhile, that agency, or rather that council created by Buhari, has a budget line. And that budget line is that code 0111602001. So it exists. It's not a ghost agency or whatever. When Buhari left and the current president took over, he created another council that he called Presidential Economic Coordination Council, where he had people like Tony Lumelu, even Dangote Deva, and other people as members. The one created by Buhari is Presidential Economic Advisory Council, PEAC. But when the current president came, he created Presidential Economic Coordination Council, PECC. But after creating this Presidential Economic Coordination Council, the current president, he did not repeal or cancel the other one. So it went dormant. PEAC went dormant, the one created by Buhari. So he took the knowledge of somebody, a bureaucrat who has the knowledge of presidential councils, advisory councils, somebody that has institutional memory, to now, what he went to do is to revive that Buhari's own, that already has a budget code. But in order to broaden the operation, they now added stroke, Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. So that's why when you see PEAC stroke, PFIPC. Now, by adding Presidential stroke, Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, it will also confuse people. Maybe who knew the existence of the first one? They will now be confused. And it gives them opportunity to now even interact with foreign agencies and what have you. Now, they use Presidential Economic Advisory Council to get money, because that is the one that has a budget code. But they use Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council to operate. But that one, they can operate under that cover.
Umbrella. Yeah.
Umbrella, and many people will not be confused. But when they see this one, they will also see this one. So it is easy, that was why it was easy for him to have a budget line, because that thing exists. And also, they created Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council in order to change the nomenclature of the head. Because Presidential Advisory Councils come with chairman or chairmen, like the one created by former President Buhari. Professor Salami was the chairman. But the one created by President Buhari, he himself chairs it. There's a presidential
chairs it?
By the president himself.
Okay.
Presidential Economic Coordination Council, okay. PECC.
Okay.
So it's always chairman, not DG, because the Presidential Advisory Council.
Yes. So
in order to create that office of a DG, they now have to attach Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council.
To have a Director General.
To now have a Director General
as the head.
As the head. No longer chairman. But if the chairman, it will be directly under the president. And so that was the scheme. It is an elaborate scheme. It is difficult for an outsider, an individual who doesn't know government operations to, first of all, discover that there is dormant Presidential Council that has a budget code already, to go and revive it. And so, now, he is claiming, Adeyemi is claiming that somebody facilitated his appointment letter. He admitted that he has not met
the president,
the chief of staff, Bajabi Amila, but that he had a go-between in the person of Labourparty Tanimola. That he was the one that facilitated the appointment letter, and that he was also the one that was a go-between when he gave, in order to facilitate his appointment or creation of this Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. They had to give the chief of staff, allegedly, they agreed to give him 600 million. He had already advanced 400 million, remaining 200 million. He also claimed that
Please, just clear this. The go-between, is it the one that has been said to have died?
The one that is the mystery. Exactly. The one that died 22nd of October 2025 in purported fire in a hotel. That was the one that, which many people are now saying that his death should also be investigated. Well, he died on that 22nd. On 27th, they arrested Matthew Adeni and granted him bail. And you'll be wondering why from October till now. Even when he was in detention, it coincided with the time budget preparation for 2026 was going on in National Assembly. So I wonder, even while in detention, somebody still smuggled that budget into the 2026 budget with that budget code. You understand my point? He was later granted bail. I have forgotten exactly whether 2 weeks or 4 weeks he spent in detention before he was granted bail. And then he's making these claims. And many people, now he said that they gave chief of staff 400 million, remaining 200 million, allegedly. And that the chief of staff was also demanding 45% or 48% of takeoff grant of 27.3 billion. Whether that 27.3 billion has been released or is about to be released, I wouldn't know. Now, you also wonder who facilitated the opening of both Naira domiciliary account, this agency with the CBN. It's not easy for anybody to just walk into CBN and open an account. Who has been funding that?
The office of the Accountant General of the Federation said that these accounts has not been actually opened.
No, they said there is no money. Money has not been credited. Not that it has not opened. It has opened. They have opened accounts, both dollar account, Naira account, and pounds. And of course, he also opened other accounts, about 30 different accounts. Police, when they investigated his house, they discovered about 30 different accounts. But nine of that 30 are related to activities of this organization, the agency. So these are the issues. Now, we can now establish that the Presidential Economic Advisory Council is not fake. It's not fake. What is fake is the other one they established to attach to it. Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. They say stroke, so they go together, and they are used interchangeably to confuse people. Perhaps those who could have had a review, maybe National Assembly or other people, may have innocently assumed that this is a. But it also shows about inability to, scrutinize documents diligently. If the SGF should know when a new agency is created, and Accountant General of the Federation also know. Even National Assembly, you have chairman appropriation in the Senate. You also have chairman appropriation in the House of Rep. They should also know, because this same Presidential Economic Advisory Council, it never appeared in 2023 budget, no, 2024 budget. It didn't appear in 2025 budget. How come it is now appearing in 2026 budget? These are red flags that people who are very careful should have reviewed. Now, many people are alleging that perhaps when the sharing formula, when they had issue with sharing formula, that was when this thing burst. And the issue of petitioning the police and DSS and arrest and granting of bail and all that now started happening. And perhaps the death of Dalakbo Babatunde Tanimola. Now, the police say that they have charged this matter to court. And it is coming up 27th of July this month. Now, you would wonder, a matter that started in October 2025, and you're talking about July, they are still going for arraignment, possibly on 27th of July. How many months? Now, and why the matter is still in court, and because of the public interest and hulabalu the thing has generated, the presidency now issued a statement, a disclaimer, that long write-up, which is like Tales by Moonlight. But when they saw a lot of holes, like the rebuttal even raised more questions than answers. The president yesterday directed that ICP. It is important to give you a timeline, because like I said, Nigerians are very sharp. There's one Eneton Bello who has done a forensic investigation into this matter, supported by a good governance group. Now, he raised so many questions and even gave a timeline. It now started from September 2019, when former President Buhari created the Presidential Economic Advisory Council with real members and the legal mandate, the Presidential Economic Advisory Council. The one I told you, it was in 2019 that he created it. Now, in March 2024, President Tinubu created the Presidential Economic Coordination Council, effectively superseding the Presidential Economic Advisory Council, the one created by Buhari. But he never formally dissolved the one created by Buhari. So the one was hanging, dormant. In April 2025, Adeyemi wrote to the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation on PFIPC letterhead. So he likes to operate with that PFIPC, the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. That's the one he used to operate. But when he wants money to go into the budget, he will use Presidential Economic Advisory, the one that has budget.
That's why they use slash Presidential Economic.
But if he is writing, his communication, writing to the diplomats and what have you, he likes to use Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council.
To make that one prominent.
To make that one prominent. So, in April 2025, Adeyemi wrote the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation with the letterheading of PFIPC. And it was now requesting civil servant deployments. And the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation processed the request. In May 2025, Adeyemi meets Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu, at the National Assembly. A lot of media organizations carried it, including Voice of Nigeria, Vanguard, Punch. They covered it and carried the report. In June 2025, Adeyemi receives Chinese investment delegation and announces a Nigerian-China bilateral investment promotion. This is illegal, and these things are happened and carried in the media.
Nobody asked.
Nobody asked and say you don't know that it's the fake. In August 28, 2025, 3 civil servants, senior civil servants from the office of the Accountant General were posted to the office of Adeyemi, Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. Their posting letter appears on the website of the Accountant General. In September 2025, Adeyemi visit EFCC chairman Olaoluko Yade. A joint statement was issued. He also briefs National Economic Council and whatever on the World Investment Summit. In September to December 2025, during the same budget preparation window, budget code, that same code I told you of Buhari's advisory council, 0111062001, titled Presidential Economic Advisory Council, stroke Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, was included in the 2026 executive budget bill with an allocation of 1.3 billion and 10 specific program lines. Now, that if you look at that September to December of 2025, when the budget of 2026 was being prepared, that was when he was already having an encounter and interaction with the police. Yet, the budget was smuggled into the budget. I mean, his budget was smuggled into the national budget.
When you say budget was smuggled, he wasn't just free to have actually gone for the budget.
Personally.
Yeah.
And somebody defended it.
And that is exactly where I'm coming to. And the National Assembly, or the Senate, said they just saw the executives sending budget. But I know at the committee level, during budgeting or during scrutinization of the budget by the Senate, that ministries, parastatals and agencies send their representatives to sit with the members of the
committees,
the committees to defend what they have in their budget. So who did? And why should, if nobody did, why should the National Assembly now?
Question. Who did? Who presented it? Well, somebody must present. Agencies present their budget maybe through the minister.
Okay, again.
But this one is presidency, under the presidency.
When a budget is being prepared, you have the Ministry of Budget and Planning.
Of course.
The agencies and parastatal ministries, all the budget, it collects the budgets of all agencies, ministries, and
scrutinizes before
they send. So, are you saying they did not see that of the same so-called, in quote, fake?
That is the curiosity in this matter. That is why we will come to recommendation, we will come to what people are saying, that how this matter should be handled. Now, in October 10, 2025, Adeyemi hosts foreign ambassadors at Wells Charlton Hotel, Asokoro, without the Foreign Affairs Ministry's knowledge. Perhaps it was this and other activities that prompted the Minister of Foreign Affairs to now write to the Chief of Staff, complaining that this organization, as at that time, maybe Foreign Affairs were ignorant, they may have thought that is a agency created by government. So, but their own annoyance was that they were not involved. If you are going to host foreign ambassadors, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should have been involved. That was their own. And then another organ of government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Council, also wrote complaining. That was when perhaps the Chief of Staff felt that the bubble has burst. That was not when he wrote petition to the police and DSS. So in October 17, 2025, Chief of Staff petitioned DSS and police. In October 22nd, 2025, Dalapo Babatunde Tanimola, the man Adeyemi says helped him procure the forged appointment letter, dies in a fire at the Kachi Hotel, Utako. There is no independent news report of this fire. The only place it exists in the public record is inside the presidency statement, the one issued by Onanoga. In October 27, 2025, Adeyemi was arrested. 5 days after the death of Tanimola. He was arrested. In November 27, 2025, 8 count charges filed at the Federal High Court. 2 co-defendants, another curiosity. 2 co-defendants, he was not charged alone, there were also 2 co-defendants, identified only as Femi and Anu, remain at large. So why will you, in court documents, you don't write one name, so but why should they only write Femi, then another person, Anu, A-N-U, then they didn't write the other names? Perhaps somebody wants to shield their full identity. So in December 19, 2025, President Tinubu presents the December 19. They had already gotten the thing into the budget. In December 19, 2025, President Tinubu presents the 2026 appropriation bill to the National Assembly with the budget code, that same budget code of the agency created by Buhari, 0111-062-001. Is already inside it, inside the budget. April 17, 2026, President Tinubu signs the 2026 Appropriation Act into law. With the same budget code, 0111-062-001, with 1.3 billion survives every review stage. That 1.3 billion. Then, more questions. The question that remain. Who specifically submitted the budget proposal for code 0111-06-2001 and through which MDA's desk? Who at the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation approved the staff deployment request without verifying the agency's legal existence? Who at the Federal Secretariat allocated office space without cross-checking the SGF's register? Then who are the National Technology Development Agency issued a .gov.ng domain to an unregistered agency? You know, they also have their website, .gov.ng, which only government agencies have it. And it is this Nigerian Technology Development Agency. They are the only people that can allocate
issue them, give them to ministries and parastatals.
Then, curiously again, who is Femi and Anu, the co-defendants? And why were their full names not published despite being co-defendants in active federal case? And I understand they are at large now. So these are issues. Now, many people are calling for a judicial panel of inquiry. First of all, the presidency issued a statement giving Femi Gbajabiamila a clean bill of health and claiming that Adeyemi was a fraudster, conman, blah, blah, blah. Which means they have already cleared Gbajabiamila. Then 2 weeks later, yesterday, the president now ordered ICPC to probe. So the question is, has the president not already, have they not already taken a stand? So what is the ICPC going to now probe? And there are now, many people are now suggesting that ICPC is still an agency under the presidency. And that from all the people mentioned, the Chief of Staff, the SGF, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the Accountant General of the Federation, even CBN, that there should be a wider, unbiased investigation by a neutral body, perhaps a judicial panel of inquiry to be headed by prominent Nigerians, respected Nigerians, maybe to be chaired by a retired judge. They can still use government agencies to get information they want. And when they submit their report, they will now know those who are culpable and their limit of culpability.
Yeah, then after
and they are even calling for the withdrawal of the charges because against Adeyemi.
Because the charges may not be right. Yeah.
Yes,
and they are also the withdrawal of the charges of Adeyemi, so that after the independent investigation, or possibly that which the president has ordered for, then they'll be able to know which charge that Adeyemi and whoever they may have been found culpable in the issue will be charged. We are going to actually take a break. After the break, we'll come back to discuss this topic. It is a developing story. We are certainly going to discuss this topic over and over. And we'll have our guest and some other persons to join him someday to discuss this thing, because we are yet to find out the situation on the matter. Stay tuned.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap them, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, I want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV. You're welcome back. We're still on our program, Arena, on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Today we are discussing on the issue around fake agency, Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, or Presidential Economic Advisory Council, and the budget approval. We have talked, the guest on this program has talked eminently on the existing facts so far. We are still going to discuss more on this, and he's still here. Comrade Ken Ofoma is with us, and he's going to give us a picture of the goings-on around the matter, which is a national problem presently, because I do not think there's any other national Ofoma. You were talking about the report of the investigation and the charges going to be withdrawn, so that the investigation that is to come will actually determine what the charges are. But I want to. In
addition to that, people are also calling for those mentioned to step aside, so that they will have unfettered investigation, whoever is going to investigate.
Good. That's exactly where I was going.
Okay.
I said, Adeni Matthew said, at least he mentioned one person in the presidency, the chief of staff to the president, Femi Gbajabiamila. And the police eventually ended up making him a prime witness, instead of actually, since there's an allegation, because there's an allegation that he is involved. So if there's an allegation, then it means he has to step aside and subject himself to investigation. If he's given a clean bill, he'll probably go back to wherever he is. But if he's not given, the law will take its course. So are you saying that the two persons at large and Adeni about 3 of them, were primarily responsible for all these things that has happened, all these things that has everything to do with controlling about 300 association staff members, and all the hostings of international dignitaries and international visits. One still wonders the mystery that surrounds. Who are those in hood that has been working? Who were those that forwarded this budget from the agency into the National Assembly? And why was it not defended? Why was it not defended? Because see, if the budget was defended, then there would have been the person that defended it would have been seen. But the defense of the budget even happened when there's already a problem about the authenticity of that agency. There was still a problem about the authenticity, yet the budget went through and was passed and signed into law. Even when there are problems that has to do with the authenticity of the agency and the Director General and his appointment and all that, yet that budget went straight. Who gave him an office at the National Assembly, at the Federal Secretariat?
Who cleared him to open an account in CBN?
And all that. And where are the security, that is our security agencies that should be able to do a security background check? Background check on him.
They have police orderlies.
He was also allocated orderlies, police orderlies, and so. So these background checks were not done. And that's exactly why I said that their claim, if it is true, portends a great danger to the security of our president and those in Aso Rock, if their claim of the federal government is correct. Then if it is correct, it's also indicting on the federal government and the security architecture around Aso Rock and the people who work there. It is also indicting on accountability that has to do with governance. So what is your take on that?
You know, I've listened to many commentators on this matter, enlightened commentators, lawyers, elder statesmen, public affairs analysts, people from different backgrounds. And the conclusion they reached is similar to the one you reached now, that is either that there is a high-level compromise or there is inexplicable negligence. Either way, it is a disastrous outcome, a disastrous story to hear. You understand my point? Now, if you look at the angle of possible compromise, many people have also made reference to issue of nepotism, though I don't want to toe that line, but there was a reference to nepotistic influence, where the chief of staff is from the same side, from, the accountant general, the CBN governor,
West,
the chairman House Committee on Appropriation in both chambers of the National, the chairman. So it is possible for them to conduct business in local language. For somebody to pick up, I beg, something is coming, can you help to push it? You understand that kind of language? So it is possible. It's a possibility. Nobody has concluded now because that's what they are calling for, independent investigation. Now, if it is negligence, institutional failure to carry out diligent review, then we are finished as a country. It means that anything can happen. Either way, it is too bad. And it may even suggest that we may still have similar DMEs operating fake agencies. So that's why people are calling for forensic investigation, even in the budget. An independent or possibly judicial commission of inquiry who will hire international audit firms to also go through all these things, go through every memo, talk to everybody mentioned. What is their role? I believe it will do the president a great deal of favor, do himself a great deal of favor, if this matter is handled transparently with dispatch, so that we can face all that. Otherwise, like you said, it's a developing story, and the media will continue to feast on it. The general public, the opposition parties, it's damaging. So a decisive action should be taken, and the conclusion should be that some heads should roll, at least to serve as a deterrent and to show that the president, whose table the buck stops, does not have any, does not condone that kind of behavior and has no knowledge of it. Otherwise, people may even be thinking that somebody acting for the presidency. There could be that assumption. So, having set up ICPC, having our directed ICPC to investigate, many are asking, is it enough? Why not go, further? Remove all these government agencies that could be influenced. Especially when the people mentioned are still in the office. And people are reading some newspapers today, they were even saying that the president gives chief of staff new appointment despite the controversy to head the committee on implementation of state police bill or act, headed by chief of staff. It was announced yesterday. So we are aware. We are giving more responsibility to somebody that should be under probe.
We are aware in Nigeria here that the minister, there were questions about the documents, the academic documents of a minister. He honorably resigned to allow investigation to go on. And here, somebody is being pointed at as being culpable, pointed at, alleged to be part of a process that has brought the image of Nigeria to serious disdain, because even whether it is right or wrong, whether the claims of government is right or wrong, the image of Nigeria is being brought to disrepute in the course of discussing these issues. And why should that person continue to be in office and not step aside?
At least temporarily, until the investigation is concluded. So that is the question, and that is what many Nigerians are saying. While others are also saying that let's give the president the benefit of doubt. Now he has directed the ICPC and has given them 30-day deadline. No, but I don't think Nigerians are going to let their eyes off this matter until satisfactory conclusion. And like I said, it will be good for the president to take urgent actions to ensure that Nigerians know what happened. It will also clear the country and the presidency before the international community, because now if any agency in Nigeria is writing to any foreign body, any foreign embassy or organization, they will be looking at it. Is it another fake agency? You understand my point? So it's a damaging development to the image of this country. And this country is not only the presidency. There are Nigerians who are doing their very best across the globe. This affects them too. We are all Nigerians. Nigeria is not made up of presidency. The opposition parties, they are already feasting on it. If you recall, the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, they have already issued statements. ADC, African Democratic Congress, have issued statements. Even a faction of the PDP, all of them calling for independent investigation, and also calling for for those mentioned to step aside while the investigation is being carried out. So it's not, that's why I'm saying Nigerians alone, apart from the parties, they will not let go. But the parties in particular, the opposition parties, since this is electioneering period, they are going to be feasting on it. And that's why I was saying that it is in the interest of the president to quickly get this thing sorted out and put it behind. Otherwise, they are going to be hitting hard on the government and the ruling party with this matter, the opposition parties. That is the implication.
And so, since these things have been happening, there came a news report that the father of the man martyr was arrested, maybe proxy arrest, or substitute arrest, or direct arrest. Could it be said that the man was culpable in the dealings of the so-called fake agency in concert with the son? Can you actually speak on the issue of arrest, whether it is still authentic? Because I also read where a police officer was saying that the man was not arrested, while media reports said the man was arrested alongside a kinsman.
Yes, I think the story broke through the lawyer Adeyemi hired for himself or for the family or whatever. Talking about Chief Femi Falana, SAN. Though he said he was given a limited brief. But I think he was the one that first of all raised the alarm over the said alleged arrest by police of the father of Adeyemi and the relation that was visiting at the time the police came to their house in Ibadan. Bomosho in Oyo State. Now, lawyers that I have listened to say that substituted arrest is illegal and courts frown at that. When somebody commits an offense, you don't go and arrest the mother or the father. It has nothing to do with it. But police has reacted. They said it wasn't quite an arrest, that they needed information, something they were asking, they needed the man to explain something to them, that they invited him to Oyo State Police Command, where they interacted with him and then released him, or released them. But Falana himself also is insisting that if they wanted any information from the man, they shouldn't have taken him to, they could interview him in his house. And that he also hinted the possibility of them suing, for, abuse of their right. So that is what I know about the arrest. The police is claiming that it was not quite an arrest. They just needed to interact with the man and they invited him and took him to...
Interaction. So they needed to interact with him. So in all of this, where do we go from here? What is your position generally in a summary? So because our time may not permit further taking of questions on this.
I think that just like many Nigerians are calling and they have intervened on this matter, is a very serious challenge to this administration and to Nigeria as a whole, in the image of the country. And the president should do all that is necessary to clear the air, and if there are people that were indicted, he should not hesitate to show example. That's
Thank you.
The
president should do everything within his powers to ensure that this matter is dispensed with, as it's already bringing a catalog of criticism and against the country's image. We have, this is the best we can take from this program today. And our guest, Comrade Ken Ofoma, has of course done justice to this. We thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much.
And please, we'll continue to give you the best here on Arena. And don't always join us each time we come on air. Thank you and God bless you.
Fake news on social media has become one of the most dangerous byproducts of the digital information age, reshaping public opinion, weakening trust in institutions, and in some cases, endangering lives. With billions of users active daily on platforms such as Facebook, X, WhatsApp, and TikTok, misinformation now spreads faster than traditional verification systems can respond.
Communication scholars define fake news as false or misleading information presented as legitimate news content, often designed to influence perception or behavior. The Reuters Institute Digital News Report has repeatedly identified social media as the primary driver of global misinformation flows, noting that algorithmic amplification prioritizes engagement over accuracy. In this environment, emotionally charged content, whether true or false, travels fastest. The danger is not theoretical. In several African countries, including Nigeria, false reports shared online have triggered panic, communal tension, and security disruptions. In past incidents, fabricated alerts about attacks or kidnappings have led to mass movement of people, market shutdowns, and unnecessary fear, forcing authorities to issue emergency clarifications. Security analysts warn that during sensitive operations, misinformation can compromise response strategies and endanger both victims and rescuers. Political communication is another area heavily affected. During elections, manipulated images, edited videos, and fabricated quotes are frequently circulated to discredit candidates or influence voters. Communication theorist Marshall McLuhan's famous assertion that the medium is the message becomes relevant in this context, as social media platforms themselves shape how political realities are consumed, often without editorial gatekeeping. Similarly, the agenda-setting theory by McCombs and Shaw explains how repeated exposure to false narratives can shape what the public considers important, even if the information is inaccurate. The implications for democracy are significant. Fake news can erode confidence in electoral institutions, weaken trust in the media, and deepen political polarization. In extreme cases, it can delegitimize outcomes and fuel post-election tensions. Analysts know that once false narratives become entrenched, corrections rarely achieve the same reach or emotional impact as the original misinformation. Public health has also suffered severe consequences. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the World Health Organization described the global misinformation surge as an infodemic, warning that false claims about vaccines, cures, and transmission patterns undermine scientific guidance. In several countries, vaccine hesitancy was directly linked to viral falsehoods circulated on social media platforms, contributing to preventable infections and deaths. Economically, fake news can destabilize markets and damage reputations within minutes. False reports about companies, banks, or government policies have triggered panic withdrawals, stock fluctuations, and loss of investor confidence. Financial experts stress that in a digital economy driven by perception, information integrity is as critical as fiscal policy. At the societal level, individuals have faced harassment, job losses, and reputational damage due to false allegations circulated online. Victims often struggle to recover even after misinformation is debunked, as digital content continues to circulate in archives, screenshots, and forwarded messages. Media ethicist Walter Lippmann once observed that we are told about the world before we see it, a reality amplified today by algorithm-driven feeds that prioritize virality over verification. Experts argue that addressing fake news requires a multi-layered response. Fact-checking organizations, regulatory frameworks, platform accountability, and media literacy education are all considered essential tools. UNESCO has repeatedly emphasized the importance of digital literacy, urging users to think critically before sharing content online. Journalists, meanwhile, are expected to adhere strictly to verification, balance, and accuracy, particularly in fast-moving breaking news environments. Ultimately, the fight against fake news is not solely technological, but behavioral. It requires a shift in user responsibility, platform design, and institutional trust. As digital communication continues to expand, the ability to distinguish facts from fabrication remains a critical skill for citizens navigating an increasingly complex information ecosystem. In an era where information travels at the speed of a click, the consequences of falsehood are no longer confined. They are immediate, global, and often irreversible.
Obodo ọbụla nwere akụkọ, aka mgbe ọbụla nwere ihe butere ya, nsogbu ọbụla kwesịrị inwe ogbugbo, site n'ọchịchị ruo mmepe obodo, site na nchekwa ruo na mmụta, site na omenala ruo na akụnụba. A na-ewepụta okwu ndị ahụ na-emetụta anyị ma leba ha anya. Ọ bụ ohere n'olu okwu gị dịka a na-ajụ ajụjụ ma na-enweta ọsịsa ajụjụ ndị ahụ. Ọ bụ ihe mmemme a na-ele anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị ya na ọdịnihu a chọrọ iwulite. Sonyere Joshua Ozioko na Otobo dịka ọ ga-akpọta ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu, ndị ma ha ekwe na-akụ nakwa ọha na eze, ka ha tinye ọnụ n'okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị niile. Otobo maka inweta ozi ndị ahụ bara ezigbo uru. Ọ na-abịara gị kwa ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday ma ọkụ elekere 5 nke uhuruchi na Aneke TV. Otobo maka ọdịmma anyị niile.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
It is with joy that I welcome you to You Focus on Aneke TV. It is the program that is designed to meet the young people at the crossroad, bringing to fore all the youthful engagement and activities of the young people, especially those of them that happen within the shores of academic institutions. To achieve this, we make opinions, we give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and lots more. Thank you so much for being there. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi. You can join us on our socials, our Facebook, our Instagram, our TikTok, our X, and our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. For this show, our topic for today is the student success in examinations. Thank you so much for being there. May I introduce to you another set of educationists that I have in the studio today for this topic. I have a teen coach who is a teacher working with Queen's Model Schools, Enugu here. Chinaya Sharon is in there. You're welcome on the show.
Thank you for having me.
And again, I have a lecturer, a lecturer in the Department of Industrial Chemistry, Enugu State University of Science and Technology, ESUT, Dr. Lieutenant Wesley. You're welcome on the show.
It is a pleasure to be here.
All right, Chi, let me come to you. Our topic for today is the student success in examinations or after examinations. All right, may we know from you who is a successful student after examination?
Okay. Before I look at the whole sentence, let's first of all look at who is a successful student. Now, from my own view, a successful student is someone that has given his or her best during an exam, to prepare for an exam. This is somebody that is well prepared, stayed committed to his or her studies, and is able to learn at the end of the day valuable thing from the exam. Now, if you have to now join it together, a successful student after exam, I see the student as someone that is intentional. Now, this is a student that after an examination, the person doesn't just stop there. The person wants to reflect on, okay, if I'm excellent in this examination, okay, that's good for me, I did well. And if I'm not, what went wrong? What are the areas I need to improve on? So for me, a successful student after an exam is an intentional student that knows that examination is not just a true definition of my words. It doesn't just make me to just stay there. So even after an examination, there's every need for me to keep improving, keep getting better. I seeing the examination as an opportunity or as an experience to get better and also improve in life. So that's what I feel a successful student is after an examination.
Okay, thanks so much. That's your view. Lieutenant, I don't know how satisfied you are with her own definition?
Of course, our submission is valid and very cogent. However, once we start talking about the issue of success, it's usually subjective. Subjective in the sense that what means success for one person may not necessarily mean success for the next. So, but for a student, for me, I think a student that is a successful student should be somebody who has set goals.
After exams.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. He has
it is relative to the
He
examination.
has set goals that he has achieved. Sometimes success can mean improvement from what has been. For instance, a student may have had a lower grade in a particular exam and now sets a new goal, says next time I'm going to go back there and I'm going to ace it. So in the next exam, he now tops up, maybe gets the cutoff mark. That student is a successful student. In another light, sometimes if you want to talk about learning, learning shouldn't end with just having A's. The idea of learning should be reflective in you being a problem solver. So a successful student is not just someone who has memorized a lot of things, but somebody who can now use those things he has learned to begin to solve problems in the society. So what am I saying? It goes beyond just having theories. You have to be a practical example of someone who has actually learned, having been examined, and having gone through the processes as leader.
Okay, that's another wonderful submission. Thank you so much. Chi, why do you think examination success is necessary?
Okay, for me, examination success is necessary, but it shouldn't be a definition of someone. Because for me, I feel examination is an important thing. It's more like an assessment, but it doesn't define someone's worth based on the environment we have found ourselves in. Because people can do anything to pass an examination, just like what my co-learner said. If you tag success to based on examination, it doesn't make it, because people can do anything to pass an examination. But what value can you bring to the society? Are you a solution to the society? What can you actually offer? What is inside? What's your capacity? So you see, if success for me, for a student to be successful, it has to do with the value the person is able to bring to the society at the end of your stay.
What if the stay has not ended? Because I know if it's in secondary school, we have the JS1, JS2, JS3, and that is when you take the JSS3, the basic examination, I think. Yeah. Good. You have SS1, SS2, SS3. Yeah. Then in the university, you have year 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the rest of them, depending on the course. Then we are concentrating on, for instance, a year 1 student on campus has written first semester examination. Probably has made successes or not. Then what the question is, why is making successes necessary? Not at the end of the graduation, so to say. Because I think I discovered you are going beyond the school years. Okay, so let's limit to where we are within the school years.
Okay, it's more like an encouragement. You know, it gives you this encouragement that, okay, I'm doing well, I'm improving. That's why at the end of the day, you assess yourself. So assessing yourselves and through an examination will help you to actually know if you're doing well or not. And if you're not, it's important that you improve. So success for that person at that time, based on examination, what it does for the person is either it comes like an encouragement or it comes as an opportunity to make an improvement, to get better.
Okay, that is success.
Yes.
Okay. Common sense tells me that the opposite of examination success is examination failure, isn't it? Okay, may I ask you, Lieutenant? After an examination, some may end up being successful and some may end up not being successful.
Of course.
After you are not successful in an examination, what next? Like after examination failure, what next?
Of course, you are going to experience a lot of setbacks. However, you have to brace up yourself and begin to arrange for what is coming. What do I mean by that? Most times, when a student fails an examination, if you don't understand the idea of resilience, you won't be able to strive to do better the next time. Do you understand me? So the angle I'm coming from, if I get you right, is what next after failure is that you have to tell yourself, I have to now put on my A game. If I need to look at my study patterns, maybe, you know, there's difference between reading and studying. Some students actually read, they don't study. In studying, you have to find a way of internalizing concepts, trying to find a way to move them from the short-term memory into the long-term memory. That means you have to memorize, you have to meditate.
You may have to tell us how to make the moving.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. You have to look at your exam timetable.
Okay.
It pays, you know, a very important, you need to pay very important attention to your exam timetable, because the exam is just a way of assessing the progress you've made in the learning curve. Do you understand? So you have to have your timetable ever before you. Now, based on your timetable, you have to now check which subjects require more of my time. I don't know if you understand me. You know, some courses are placed away from the starting of the exams. So you should know which one that deserves more time, which one that you should give more time in studying. And when you are now studying, you have to also pay attention. There are factors that will make you not to succeed in studying, like the environment where you are studying. Whenever you decide to now study, what about the environment? You make sure you are reading somewhere that is calm. You make sure, you know, some of those things. Now, some students are actually heavily distracted because we're in the era of social media. You have to now begin to cut down on some of those things. For me, if you want to achieve success, you have to set goals. And part of goal setting is that you must learn discipline. So what am I saying? A student that has failed, that's not the end point. You have to brace up yourself. You have to pay attention to your study timetable. You have to allot, you know, enough time for those subjects that you are finding difficult. Students have phobia in mathematics, and your mathematics exam is, let's say, 1 week, you know, ahead of you. You have to strategize to give it enough time that it requires. And most students begin to, study overnight, or they may not start studying early enough. So what now happens is that they are doing the rush kind of study. You cannot achieve success that way. So what am I saying? If you have failed an exam, it's not a done deal. You have to sit up, you have to get back to your table and begin to redress those issues that need to be addressed.
But I am thinking that there are some students who are naturally intelligent. Like they can prepare overnight for an examination and they make successes. Are there not students like that?
It's somehow rare because there's nothing like adequate preparation. Just like you said, there is nothing like adequate preparation because it gives you enough time to be able to cover up. Because, you know, this learning is a process. There are subjects that it's open to you. Just like you said, mathematics, there are more complicated topics and you need time to look into it. Understand it, because that's what I always tell my students. Whenever I'm teaching, I always tell, in my class, you must have a jotter. Because as I'm explaining, the explanation I'm giving in class is quite different from what is in the notes. So I try to break it down, and you writing and listening, you're doing two things at the same time. So you need adequate preparation to actually understand and explain it in your own understanding. So during the examination, you'll be able to write and make success.
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Lotena, I'm aware you've been with students over time, and you may have to agree with me that the same way some students after examination will make A's, it's the same way some other students after examination can make F's.
Of course.
Now, have you also seen a student that probably made F's of 35% per course, for instance? And such student, instead of taking encouragement, by the next semester, the student is making 20 marks for the F, and probably the next semester is making 10 or 15. Instead of improving, it's degenerating. How do you define such student?
Issue of this kind of issue is actually a hydra-headed, multi-dimensional issue. It's not just, sometimes some of these failures that students face is not just learner-centered or learner-related. Like I said, sometimes there are other factors you have to look at. The environment, the institution itself. Take, for instance, I am a chemist.
They are the same institution with those who passed very well.
I'm coming. Okay. I am a chemist. I know you want to create a situation where there is a level playing field. Well, take it whichever you want to see it. I want you to know that the institution itself, the apparatus, the instruments available for learning. For instance, you have students that are studying chemistry. Of course, you have to do practicals. I hope you get that. Sometimes some of this stuff are not available for them to learn. Do you understand me? So that's another.
And whose fault is that?
No, I wouldn't want us to lay blames. We know how the educational system is going. That's why I said it's a multi-dimensional hydrided beast that we are facing in our society. Again, you talk of the issue of peer pressure. That's why I say it's multi-dimensional. It's not just the person. Do you know, I teach in, I'm coming, I'm getting to answer your question. Do you know, sometimes I meet students, and midway my lecture, the person is actually sleeping. I summoned one of them. I said, this thing has happened over time. What is the issue? She said, she's the one training herself in school. So she has to go and hawk before she comes to learn. That particular student, I noticed consecutively, she kept failing a particular course. So that's also a dimension we have to look at that. Some of these students are coming from background where they have to fend for themselves. So psychologically, they are not ready. They are not in tune.
Does school have provision for such people?
Of course, that's why we have counselors in schools. But how many students will want to relate with their course advisors? I've been in the educational system for close to 20 years. I started as a kid, been through the secondary system, got to even to the university system. There is no institution of learning that doesn't have counselors. Yeah. Let me even tell you, students don't want to relate with their course advisors or their lecturers.
Why?
I don't know. They'll be like, no, I don't want my lecturers to know me. No, I don't want my teachers to know me. This may not be seen in the secondary level, but I can tell you, even at the secondary level, the counselors in the schools will come and sit. No student is going to come to say, these are the issues I'm facing. So I don't want us to make issue of student learning or failure the learner specific. No, there are many things that can make a child his score continue to dwindle over time, even consecutively.
Okay, Chine, you are in the secondary school system, and I think there are guidance counselors there. Do they not make out time for students, or is it kind of, if you want to go, if you don't want to leave? Is that not a way the school will structure it that so and so time in the school you are meant to see the counselor, whether you think you have a problem or not?
Every school, my school, let me use my school as a case study because I can't really tell about other schools. But my school, particularly, we have guidance and counseling section. We have someone there, and every Thursday it's open. Okay, and apart from Thursday, you could also reach out at any time once it doesn't clashes with your class activities. And apart from that, to tell you how sensitive and intentional we are, each class has a form teacher. And this form teacher, you are supposed to account and give details on your students. When a teacher reports a particular child to you, your job is to take the child to the guidance and counseling office to meet the person. That's to tell you how intentional we are concerning this matter. Because we have students, over time, they have not done well in their studies. And we found out, just like he said, there are so many factors. It could come from background, finance, health, peer pressure, and probably they have this low self-esteem because over time they have failed in a particular subject and they have already zeroed it out that, see, I'm not cut out for it. In fact, we've had a student, in fact, there's a particular one I handled. This child, in fact, he has already told the parents, I'm no longer continuing to go to school. I want to drop out. It seems that education is not for me. So it's a problem because over time, this child keeps struggling. So for him, it's either I go into business or just forget it. So but with God and the counselor, we were able to just manage the situation. And God has been, as I'm talking to you, this child is an SS2. So
okay, are you saying that it has worked for some people? This idea of meeting guidance counselors,
yes,
has it worked for some people?
Yes,
actually?
Certainly. It does.
Certainly.
Then
again,
and it has not worked for some other people.
Yes.
It depends on, like he said, and like we said, and if you want to, and the school system, like I'm speaking from my own school, how intentional we are concerning those, the matter. Because you always want the welfare of your kids, the welfare of your students. What makes you a school is where you make sure that every student is being carried along. It's not, okay, we have the high flyers, oh, let's move with them. No, what makes you a teacher is you are intentional, you are passionate. You make sure that in your classroom, everybody is moving. You don't just move with the high flyers, the average, okay, let's go. Why the slow learners? Because in a classroom, you're able to study your classroom and know how they are make up. Now, makeup will help you to know the how to move with them, the help they need, and the solution must be also be given to them, because that's why they are there. That's where they're at. They are there to learn. They are there to gain knowledge, develop skills, and develop good character. So that's what a school system is there for. All
right, thank you so much. Lieutenant, all of assumption now, all of assumption, is it a possibility, or have you seen a case where the Ghana counseling didn't work for a student? The student cannot help himself or herself and keeps deteriorating and then was dropped out of school?
Of course, we have one aspect of this issue that each time I think about it, I cringe. What am I talking about? Do you know that, in fact, the way the society is making it look, have you heard about people say that education is scam? Have you heard people use such maxims or such sentences?
Of course.
Students are beginning to lose enthusiasm for the idea of schooling or education in its entirety. Yes. What am I saying? Lack of motivation. Students are no longer motivated to do whatever we are doing. Because, okay, a student, I am a lecturer in institute. You come and pack your little jalopika. A student who is pressing. You know what they call pressing? They are pressing. Internet fraud. You know, comes with a gigantic, GLE car and parks beside you. Most times they even make the jest of you. You have a PhD, you have all the degrees, what have you, to show for it. So students are not motivated. They are not seeing the lights at the end of the tunnel. So the idea of education, going through the rigors of education, passing exams, most times they see it as waste of energy and waste of, time. Of course, the environment we are, there is also an understanding that there could not be employment, quote unquote, there for students or for learners at the end of their graduation year. So why am I learning if there is no job for me at the end of the day? So these are things we must have to. We are now talking about the idea of societal reorientation. We have to begin to tell students that you are not just going through the university or through schools for you to get a certificate and get a white-collar job. No, education actually refines you as a person. It goes beyond just having a certification. Your education should be seen in the way you are relating with people. So what am I saying? The idea of learning for most of our youngsters is about, there is no job at the end of the day, so why am I wasting my time? So let me just enter into the street and start doing what the guys are doing so that I don't wallow and waste my years. So such things kills your motivation. What am I even reading for? When you look at your friends that are driving big cars, I want you to understand this issue is deep-seated. We have to begin to tackle the issue at the root so that we don't scratch surfaces and not get results. So we have, the society needs serious mass reorientation. Our youngsters will understand that learning is not just for certification, it's not just for employment. When you are well educated, you become a good example in the society. Other people can learn you. Education reforms you as a person. It changes even how you interact with people. So it's not just about learning the pedagogy, learning maths, learning. No. You now learn to even how to lead in the wider society.
Thank you. We have established a fact now. Yes. And that fact is
lack of motivation. That's what I just said.
Okay, lack of motivation. And you also mentioned that there is a need for societal reorientation. Who does that? Whose responsibility is it to do that?
Of course, we have some agencies of government like National Orientation Agency.
Are they doing that?
The idea is, like I said, I'm not here. I'm just an educationist. I'm not a politician. So I wouldn't want to dabble into arena where I begin to trade blames. But I want us to see it in that, from the aspect that we all, members of the society, have a role to play. Remember, the most the unit of the society is the family. So there is something the family has to begin to do.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay.
So we have to start from there.
That's a wonderful aspect of it. Before we take it to the family, are there other causes of examination failure that we have not mentioned now? That you could maybe add up to the ones we have mentioned?
I also talk about peer pressure. Now, in my own understanding over the years, I found out that peer pressure sometimes it's even direct, sometimes it's indirect. How do I mean? Now you see students, they don't have their own say. They are influenced by their friends negatively in that aspect. Now you know your capacity, you know now you see most of them thinking towards science. Why? Because my friends, they want to be in science class. So imagine somebody you've seen this child over the years, junior class, you know this person's ability is strongly on the art side. But by SS1, when you enter their class, you see this person is in science by second term. What's happening? Auntie, I want to become a medical doctor. I want to be an engineer. Why? All their friends, they are all them. What do you expect? There will be massive failing. Massively, they will keep failing because, I could remember then when I was in school, I was doing very well. Physics, chemistry, maths, oh God, I was very good. My form teacher was like, oh, Chine, you're going to do well in science. I was like, sir, please, I know where my strength lies. Because one thing that keeps you going is the passion. That's what kept me. I know I was very good with the arts, okay? In as much I was very good, as academically, I was very good. But I told him, what keeps you going in school is the passion you have on that particular subject. So I told him, sir, yes, I know I'm good on this, but I can't go towards science. I told myself that truth. So where you are being influenced, there is no how you will pass. Because it's that passion that keeps you burning in that field. As it gets hotter, the passion keeps you on the field. But when the passion is not there, there's every tendency you keep failing.
If it gets hotter, the passion keeps you in the field. Exactly. But when the passion is not there, that's every tendency that you fail. That's a wonderful submission. May I bring it to this aspect of it? You are in the secondary school system. Is there not a possibility that there are schools where there are no functional libraries, where there are no seats and chairs, where there are no electricity or good playground, can affect the student's success in examination?
Okay, I could also concur to that. It does, because environment matters when it comes to schooling. When a child or a student is comfortable in a school system, it fosters education, because there are people in their homes, they might not really be opportune to have an opportunity to read. So, but coming to school, it gives them an advantage. Now, doing, maybe when they don't have a particular subject, for those of them that have already selected but science or arts, they can go to the library and read. Now, again, they have opportunity to use the system, the computer. They also have lights to do research and other things. Now, what does it do? It enhances their knowledge. It also helps them because they don't have that opportunity when they get to the house. So school system without a library, without electricity, without a comfortable sitting opportunity, it's going to hamper on the learning of students. So I encourage schools, one of the things that will help develop the kids academically is to have their libraries equipped, because most of them, they don't have money to buy those books. Now, library makes it affordable and accessible for them. Electricity also makes them have access, because not all of them have systems at home, not all of them have phones. So what do? They use the system in school to research and also build their knowledge. So that's very important in school.
Okay, Dr. Lotena, yes. Let me come back to you. You may agree with me that it is the same way a lot of drivers are not on steering, whereas a lot of those who are on steering are not drivers. It's the same way a lot of teachers are not in schools. And a lot of those who are in schools are not teachers. Yes. Is it not a possibility that incompetence on the side of the teacher maybe affect students' learning?
Of course, incompetence, and even to the higher dimension, the worst aspect is not just incompetence, but lack of the passion to do that job. Many people are teaching because that's the employment available to them. I was having a discussion with a young man. I said, which industry can we say there is really a ready environment or a ready employment for people? It's education, of course. So education has now almost become a dumping ground for whoever that can, go to the board and write something. And so
and that's a bad news.
It's a bad news. And even the system of getting people into the education system is not a merit-based, most times, not merit-based. It is usually by who you know, who you sabi. So like you said, you now have round pegs in square holes. So we have issue of misplacement of priority when we are dealing with the leadership that we have in this nation right now. Education is something we have to pay utmost importance to. If we don't get our workforce, or if we don't get the capacity, human capital development correct, education is the first point of call. If we don't get it correct, we can't get good doctors, we can't get good engineers. So if you don't have, okay, for instance, before I got into the university system, it became cogent that I got a postgraduate diploma in education because I had degrees in chemistry. But after going through that course, I discovered that teaching is not just like coming to the board and teach and give lecture. There are rudiments to teach effective teaching. You have to understand child psychology. You have to understand the influence of the idea of class control. There are many things. So how many educators had those baseline exposure?
Still they are in the school system.
Still they are in the school system. So you can't give what you don't have. You can't. So that is it. So a lot of educators are people who are learned in their course, but not necessarily people who have been trained to be good teachers or good lecturers or good whatever, as the case may be. So no passion, no skill. Most of the time, this is the bane of the academic setting.
Okay, thank you so much, Lieutenant. I want us to observe a short break now. After going on break, when we come back, Chineye will help us out from the aspect of poor reading habits or poor reading culture on the aspect of the student, where that can cause student failure in examination and in learning at large. Thank you so much. Our viewer, thank you for being there. We want to observe a short break. Please don't go away. We shall be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, back from the short break is the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi. And our topic for today has been the student success in examinations. And I have two wonderful people here who are still young people and who are in the school system, educationists, of course. I have a teen coach that's working with Queen's Model Schools, Enugu. Chineye Sharon Ezenia. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
All right, and I have Dr. Lieutenant, who is an industrialist. Yes, he's in industrial chemistry, Enugu State University of Science and Technology. Esut. Thank you so much. May we continue? All right, before I went on the short break, we were talking about how we can put this blame on the aspect of the students' poor reading habits and maybe procrastinations. Help us out.
Yeah, it's important. What I normally advise my students is, once school has started, you have started. How do I mean? Now, this is where you draft out your timetable, home timetable. Now, you start reading on time. I can remember what my co-host said something. He said, when you don't adequately prepare, there's every tendency you're feeling. So you can't just have an exam tomorrow and you're starting to read this night, this evening. It doesn't work that way. So what I always advise them is, once school starts, have your home timetable. You align it. As you are reading, you say that before exam, what you are doing is revision. you are doing revision, you're trying to just place one or two things together to get ready for it, and that's what makes for success. But if you're waiting till, okay, one thing about procrastination, that tomorrow never comes. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll start tomorrow. Tomorrow never comes, because tomorrow will come, you shift it, and the more you keep procrastinating, before you know it, exam, and you have not adequately prepared. So if you have not adequately prepared, there's every tendency for failing. There's no shortcuts to examination, to success. That's what it is. No shortcuts. Once you didn't prepare very well, the next thing is the person is failing the exam. So it's important and expedient that once school starts, I advise students, please start. Have your home timetable, read on time, set your alarm, discipline your system. That's where self-control and discipline comes as a student. A student that is not disciplined and self-control, there's no how you can be able to read adequately, because a lot of distractions will come from your environment, from friends, from everything around you. But this is where you, knowing that something is ahead, you need to stay disciplined, you need to be committed to this task, and then keep focus.
All right, thank you. Lieutenant, I want to take you to over-reliance on examination shortcuts by the students.
Of course, the issue of ESPO, if I should talk about that.
Okay.
Most of times, I happen to be one of the members of the exam monitoring team in my faculty. So we are more or less like police officers who are there to catch you in the act. So I can tell you from experience over the years doing that, we discovered that students have patterns. Some of them will scribble these things down in papers, put it in some places where you cannot actually access. So some of them actually come before, write these things on top of the table. But most times it fails. It fails the student because you will be caught. The idea is that the examiner, the exam malpractice, the marshals are there to catch you, and they will definitely catch you. In most times, most cases, the issue, we have instances where we caught students writing with their phones, chat GPT. They smuggle it into the arena, and we end up catching them. So, of course, you failed the course, and perhaps you have penalties that will take you away from the school for a long period of time. So you now see that you may either be sent home on suspension for 2 years, you're having a serious setback. So the issue of ESPO or shortcut will end up cutting the students' academic journey short or derailing them entirely. That's why we're talking of dropouts, because at the end of the day, what's the essence? I had students that were caught and they were given 2 years suspension. I was talking with some of them. They said, wow, how can I come back? By the time I'm coming back 2 years after, my classmates are gone. You know, they have done their NYC, and also it's better I leave it. So the idea is that they rely on ESPO, they rely on sometimes group work, but they should understand that the group work should be preparatory. It's what you should do before the exam day. Doing it on the exam day is tantamount to being held from exam malpractice. So their reliance on some of these things will always fail.
May I ask this question? What happens in a situation whereby a student that is caught in exploit of the shortcuts, the course of investigation, you discovered as one of the students we were talking about that maybe has family issues, or maybe was not, or catering for himself or herself, or maybe hadn't time because he needed to pay the school fee, hadn't time to read and all of that. Is that a different case?
No, it's not a different case, because I don't know how to put it. You've been caught in the act. And of course, the school has rules and regulations that guides their engagements. You understand? So that should have been tackled if you were close to your course advisor. That should also would have been tackled if your lecturers and teachers are paying attention. So do you understand me? So it's a whole web of issues.
It's okay, Chine, how happy will you be if, for instance, the school or the government says yes for those people who are below others on the aspect of they don't have anybody catering for them, maybe they are training themselves and all of that. Maybe give them free education, or say, for that reason, we have identified these people and we'll take care of them.
See how happy?
Yes, how happy will you be?
I don't even know the adjective to use. I will be so overwhelmingly happy. Like, I don't even know what to say, because do you know what that means to them? I've been in a situation whereby a particular person gave out 5 scholarships to unknown students to be part of my school. So I was the one taking care of it. I was one that organized it. It was open. It was aired on the radio. You know, tell your friends, tell your neighbors. You know, just tell people around you. Make it open. We made it open, but we needed just 5 students. The person needed to pay for a term, 5 students, and I was running it. So at the end of the day, when these 5 persons were selected, I had first-hand contacts with their family. Like, if you see the excitement, like, I was shading one of the women that came to show appreciation. Like, she was talking, I was tearing up. I had to just leave the environment. You know, it was somehow just tearing up there. So you can't understand how happy I will be if governments or even individual could actually step up to that.
Or even the school.
Even the school, yes. My school director also does that. Yes, he does that. He does that to encourage parents, and also it's one of the ways to also give back to the society.
Okay, thank you so much. Alotan, now, what is the level of assurance that even though these people are identified and maybe giving free education or scholarship, that things like devices will not distract them from making the required successes?
You know, you are talking about human beings. So human beings are no robots. They have the mind of their own, and people actually know what matters to them. So for me, it's an issue of ideology. The child or the learner should know, number one, people are now pumping their own resources, their hard-earned resources, to see that you become a successful person tomorrow. You must now pay attention that you see that I must succeed. If people say I should succeed, then I should work hard to succeed. So if somebody who doesn't know me is paying for my fees, I have to sit down and read. At least I owe them that honor of making them proud at the end of the semester, at the end of the assessment, at the end of the exam. And most times, I can tell you that scholarship is a major boost. I've had instances where students get student loan, get scholarships, and they end up topping the class. It's as though there is this miraculous change, because some of them now wake up and say, no, 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 no. It becomes a challenge for them. So institutions, NGOs, we are calling on them to step up the game. Even the government, they will say they are doing a lot, we agree, but a lot more has to be done.
A lot more has to be done. That's a good one. Chineye, how can poor or inadequate time management still affect some students who have their parents to pay their school fees, who have everything they need to be in school and make successes?
Like I always say, discipline. You know, it's just like doing the right thing at the wrong time. Okay, you see a student that is back from school. You know you are exhausted. What is expected of you? Now, you're expected to do your house chores at bed, rest a bit, and then start reading. Now, but you see the students, after doing what they're supposed to do, you see the student watching television, or playing games, or playing football on the streets. At the end of the day, they're exhausted. Now, there's nothing you do to this body. Once you are tired, you are tired. If you bring your book to you, in fact, that's when you are telling the body to go and sleep. So, time management cannot be overemphasized. And it comes when a student is disciplined. It comes with being disciplined, self-control. It helps you to scale up. You know what we call scale up preference. This is where you scale up your time, the things that ought to be managed at the right time. If not, there's every tendency of that student failing.
Okay, Lotena, I'm thinking aloud. Yes. I may say, or may have to say, let's make a touch to the inadequacy of parental support to students as a way that could hamper the students' success in examinations.
Of course, it's a major issue. And like I always say, it's a whole web of issues. If there are no employments, most of the parents are not employed. I don't know if you understand me. And if they are not employed, there is no money to send their children.
You are taking it far.
Okay.
And I think it's fine, Dave.
Okay. But do you understand what I'm
Yes,
trying
I
to
do.
say? So this issue is a lot. The government should have to remember that the way a society or a nation is seen, even in the global stage, is related to the productivity within the nation. And that productivity is directly related to the human capital, the people in the society. What am I talking about? We have to get employment to people so that those that have kids can have enough resources to fund them. I don't know if you understand.
You are speaking to the government.
Yes, I'm talking to the government now. So that is the issue. So we should step up the idea of supporting small, medium enterprises so that these are people's families. These are people's father and mother. The society is somewhat hostile, to say the least. And that's why the children coming from that society are almost derailed from following through the process. Part of the process is going through the schools that help to refine you. If you don't have parental support, you are not going to go through this process as a sane person to achieve what you want to achieve. So what are we saying? Many people who have kids, if you go to the slums of Obia, you go to the slums of Ababa, you see them in a house, you have a father and mother, have 12 children, and many of them cannot go to school. And of course, there's nothing much the parents are doing to send them to school. So that is a major issue. So what I'm saying is that the society has to start working so that parents are empowered, guardians are empowered, so that students can actually begin to experience what we have in the other climes. Let me tell you, we are still talking about sending children to schools. Kids in China are already developing, they are now dealing with AIs, developing robots. And we are still having issues of basic literacy for our kids. So the society...
Do you mean we should stop here or go to China?
I don't understand. I don't understand. How do you mean?
He's making a comparison with those of the kids here and those in China.
What I'm trying to say is that the system has to start working. Let's stop addressing symptoms. The system is not working.
You're talking
Parents
to the
are not empowered. Your guardians they don't have meaningful employment. They don't have things they are doing. The small businesses they are doing, you are using taxation to destroy it. I don't know. This is a major issue. There is something in the foundation. No, we're just treating symptoms. So let the system begin to work. Let there be employment. Once there is meaningful employment, your kids will naturally go to school. I don't know if you understand.
I do.
And the funding, governmental funding of the school has to be improved.
I wanted to make this on a conclusive note. Speaking to the government, speak further to the government. As you are concluding.
No, I wouldn't want to, go so direct.
So speak to the government?
I don't want to go so direct.
That's your government we're talking about. And their government you are giving the responsibility. And of course it's their responsibility. Everybody knows that. Even the government knows that people should be empowered.
Yes.
Why are you not maybe having the enough desire to speak to the government? Do.
It's okay.
Just speak to the parents on a conclusive note. That these children, we have mentioned here that the home is the small unit of the society where parents are the first teachers of the children before they go to school.
Yeah. Okay, I just want to encourage parents. It's very expedient you choose your words when it comes to your kids. I've had situations where a child met me. Why? The mother believes that she can never become anything good because over time she has failed. Over time her result is poor. Now the mother keeps using this word, you are this, you are that, and that brings down the child's self-esteem. So please, I want to encourage parents, try as much as possible, no matter the results of your child, try to still give that, okay, I believe you can. Use positive words, positive affirmation. Now, what does it do? It builds your child's confidence, okay? It's not basically the money. Now, it comes with your word. Your words has power to build or break a child. And secondly, I also advise the issue of family planning is very important because...
Make it brief.
Okay, the issue of family planning, I feel it's important that the family, the hospital, the child, the father and the mother should be able to know the kids they give birth to. It also helps because the more the kids, the more the responsibility. So this is where the husband and wife should work as a team to be able to have an understanding on how the units of the family they want to have, that can help them to be able to take care of what they have.
Okay, thank you so much. I think our take home is the more the children, the more the responsibility. That's our take home.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. Our teacher and our team coach working with Queen's Model Schools, Enugu, Chine Sharon Ezenia, thank you so much for coming. And thank you, our strong man, who is a lecturer in industrial chemistry, Enugu State University of Science and Technology, Dr. Lotena Owesley. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Our viewer, this is where we draw the curtain for today's episode of Youth Focus on Aneke TV. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi. See you again.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders.
Nigeria's governance challenge is best understood as a deep and persistent crisis of institutional trust, supported by consistent empirical evidence, global governance indices, and everyday lived experience. Despite its significant human capital, natural resources, and economic scale, there remains a widening gap between state authority and citizens' confidence in its fairness, predictability, and effectiveness. International governance metrics consistently place Nigeria in the lower tier of global corruption perception indices. Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index typically scores Nigeria in the range of about 24 to 26 out of 100, indicating a sustained perception of high corruption and weak institutional integrity. This is not merely symbolic but reflects a broader pattern of diminished public confidence in governance structures. Survey-based evidence reinforces this picture. Afrobarometer findings over multiple rounds show that a large majority of Nigerians believe corruption has increased over time, with some surveys indicating that up to 80% of respondents perceive rising corruption. Trust in key institutions remains low, particularly in the police, where as many as 70% of respondents in some waves consider officials to be corrupt. In addition, only a small minority, around 10% in certain data sets, believe that reporting corruption can be done without fear of retaliation. These figures point to a systemic trust deficit that extends beyond perception into behavioral reality, where citizens often expect inefficiency or bias before engaging with public institutions. From an economic perspective,
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Onyechi. We're riding a brand new motorcycle through Kidan Kalu, allegedly confessed to their involvement in the deadly attack. Law enforcement is currently tracking down remaining members of the mob who participated in the lynching. In the wake of this tragedy, Kaduna State Police Commissioner Rabiu Mohammed has issued a first warning against jungle justice, vowing that anyone involved will face murder charges. Emphasizing that no citizen has the legal right to act as investigator, judge, or executioner, the commissioner stressed that anyone who takes the law into his or her own hand will face the full weight of justice, regardless of their social status. The Borno state government is taking a direct swing at political thuggery and youth restiveness by turning to job creation. Governor Babagana Zulum has approved the immediate employment of 100 unemployed graduates from the Biu local government area. Announcing the initiative during a visit to the Emir of Biu, the governor emphasized that creating sustainable jobs is the ultimate weapon against social vices and criminal exploitation. This employment drive is part of a larger statewide blueprint. Governor Zulum revealed that a larger local council like Maiduguri, Bama, and Guza will each recruit 100 graduates, while smaller council areas will employ 50. The administration is specifically hunting for qualified graduates in health-related fields, English, mathematics, and physics, with a special focus on pulling young people away from the fringes of political thuggery. On a sharp message to the community, Zulum noted that the children of prominent politicians are never found engaging in street violence, and everyday youth deserve a better future than being used for political thuggery. Alongside the job announcement, the governor kicked off the wet farming season with heavily subsidized fertilizers for local farmers, while issuing a stern warning that public infrastructure vandals and drug dealers will face the full weight of the law. The Kogi State Police Command has made a major breakthrough in a horrific homicide case, arresting 3 family members for the brutal beating and subsequent killing and death of a local school teacher. The victim, Miriam Usman, a staff member at Brains Mind Nursery and Primary School in Olama Borough, tragically succumbed to her injuries weeks after being targeted in a series of coordinated retaliatory attacks. Investigators revealed the violence was triggered simply because the teacher had disciplined an 11-year-old student during school hours. According to police authorities, the student's father, Abdullahi Isiaka, first concerned and assaulted the teacher at her home on June 17th. Later that same day, another relative, Ramatu Elojo, attacked the victim while she was walking to a local mosque for prayers. The violence escalated the following morning when a third family member, Ojonojima Mary, stormed the school premises and violently assaulted the teacher directly at her workplace. The victim was rushed to multiple clinics for emergency medical attention, but ultimately lost her life due to severe trauma. Kogi State Police spokesperson ASP Oyiza Afusat confirmed that a waterlight case of criminal conspiracy and culpable homicide has been established against all 3 suspects who were now awaiting formal arraignment. State Police Commissioner Naziru Kankarufi strongly condemned the lawlessness, warning citizens to never take the law into their own hands and promising that the perpetrators will face the full weight of justice. The embattled head of a controversial federal agency is breaking his silence, promising full cooperation with anti-graft investigators. Adeniyi Adeyemi, the self-acclaimed Director General of the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, says he is ready to hand over critical documents to security agencies. Speaking in an online interview hours after President Bola Tinubu ordered a 30-day independence probe, Adeyemi stated he would soon report to the DSS or police to help uncover the truth. The high-profile investigation follows weeks of public outcry over how the council operated out of the Federal Secretariat, opened central bank accounts, and even secured an allocation of 1.3 billion naira in the 2026 budget, despite the presidency insisting the agency is completely fake. Striking back against allegations of forgery, Adeyemi questioned how a non-existent council could suddenly appear in the national budget, noting that he was in detention when the budget was prepared and could not even have smuggled it in himself. While the presidency maintains Adeyemi used forged letters to secure diplomatic favors and state funds, his defense attorney, Femi Falana, is demanding that the probe also look into top administration officials, including Chief of Staff Femi Gbajabiamila. For his part, Adeyemi maintains his actions were driven entirely by a passion to attract foreign investment to Nigeria, adding that he now welcomes an independent inquiry to reveal who else was involved in the multi-billion naira mystery. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. The Kaduna State Police Command has detained 6 suspects following the brutal lynching of 2 travelers who were falsely accused of motorcycle theft while visiting a sick relative. Governor Babagana Zulum has approved the immediate employment of 100 unemployed graduates from the Biu local government area to combat political thuggery and youth restiveness. Coming up shortly, the Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle Salako, reaffirmed the government's commitment to boosting Nigeria's healthcare ecosystem through extensive infrastructure upgrades and strategic reforms. We'll be back shortly.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly, with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to completely transforming Nigeria's healthcare system through aggressive infrastructure upgrades, strategic reforms, and deeper collaboration with the private sector. The Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle Salako, dropped the assurance during the 2026 Nigerian Healthcare Excellence Awards held in Lagos. Speaking to a high-profile gathering of medical professionals and policymakers, the minister praised the local healthcare sector for its resilience and described the industry's innovators as critical partners in building a stronger national health framework. The star-studded event at the Echo Hotel and Suites celebrated outstanding achievements under the theme of innovation, local manufacturing, and digital transformation. Advisory Board Chairman Dr. Anthony Omolola noted that awards serve as a vital platform for promoting transparency, accountability, and healthy competition across the sector, especially as practitioners navigate ongoing economic challenges. Highlights of the night included prestigious Lifetime Achievement Awards handed out to medical icons Dr. Ladi Awosika, Sir Ike Onyechi, and Emeritus Professor Samuel Chukwunonyerem Ohai Ebulam for their decades of exceptional leadership in Nigerian medicine and pharmacy. The Kaduna State Executive Council has approved a massive agricultural and infrastructure development plan to bolster smallholder farmers and transform urban transit. Chaired by Governor Uba Sani, the council greenlit the procurement of 6,000 metric tons of fertilizer, which translates to 120,000 bags of critical farming inputs. This major move reinforces the administration's farmer-first policy, building upon prior large-scale distributions to ensure food security and sustain robust dry season farming across the state. Simultaneously, the state is launching Phase 2 of its township road construction project across the Zaria and Sabongari local government areas. 11 strategic roads have been approved for construction to enhance economic activities, facilitate the movement of goods, and improve community access within the metropolis. Mega construction firms Mothercat Nigeria Limited and CGC Nigeria Limited have been awarded the contracts to execute these critical infrastructure upgrades. Kaduna is also making history on the educational front by becoming the first sub-national government in Nigeria to adopt a comprehensive life skills policy. The landmark framework integrates social-emotional learning, employability, and entrepreneurship skills into both formal and non-formal school curriculums. Alongside this, the Council ratified a progressive policy on gender in education aimed at removing institutional barriers to enrollment, reducing dropout rates, and promoting equity for all learners statewide. Egypt has officially filed a high-stakes complaint with FIFA, demanding the immediate expulsion of the entire refereeing crew following their heartbreaking 3-2 World Cup exit against Argentina. The Egyptian Football Federation is calling for a full investigation into French referee Francois Letexier and his VRA team, citing blatant errors and severe double standards. The Pharaohs are furious after a potential 2-0 lead was stripped away by a controversial VAR overturn, followed by what they claim was a missed penalty call just moments before Argentina scored the late winning goal. The political fallout from the match is escalating quickly. Egypt's head coach, Hossam Hassan, holds nothing back, stating that his team suffered blatant injustice and was unfairly cheated out of a historic place in the quarterfinals. Hassan directly suggested that external forces were at play to ensure the reigning world champions stayed in the tournament, claiming officials favored Argentina to keep Lionel Messi in the running. FIFA has yet to comment on the official complaint, but the controversy is set to dominate the ongoing tournament headlines. Nollywood actress star Destiny Etiko is expressing deep gratitude after crowdfunding a massive 13.1 million naira in just a matter of hours to support her colleague Cynthia Nkachuku Anijeku, who is battling advanced bone cancer. The fundraising campaign was launched after Anijeku released an emotional video opening up about her painful medical journey, revealing that her cancer had turned and spread to her bones following initial rounds of chemotherapy and surgery. Facing ongoing monthly treatment costing hundreds of thousands of naira, the ailing actress made a desperate public plea to Nigerians, stating that even the smallest donation could help her save her life. The response to the medical emergency was immediate and overwhelming. Destiny Etiko took to social media to share that fans and followers had already pushed the fund past the halfway mark of the 20 million naira target required for critical radiation therapy and further surgeries. Industry peers have praised Etiko for using her massive platform to secure this vital lifeline, calling her one of the most kind-hearted souls in the Nigerian film industry. while the initial wave of donations will immediately go towards urgent clinical care, advocacy efforts are counting to raise the remaining balance to guarantee the actress gets her full treatment. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. The Kaduna State Police Command has detained 6 suspects following the brutal lynching of 2 travelers who were falsely accused of motorcycle theft while visiting a sick relative. State Police Commissioner Rabiu Mohammed strongly condemned the jungle justice and vowed that all participants would be fully prosecuted under the law. Meanwhile, Governor Babagana Zulum has approved the immediate employment of 100 unemployed graduates from the Biu local government area to combat political thuggery and youth restiveness. This recruitment drive is part of a larger statewide initiative focusing on hiring qualified youths in core subjects like physics, mathematics, and health-related fields. In addition, the Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Isaac Adekunle Salako, reaffirmed the government's commitment to boosting Nigeria's healthcare ecosystem through extensive infrastructure upgrades and strategic reforms. Speaking at the 2026 Nigerian Healthcare Excellence Awards, he highlighted the vital role of local medical innovators and private sector collaboration in building national health resilience. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Onyechi Ugu. Good afternoon.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
The world changes. Markets.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Of all the wonders I have seen, it seems to me more strange that men should fear death, knowing that death, a necessary end, must come when it must come. That is from our brother William Shakespeare in his work Julius Caesar, during the conspiracy that brought the end of Caesar, AD 44 or BC 44, or 44 AD, 44 BC, whichever one. Now, we want to look at this phenomenon called death. At a stage in his life, Job, of the scripture, wished for death. We have seen in the scripture about those who wished for death. In fact, Job said during his torment that people dig and dig and dig for death and see that does not come. But still, people are afraid to die. And that's why, you know, when we were in secondary school in the 1970s, one of the biggest, writers then
was, under the name Hadley Chase. And then one of his works was "Want to Stay Alive." Want to stay alive. Life is not easy to lose. It is something that is priceless. You cannot give an amount to life, whether it is $1 trillion or 1 quintillion pounds. There is no price for life. And that's why today, with me in the studio, to look at this thing called death, this phenomenon called death, this dread called death, this thing that people also wish for called death. We want to look at death. This phenomenon called death. It's a mystery. Even, Shakespeare even said through Julius Caesar that it is a mystery. So with me in the studio to look into this mystery, we have our brother Gabriel Nnameka Anichukwu, a peace and conflict consultant. Gabriel Anichukwu, welcome to the program.
Prof, thank you very much.
Death. Everybody's afraid of death. But sometimes people wish for death. And sometimes you say that some people die happily. And it's in fact because the only way to heaven is to die. The only way to heaven is to die. I don't want to say, why do men fear death? But I want to know, first of all, this phenomenon called death. What is even death? Because like both of us now, I am Jude Denta and we are Nnameka Anichukwu. That Anichukwu, did you meet the man? Do you know him? The Anichukwu whose name you are answering. So let us look at death. Then we will now understand what death really means. Some people say that for you to go to heaven, you must first of all die. I don't understand. So, Nnameka, what is death?
Death simply means the cessation where the activities of the vital organs of life in a man stopped eternally from being active. Is the cessation of life in a life of man, where life stops in a living organism, man or animal. Where life stops in a living organism, either man or animal.
So, why do people refer to it as transition? What happens, or when people say it is an end? Some people call it transition, some people call it an end. Why? How come the concept of transition added to life? Or because those of us that have gone through the scriptures a little bit, I've not done it deep like maybe somebody like you. You hear that the Sadducees believe that immediately life ceases, that is the end. But the Pharisees, who are our brothers as Catholics, understand and believe and understand that there's a transition. Vita mutatis non tollitur, that life is changed, not ended. How come that kind of understanding?
That philosophy is revolved under the fulcrum of metaphysical perspective of death. Revolves on the fulcrum of metaphysical perspective of death. Because man is a spirit. He has a soul and he lives in a body. Man is a spirit. Man has a soul and lives in a spirit. So, from that metaphysical perspective of death, whereby it is referred as transition, it means that at death, the physical body becomes a waste, transforms, and the soul leaves the physical body. Then the Christian says it goes to the Maker. Have you seen it? Then the traditional religion says it goes to Obindichie, whereby the soul comes back in reincarnation.
What if he's a young person? If you are saying Obindichie?
All I know that man is a spirit and the spirit does not die. So in transition, when you approach death as a transition, means that person that you said died really did not die, but transforms, becomes another nomenclature of a being that comes back. That's why there is a reincarnation or resurrection.
Yeah, because I'm asking this question because to so many people in life, in fact, from the literature we have, death is the real tragedy. Real tragedy because that is the end of every effort.
No. Death is not the end. Because man is a spirit. He has a soul and lives in a body. So that thing we call tragedy is whereby you see it as where the physical body stops, the activity stops. But the soul continues the journey. That is transition.
Not like some people that, like, you normally use this concept of the esoteric knowledge.
Yes.
Some of them will say that the person ends as a man.
Maybe the etheric body
maybe becomes a tree or
the
something like
earthbound
that.
body shares away. The earthbound body. The transient body. This is the transient body.
Okay.
You are hearing my voice, but you can't see Nemeka and Ichuku.
Okay.
You can hear my voice. I'm a spirit.
Okay, yeah.
So whenever the son Nemeka and Ichuku in the time to come dies physically, I chase off this earthbound body, etheric body.
When the Nemeka chooses to breathe, we shall come back to it. Yes. We'll take a little break and then come back to it. Because I want to understand when Nemeka chooses to breathe. Yeah. Not when he dies, because we're not talking about that. Die. So we'll take a little break and then continue.
All right.
Just a little break.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
We are back, and we thank God that we have been joined by a pastor, a Reverend Omar Carlo. And you're welcome, eh?
Reverend Uche Carlo.
Uche Carlo?
Yes, sir.
With Omar?
Yes.
But Omar is here. Uche Carlo.
Omar has never been in my name.
Uche Carlo.
Uche Carlo Oka.
Sorry. Uche Carlo Oka. Yes. Uche Carlo Oka. So you're welcome. And like your brother has said, Carl, you're welcome. Now, we are looking at this phenomenon called death, and we started from the point of our brother Julius Caesar, who said that of all the wonders I have seen, it seems to be most strange that men should fear death, knowing that death, in necessary end, will come when it will come, and there's nothing you can do about that. So, but in defining it, our brother Gabriel now gave us an important perspective about it. That's not just about it's about cessation of
breath,
ethereal cessation of breath, because we also know that our brother Job, when he was talking, prayed for death. He prayed for death. He wished for it. A lot of times people also wish for death, but it's not as simple as that, because I once watched an accident scene. I was there, in one place, and the woman was going, and she was going because the thing was bad, but she was carrying a little baby, and she didn't want the baby to feel the pain. She was undergoing a lot of pain, but at every point, she begins to leave. That baby will give out a cry, and she will just put her breast again back into the lips of the baby, just to keep things going. Because I don't know, you people that are, those of you who are pastors, what is death? How do you understand it? Because sometimes you have been around where people die.
Okay, thank you, sir. To our viewers, death, as long as I know, remains a mystery. It's a mystery. No one can talk in totality about what the details of death until you die. And the God that created death. So, being a human being, as a tripartite being that has a soul, spirit, and a body. Okay? Death is a transition, a means of entering into another phase of life. Is their perspective over an issue. Their perspective over an issue. Human beings that are alive has a way of relating what they know or what they perceive over an issue. When you talk about a ghost, you are talking about a manipulated sphere, the devil using a manipulated being to influence the activities of men. And when you come to a spiritual being, a pastor, a child of God, he knows that spirits exist.
Okay.
In those spirits that exist, it can be influenced by the devil. It can be carried by the Spirit of God. There is a presence of a spiritual being. And in this spiritual being are where forces interact, where forces are being manipulated. If you are spiritual, you know the genuine one. If you are spiritual, you know the one that is not genuine. And when they say it's a ghost, they are trying to say that they perceive this being is not a physical being like us. It has been transcended into another atmosphere. And so we don't see it as ordinary. No human being walks on water ordinary. Then this one should be a spiritual being. It's a ghost. And the easiest elementary name to give to a spiritual being is ghost. Ghost. It is us that will tell you whether it is an angel that came in the form of that ghost, or it is the devil that manipulated that spirit being.
An angel or a demon?
Yes. Okay. When it is a demon, then you now say that the devil manipulated that spirit being. But if it is God, he comes in form of an angel. Okay. In that enclave, in parentheses, of a ghost.
Okay. So, what you know, because you listen to him, you know, he talked about this, because we are looking at this, the breath has ceased.
Yeah.
But we are still talking of beingness, even when the breath has ceased. And then from there, we brought in this issue of the ghosts. And then the way he has tried to explain the ghosts. Do you accept that explanation of ghosts? Yes.
Ghosts...
because you talked about it as something that is manipulated, even though there are a number of things there.
There is positive manipulation, there is negative manipulation.
Okay.
So when we are talking about manipulation, we need to dissect it appropriately.
Okay.
Ghosts is a phantom being that operates on a different frequency, on a different realm of existence. When a being is regarded as a ghost, that ghost can walk on water, because the earth-bound body, that ghost is not carrying the earth, the mortal,
the gravity.
Yes, the mortal body is not there. The person or the deity or the spirit has transformed into a higher frequency that becomes very light, so that the being can walk on water, just Christ did. Likewise, those who do teleportation, even African mystics, called the Ikiri. So you can't, this earthbound body, you can't use this earthbound body to do it. So what I'm saying is that whenever you see somebody who is operating on a higher level of spiritual frequency, you will see the person do the impossible.
Okay.
What is physical impossible? That's what when those who have faith said, when you believe, you will do the impossible. Doing impossible means you need to move out from this earthbound mortal flesh into the higher spiritual realm of existence to cast and bind even the devil. They cast and bind.
Okay. So now that tells me the second question for you now. There's something that we talk about almost all the time. If you go to the book of Revelations, you talk of the second death. What does that mean? How do you understand? How do you explain it to the viewer? Second death. Because from what you are saying now, that means that there's one death and another death.
It's a simple issue that man is a spirit, he has a soul, and dwells in a body as the earthbound body. Where does your soul go?
Okay.
So we're talking of that second death. Then second death unto life or unto miserable death. That's why the Christian philosophy says you need to repent and come out from sinful life, so that when you shed off this mortal body, then you will be awakened to be in the bosom of the Lord because of your good works. So your soul will go back to God, where you will have what they call heaven.
Okay.
Then if you take it from traditional indigenous point of view, indigenous philosophy or cosmology, then when you shed off this mortal flesh, you transit in reincarnation and come back to reap the good fruits you have sowed when you lived in the past life. That is second life. So when you're coming back, you are coming to reap. That is the karmic consequences of your life in the past. Okay. That your soul has come back to take another mortal flesh for you to reap the good or the evil that you have sowed. Because in karma, there's no grace and mercy. You reap according to what you have sowed.
You reap what you sow.
No grace, no mercy, no blood of Jesus Christ in karmic consequences of one's actions.
Okay. Yeah, because this second death, because I want to understand it.
Yes, second death.
Yes, because
there is no too much grammar about it.
Yes.
When you die from this physical body, you enter into either eternal damnation or eternal life.
Okay.
The judgment that takes you into eternal life and eternal damnation is what is called second death. When you die, that is the first death. You come before the judgment seat according to the scripture. And when you are judged, you will be taken into eternal damnation, that is the second death, or eternal life. Do you understand?
I'm trying to understand.
You are trying to understand?
Yes.
All I'm trying to say is this. This life we are living is the first life.
Okay.
And when you decease from this first life, you have the tendency to enter into judgment of God.
Okay.
That decides your second death.
Or second
that
life.
Decides your second death.
Or second life.
Or second life.
Okay.
Second death in the sense
I know.
You either open the window to eternal damnation or eternal life.
Okay.
Yes. The eternal life is not the one that he talks about reincarnation, coming back into life to reap whatever you have sown in your first life.
That is the eternal life.
Because the Bible says,
that is the eternal life.
The Bible we talked about said that if you die a sinner, the Bible said that the book will be open in Revelation. And if your name is not written in that place, you'll be cast into the lake of fire.
But it's not an absolute statement, though.
Now, when we talk about death,
you're going to respond.
When we talk about death on its own entirety, we discover that death is a mystery.
Yes.
And we have seen people, they say, they die so place, and they come so place, and they remarry.
We have heard.
And the wife say, I want to go to your village. And the man say, they don't talk about my village if you want this marriage to last. And at the time, we got so pressured that the wife decided to find out. And they all traveled, getting to a point. Yes. The man said, let me ease myself. And the man disappeared. Why is he disappearing? And now, you discover that the devil can manipulate a being.
Is it? Are you trying to say that because he's going to respond to one part?
That is not where we mark a second death. Because it is from that anchor that he says, you will come and reap.
No. I don't think he was bringing in that one.
In the order of reincarnation.
No, he didn't bring that's why you're saying it's not a reincarnation. That one is from the point of view of ghosts or another kind of life, because you're looking at death.
And also reincarnation.
No, it's not. This one you're mentioning, the man that came to marry. It's not reincarnation.
He is part of it because he also mentioned.
Anyway, he's here.
He also mentioned that if somebody dies,
the
person will come back to reap what he has sown in the first.
No, that's why it's not reincarnation that they will understand. But I think you are here to speak for yourself. You heard him.
It's quite appalling that whenever reincarnation is mentioned, especially my great man in the Christian pulpit, most of them will have a kind of negative perception of reincarnation. Let me tell you the truth. Resurrection of Jesus Christ is a kind of reincarnation.
Resurrection?
Yes.
And reincarnation?
The resurrection is a kind of reincarnation. So people should not always paint reincarnation from in the negative color. Reincarnation is where the soul or spirit takes flesh. Simple.
Yeah, but
in the context of reincarnation, there must be a better.
Excuse me. Let me. Giving birth, even Jesus Christ, from the Christian point of view, who gave birth, who gave the seed, not the spirit.
It's the spirit.
It's the spirit.
It's the spirit.
He was impregnated by the spirit.
And that is reincarnation.
It's not reincarnation.
No, I'm asking you now.
That's why it's reincarnation.
Listen. Whenever it's always evil. It's all devil.
You know, you need to understand incarnation and
reincarnation.
There are two different concepts.
Spirit taking back the mortal body. That is reincarnation. Reincarnation. I'm listening. So what I'm saying is that reincarnation is a reality. It's a reality.
Yeah, but we want to bring it to death now. And how does it, affect or influence what people do as regards death? Because sometimes when some people are dying, they are happy that they are dying.
Whenever someone who has committed evil does not die a sweet death.
Happy death or sweet death.
Be the person a Christian, a Muslim, a traditionalist, there is a spirit in man that tells any man, I am an evil man. There's a spirit in man that tells somebody, I've done well.
Good.
I've done the good fight,
like
and my reward is waiting for me. That's why whenever these evil people are dying, they die gnashing their teeth, because they know that at the point of decision of this life, the whole thing the person has done will be shown. There's nothing like second judgment, too. Nothing like this judgment will happen. You judge yourself based on a Akashic record. You judge yourself based on your conscience, which is God in you. Before you cease breath, you judge yourself. You know where you are going. Excuse me. You said according to the Bible.
Yes.
As it was written. You are not the person who wrote it.
The Bible.
Allow him to finish. You will come in.
Excuse me. According to the Bible, you were the person who wrote the Bible. According to the scriptures, scripted by who? To whom? So I'm not saying it's false, but you cannot say absolutely that this is the truth. So what I'm saying is that at the decision of life, whatever that seat of judgment, nobody judges you. You judge yourself based on the conscience. Your conscience, which is God in you. You judge, you know if you're going to heaven or hell. Whether you will come back to reap as a good reincarnation or bad reincarnation. You have judged yourself.
I know you have heard about the book of life and the book of death.
We call it Akashic record in the esoteric studies.
That keeps record of our being.
That's why the golden rule, according to Matthew 12, something
do unto others.
Says, do unto others, which other do to him. And Christ said that golden rule fulfills the law and the prophets. That's why he has come. Christ did not come to establish religion. Christ came to establish a way of life. That when you live that life as a Hinduist, as a traditionalist, as a Shintoist, you will reap eternal life.
Okay, because I wanted to respond to what he has said, in terms of his understanding of the second death and so on and so on. Now, but before, even as you are responding to that, I wanted to equally bring to our people, how do we get people to live one as much as we can? Because today we know that Confucius, if you go to Asia, and even all over the world, he is a major philosopher. 700 years before Christ.
Okay.
Plato, Aristotle, all of them, 500 years, 300 years, 400 years before Christ. And they are still around. And people are still answering Abraham. Okay. People are answering Paul. People are still answering Matthew. People are still answering Jude 2,000 years ago. People are still answering, and people are also, so people are still answering Jezebel. People don't know longer general. It's at the realm of the. No, we are not talking about that. I'm coming now. Yes. But we are talking about these names. No, people are talking. We are talking about these names because people don't answer Lucifer easily, except when they go in the dark. Or Judas. No, in the dark. People in the dark may answer Lucifer. People in the dark may answer Jezebel. But they are no longer general names, and those ones are like dead names for the dead. So how do people make sure? Because whoever is remembered is not dead, though. Whoever is remembered is not dead.
Whoever is
remembered.
Is not dead.
It's not dead.
Not dead by name or by being.
No, you have seized breath, like we have all agreed. But the life continues. Yeah. The life continues. Yes, cessation of breath is one thing, but the person has moved to a new place.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert.
You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon to you viewers. Thank you for joining us today. This is Aneke Brief here on Aneke TV, a program where we bring to you conversations across all southeastern states: Enugu, Ebonyi, Anambra, Imo, and Anambra State. I'm your host, Princess Ken Ochoma. Now on the program today, we have a unique, probably complex conversation that we'll be looking into today. But before we get into all of that, with my guest already in the studio, we'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be reading out and analyzing our news stories in the bulletin today. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. This is still Aneke Brief. Now, my guest is still in the studio, like I said. And before we get into the news bulletin and analysis, he is Mr. Philip Chikezie. He's the CEO of Karazin. I really hope I got that correctly today. He's the CEO of Me Corazon Link Enterprises. Good afternoon. Right. Thank you for joining me this afternoon. How are you doing today?
I'm good, pretty good.
All right. I mean, the rain has really decided to, the weather has decided to alter.
It has become a cold day already.
Already. You're welcome once again.
Thank you very much.
Now, before we get into the conversation for today, let's just look at a few stories that have made the headlines here in the studios. Now, on the first story, we read that the Enugu State Police Command has impounded 195 vehicles during a statewide enforcement operation targeting violations of vehicle registration and number plate regulation. This is to curtail the effect of having non-registered vehicle users and wrong plate numbers or covered plate numbers roaming the streets of Enugu.
For real, I think I saw something like that going on yesterday, but I didn't understand.
Okay.
I just hope these guys were given a prior notice or something like that. Probably those, if there was a prior notice, then it's all falls on them. Well, if there wasn't, then I wouldn't know, but I don't really put my mouth into politics matters, so I don't say much, but I did see that.
Okay. Now, on the second story, this happened around Coal Camp. A woman has been arrested over the alleged assault of a young child after reportedly severing one of the child's toes with a razor blade. This happened, I think, on Sunday, where the neighborhood watch apprehended her, arrested her. She's said to be prosecuted after she's, found guilty. She's said to have cut a child's toes.
Man, that's cruel. That's very, very cruel. I don't know what the prosecution actually is. Is it law or is it a jungle justice? Or?
I think it's law this time because they had to report her to the police.
Man, that's cruel. That's too cruel. I don't really know, but it's really becoming much. Such cases are really becoming much, and it's really, really, really bad. Very sad.
Very, very sad, actually. Now, over to Anambra State. The governor has warned, Governor Alex Oti, has warned school administrators and teachers against extorting money from pupils and students, saying their offenders will pay disciplinary actions. Apparently, some teachers collect money, from teachers, from parents, from pupils while in school. And he has, I don't think this is a new development, but he's reaffirming that any teacher or school administrator will be punished.
Of course. Finally, Alex Oti, that should be Abia State.
Abia State, yes.
And then, actually, it's a breath of fresh air. Honestly, because this thing is on the increase. It's moved from universities to secondary schools, and it's even creeping into primary schools. So if that can be enforced, it's actually a breath of fresh air. So I would just say kudos to him. We should keep it up and let it be enforced, because it's not just to hear this news, it's
to enforce them
on the long run, whether it will be enforced.
All right, and then lastly, in Anambra State, tricycle operators in the state have appealed to Governor Professor Chukwuma Soludo to intervene over what they described as persistent extortion, multiple taxation and harassment by illegal revenue collectors. These abuers in the street, they have finally cried out to the governor to help them. After paying 1,400 naira a day, they still have to pay
and settle.
Well,
these guys are supposed to cry out, because the ones I meet here in the state, sometimes I get to ask them, how do you even make your profit? Because you settle here and settle there and settle here, you commit this offense, you pay, and meanwhile they pay somewhere, like you just said, 1,400. So I wonder how they make it. So I just pray. In fact, I lend my voice. They should do something about their matter.
All right, thank you. That's all we have on the bulletin this afternoon. We'll take a short break and then we'll get back to get right into our conversation for the day. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Now to the conversation of the day. Today we are going into our homes, our markets, and our medicine cabinets to talk about something that has become normal, way too normal. And we're talking about self-medication. Across the 5 southeastern states, before many of us think of a hospital, we think of the chemist. Now, even more worrying is the growing trend of sharing prescription medicines among family members and neighbors, assuming that similar symptoms must have the same cause and therefore require the same treatment. Before we think of a doctor, we ask a neighbor, oh, what did you take for this headache? What antibiotics worked for you the last time? We buy drugs over the counter. We share prescriptions. We start antibiotics and stop when we feel better. We mix herbs with tablets. We treat malaria, typhoid, and body pains all by ourselves. Why? Because we say hospitals are expensive, because the queues are long, because it's just a small thing, because our parents did it and survived. In communities where health center facilities are either overstretched or difficult to access, self-medication is often viewed not as a choice, but as the quickest and cheapest solution. But here's a hard question we're asking. Is this resilience or is this a crisis? Medical experts are warning us antibiotic resistance is rising. Wrong doses are damaging kidneys and livers. Fake drugs are in circulation, and people are dying from conditions that could have been treated if they had seen a doctor earlier. Today's conversation seeks to unpack one of the most pressing but often overlooked public health challenges facing the Southeast. Under the topic, we're looking at unpacking the self-medication trend in the Southeast. Are we killing ourselves? We will examine why self-medication has become deeply entrenched in our society, the health risks associated with indiscriminate drug use, the role of pharmacists, patent medicine vendors, traditional healers, and social media in shaping public behavior, the growing threat of antimicrobial resistance, step individuals, family communities, healthcare professionals, and government institutions who we believe must take enough responsibility for the medicine use. And my guest today is, I've already introduced him earlier, he's a physicist. He is Philip Chikezie Osigwe. He's the CEO of Me Corazon Link Enterprises. Welcome once again.
Thank you very much.
I mean, I could see you nodding in approval. It's something that is really pressing.
Yes, of course.
Now, before we get right into everything, let's just ask the question that the topic posed. Are we really killing ourselves? Is it resilience or is it a crisis?
It depends on the person's, when we talk about this self-medication, some persons it has a right, it has a wrong.
Okay.
There are OTCs, there are drugs we call OTCs, over-the-counter drugs. The drug you take for diarrhea, the one you take for maybe, what is it called? Okay. Diarrhea, maybe some body pains, they are OTC drugs. But then, where the issue lies is these prescription drugs that we still, just like you said, share prescriptions. And a prescription drug has to be prescribed, not OTC. Okay. So for people that just do it on OTC, they are still safe. But the wide percentage of us that do it for prescriptions, man, we are killing ourselves.
So is it because we think it's cheaper? Or because I mean it's easier said than done. Because you realize that when you've been sick the first time or the previous time, yes, you feel like
yes,
what is wrong with you, and you just want to. So at what point did we either lose faith in going to the hospital, or did we just believe that the drug that worked the last time would work, and this has improved the anti-resistance we're talking about?
Resistance. Yes, actually, one of the issues why people dived into self-medication is, one, hospitals are relatively far, not just in the distance, but the queues, the consultancy fee. Mm-hmm. So I get to pay, and I have to wait. And probably after the wait, is just maybe one drug to be written, and the person goes back to take it. And now, some people have noticed that probably is this same drug that maybe my neighbor said I should take. Now, it makes them to believe that, okay, probably this neighbor might be saying the right thing, or this chemist guy might be saying the right thing. That's one part. Another part of it is the fact that people took drugs before, and such a symptom is repeating again. So they believe that because it worked before, it's still going to work now. But yet, we still fail to remember that at times, symptoms look like each other. Just like having headache, or probably, let me say, having a fever must not be malaria all the time. That I'm down with fever, it doesn't mean I have malaria. There are about 10 or 15 other sicknesses that can have the symptom of fever. So if I keep repeating the same drug because I have fever, I'll be in the wrong. So those things are actually where people moved into self-medication from. The hospital, and the fact that they feel that it worked before, so it still has to work again, which is wrong.
Okay, now let's take a detour. Let's talk about diagnosis, tests, running tests in the hospital. Now, oftentimes we realize that we do